Deku Fanfic. What if Izuku Midoriya was cursed with the most heroic quirk ever created? But becoming a hero was the last thing he wanted? From the day he lost his father, Izuku learned a painful truth about heroes. They couldn't save everyone. No matter how powerful they were, no matter how famous they became, people still died. So while everyone dreamed of glory, Izuku only wanted a quiet life. But fate had other plans. Everywhere he went, people needed help. A frightened kitten trapped high in a tree. A child being bullied with no one to defend them. A stranger moments away from tragedy. Again and again, Izuku found himself stepping forward. Not because he wanted to. Not because he dreamed of heroism. But because something deep inside him refused to let him walk away. As years pass, an impossible pattern begins to emerge. People are saved whenever Izuku is nearby. Lives change because of his actions. Entire communities begin to see him as their hero. Yet every time someone thanks him, every time someone calls him heroic, every time someone compares him to the legends of society, Izuku rejects it. Because in his eyes, heroes are the people who failed to save his family. But what happens when the universe itself refuses to accept his answer? What happens when the mysterious power hidden inside him begins pulling him toward danger, forcing him into situations where only he can help? And what happens when a boy determined to avoid heroism becomes the person everyone depends on most? As friendships deepen, old wounds refuse to heal, and a strange quirk reveals its terrifying truth, Izuku finds himself trapped in a battle against destiny itself. Because some people choose to become heroes. Others are forced into it. And Izuku Midoriya may be discovering that no matter how far he runs, the role of protagonist will always find him. A story filled with humor, heartbreak, friendship, loss, determination, and one boy desperately trying to escape the very thing he was born to become. The curse of the anime protagonist is the story of a child who never wanted to be a hero, and the world that refused to let him be anything else. Let's go. Before we dive in, if you enjoy dark, powerful what-if stories like this, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next upload. Your support helps bring more stories like this to life, and it only takes a second. Now, let's begin.
Izuku's first memory is of his second birthday. His mother and grandfather are there, one bearing a bright green cake and the other bearing a case of brightly illustrated books. Grandpa uses his fire quirk to light the candles. His father is not there. Instead, his mother turns on the TV to the daily news update and brings him close to the screen. A man in a sleek, black and red costume stands proudly before the camera, his hand on the neck of a scruffy criminal. Izuku's tiny hands reach out to pat the screen. He sees Papa more on the screen than in the house. Papa looks different in his hero costume. He vaguely remembers his mother saying, "It's his son's birthday," and his grandfather coming up behind him to pat his unruly hair. Izuku stares at Papa on the screen and wonders when he'll come home. He makes many more memories after that. But the one that stands out the most is the moment almost a year later, with him yelling and screaming as his grandfather holds him back, watching his mother fall to her knees, sobbing. Izuku yells and yells for them to stop, but nobody intervenes as his father's coffin is lowered into the ground. 3 days after Kaken turns 4, he develops his quirk. It makes itself apparent through weak puffs of smoke coming from his palms, eventually turning into a loud and resolute pop of energy. It's no question what the nature of his quirk is: explosion. Izuku, who has seen this coming ever since he learned what Kaken's parents' quirks were, is not as impressed. You make nitro and nitroglycerin. Nitroglycerin. Izuku brings out the word through tremendous effort. Even if he knows what the word means, his 3-year-old tongue can't wrap itself around the difficult syllables. Nitro what? Kaken, ever the impatient one, only makes it through the first 2 syllables. They're playing in Kaken's room, although to be more accurate, Kaken is playing. Izuku's sprawled out on the floor, doodling absent-mindedly on scraps of paper. It's what they put in TNT, Izuku says, proudly touting the knowledge he earned when he snuck one of his dad's heavy-looking books from his deserted room. It is the only reason he ever goes in there anymore. Grandpa had read the whole thing to him the last time he'd visited, making sure Izuku understood the whole thing. It had taken 3 whole days, but Izuku now knows more about chemistry than any 3-year-old ought to know. TNT is more familiar ground for Kaken, whose sharp grin returns. Yeah. So I'm gonna blow things up. Of course I get a cool quirk. He pauses in the midst of climbing his bedpost and looks at Izuku critically, the other boy engrossed in the drawing directly in front him. He's mumbling again, about the drawing, about Kaken's quirk, about how much it must hurt when it explodes. You'll get a quirk too, Deku, he says to the younger boy, feeling uncharacteristically generous. Maybe Deku feels bad because he'd never have Katsuki's awesome quirk. His declaration gets the other boy's attention, snapping him out of his mumbling. But it definitely won't be as cool as mine, because I'm the best. Izuku just smiles. I don't mind if I don't get a quirk, Kaken, he says, before returning to his drawing of an elephant. It's fairly good. Huh. Kaken exclaims, jumping from his mount and standing before Izuku, fists on his hips. How are you gonna be a hero if you don't have a quirk, stupid Deku? Izuku shrugs without looking up. Not everyone wants to be a hero. 2 weeks after Izuku turns 4, Kaken bursts through his bedroom door. Izuku looks up from his ABCs, A is for All Might, which his mother had bought for him. It's slightly more colorful than the book Grandpa had gotten, A is for Amino Acid. Izuku has yet to read that book on his own. Do you have your quirk yet? Kaken demands, but it comes out more doyo have your quirk yet? I don't think so, Izuku says. Maybe I don't have one. If I don't have one, he thinks. Then maybe people will stop thinking I want to be a hero. Kaken fumes. You're just late, he seethes, pointing accusingly at Izuku. You have a quirk, stupid Deku. And I bet it'll come anytime soon, and then we can battle and I'm gonna beat you. He turns on his heels and leaves, slamming the door behind him. But I don't want to fight you. Izuku calls out, but it falls on deaf ears. Or maybe Kaken didn't hear it at all. He frowns, then turns back to his book. C is for Crimson Riot. Everyone, it seems, is fixated on the appearance of his quirk. Everyone except for him. A month later, Izuku gets the first hint of his quirk, although it will be years before he looks back and understands the significance of the event. Hindsight is 20/20, as they say. Izuku will mutter someday in the future. If I had known it was my quirk, I would have been more careful and maybe I wouldn't be in this goddamn mess. Izuku is walking happily home from a productive day at the library, muttering contemplatively over the various notes he's written down in his tiny notebook when a loud cry catches his attention. He turns to the source of the sound and sees an old woman standing fretfully at the base of a tree, looking up at a yowling white kitten. It's just like in stories, Izuku muses. A cat is stuck in a tree, and someone kind will save it. He looks around, but no one seems to be coming to the woman's rescue. A heavy and insistent feeling settles in his stomach, urging him to do something. He sighs and puts his notebook away in his backpack before walking over. Good afternoon, he greets her, remembering to be polite and not to mumble. Oh, good afternoon, the old lady replies, momentarily cheered by the affable manners of the admittedly adorable child. Is that your cat in the tree? Izuku inquires. Above them, the kitten lets out another plaintive meow, pacing anxiously on a branch. Oh dear, the old lady says, then nods. Emi has been stuck up there for almost an hour. I can get her, Izuku says, and before the lady can reply, he sets down his backpack and climbs nimbly up the tree. He's no stranger to doing so, having climbed up countless trunks in pursuit of nesting birds to study and admire. In less than a minute he's face to face with the pretty kitten, which tilts her head, studying him. He extends a hand, gripping tightly onto the bark of the tree. Here, Emi. He calls her by name, and makes what he hopes is a comforting smile. The kitten meows twice before deciding to trust him, and she pads over daintily to settle in his palm. He pulls her in and holds her close to his body, and she allows the handling without so much as a wiggle. Carefully, he begins to descend. Oh my, says the old lady as Izuku nears the ground. Be careful, dearie. He hops nimbly down the last few feet and turns to her, gently holding Emi in both hands. Emi, the woman cries, and gladly takes the kitten from his hands. Emi meows lovingly, then starts to purr in the hands of her owner. Thank you so much, young man, the old lady says, smiling at Izuku. You saved Emi for me. Izuku smiles back. It was nothing. I'm glad she's okay. What a good child, the old lady sighs fondly, placing her wrinkled cheek on her wrinkled hand. She starts rummaging in her purse and takes out a couple of candy bars. Here you are. It's not much, but it's the least I can do for Emi's hero, she says. Oh, I'm not, Izuku begins, but he stops cold when he sees that these are full-size Snickers. He wasn't even allowed to eat a full one on his own. Thank you. No, thank you, insists the old lady. With a pat on his head and one final wave, she leaves. Izuku takes a moment to stare at his bounty, before placing them in his backpack. He starts walking back home, mood greatly improved. He never notices that she had called him a hero. Grandpa watches him for a day while his mother goes out with friends. You're too kind, Hisahito-san, Inko gushes, but Grandpa insists it's no trouble for him at all. Izuku likes Grandpa's house. It's big and spacious, and the floors are made of shiny wood that he can slide on in his socks. There's always the smell of tea floating around the house, and there's always a plate full of buttered biscuits waiting for him when he visits. There's also the fact that as soon as tea time is finished, Grandpa lets him go into the library. I got a new set of encyclopedias, Grandpa says as he idly follows Izuku to the library. Izuku practically bounces with excitement in front of the door, waiting for Grandpa to unlock it. Once he does, Izuku rushes in, admiring the rays of sunlight that fall from the wide, round windows near the ceiling. The library is, as always, pristinely no speck of dust mars the lovingly maintained covers of the books. Izuku quickly spots a set of books that weren't there the last time he visited. He points at them. Are those the new books? He asks. Grandpa nods. Izuku beams and wastes no time in picking up the first volume. For as long as he can remember, spending time with Grandpa is like this. The two of them read quietly, until Izuku encounters a term he doesn't understand and has to ask Grandpa what it means. Grandpa will explain it, often more comprehensively than he has to, and if Izuku asks enough questions, Grandpa will eventually sit beside him until he reads the whole book. Izuku doesn't have too many questions these days, but sometimes he ends up sitting beside Grandpa anyways, relishing in his quiet comfort. Grandpa is Izuku's grandfather on his father's side. Inko's parents are both dead. Izuku never knew them, or Grandpa's wife. Aside from Inko, Grandpa is Izuku's only family. He is a more prominent feature in his life than his father ever was. Grandpa is the reason that Izuku's always at the top of the class. Grandpa is the reason Izuku is so interested in quirks despite not having one of his own, to the point of having 12 full journals detailing the quirks of the people around him. An entire section is dedicated just to Kaken, if only because he's the closest available subject. Grandpa is the reason that Inko and Izuku are never lonely, the reason Izuku even looks forward to any of his birthdays. No questions so far? Grandpa murmurs. He sits in his usual leather armchair, with a thick book in his lap. There's an entire wing in the library that Izuku hasn't touched, because the books are too difficult even for him. It's full of medical journals, some of them focused solely on quirks. Grandpa promised him before that he'd be allowed to read them as soon as he was older. None, Izuku replies. But he gets up from his seat and sits by Grandpa's feet anyway. He spends the rest of the afternoon mumbling over his book until his mother comes in the evening to pick him up. There must be something in the trees around here, Izuku muses at one point. The number of cats getting stuck in trees is plainly ridiculous. He turns 6 and there's still no sign of his quirk showing up, but he has 58 cat rescues to his name. He would know. He counted. He's also counted the number of times Kaken asks him if he still doesn't have a quirk. It's at a much higher figure of 91. Since the first time, he's rescued Emi from a tree around 17 times now. Mrs. Ando, Emi's long-suffering owner, is now something of a family friend. Oh, you're too kind, Inko-chan, she gushes as Izuku's mother serves her a hot cup of tea. Mrs. Ando visits them from time to time, and she always has some delectable candy to give to Izuku. I see where Izuku gets it from. Inko blushes but brightens at the praise for her son. Did Izuku have to rescue Emi again today? Yes, Mrs. Ando sighs, looking fondly at the cat in question. She's glued to Izuku, who's lying flat on the carpet, letting the cat paw affectionately at his face. I actually think she's just doing it for attention now. She's been attached to Izuku since she first met him, a fine choice, I must say. Inko beams. Izuku does seem to have a knack for rescuing cats. Why, you aren't the only pet owner who's come here to offer thanks. I'm sure it means a lot to him. She's quieter when she says the next bit. I'm glad he knows he can help people even without a quirk. Inko-chan, Mrs. Ando says, placing a hand over Inko's. Your son doesn't need a quirk to be a good person. Why, that Bakugu child has a quirk, and all he uses it for is scaring animals and other kids. Such a difference from Izuku, I must say. Oh, Katsuki? Inko chuckles. He's not a bad kid. Maybe a little spoiled and vain, but he will grow. He's quite attached to Izuku, you know. He comes over to play quite often. Izuku doesn't seem to mind not having a quirk, but Katsuki insists he's just a late bloomer. He worries about Izuku in his own way. It's quite sweet, really. Well, Mrs. Ando says, still doubtful. I wish he wouldn't yell so much. It's quite fine that he's friends with Izuku, but I worry when he screams at the other children. Kaken only yells at people if they're being mean or laugh at him. Izuku pipes up from the floor. Both women turn to look at him. Sometimes some kids call me quirkless, and Kaken yells at them till they go away. Almost as an afterthought, he adds, he's very good at yelling. Inko looks at Mrs. Ando as if to say, I told you so. Is that so? The older woman says. Izuku nods absently. Kaken says we're gonna be heroes together, so they shouldn't be calling me quirkless, he continues. Emi gently bops her paw against his nose, before curling up into a ball on his chest. But I don't want to be a hero. Mrs. Ando frowns, but Inko is unfazed. She smiles a little sadly, knowing what Izuku will say next. Why not, Izuku? Mrs. Ando asks. Because, Izuku says, placing a small hand on Emi's head. You don't have to be a hero to help people. Katsuki is restless. When he's restless, sweat gathers in his palms and goes off with no prompting. He and Izuku have grown desensitized to the crackling sounds and the sudden waves of heat, but he still has to remember to be mindful in the presence of people and use to his quirk and its effects. Speaking of quirks and speaking of Deku, do you really not care if you don't have a quirk? He asks. It's late and they should be sleeping, and he asks this question with no preamble. A futon laid out on Izuku's bedroom floor is as familiar to Katsuki as his own bed at home, but he can't sleep. Not tonight. Izuku is awake to. Not really, he replies, and Katsuki knows he isn't lying. Why not? He mutters sullenly. He's embarrassed for caring more about the matter than Izuku did himself, but he can't help it. He can't understand how someone could not want a quirk. Izuku hums thoughtfully. Did you know that technology is advancing so much faster now than it ever did? It took people ages to make the wheel, then a shorter time to make a car, and then, less than 100 years later, they're in space. Katsuki's brow furrows. This doesn't sound like an answer. Quirks were developed just before the first modern car, I guess, Izuku says. Or earlier. Grandpa must have told me, but I forget. But before that, people were just people. What's your point, Deku? Katsuki asks. My point, Izuku says, is that people don't need quirks to do things. We don't need quirks to help people, to get jobs, or to just survive. Sure, having a quirk would be nice, but it still depends on what kind of person you are, what you can do. There is silence. Then Katsuki makes a noise that sounds suspiciously like a laugh. Maybe your quirk is being smart, he scoffs, but it's lighthearted. Wouldn't that be just like you stupid nerd? Izuku laughs quietly. Whatever my quirk is, if I even have one, I didn't need it to save Emi from the tree again this afternoon. Ando's cat? Again? Oh yeah. But this time, she was so upset. She was. Katsuki drowses off to the sound of Izuku's voice. His palms are dry and steady as he drifts off into sleep, already dreaming about a hero's future, just waiting at his fingertips. Maybe, if it's a nice dream, Deku'll be there too. Izuku is getting suspicious. This is the second time this week that someone just so happened to be getting bullied in the playground. The 8th time this month. And for the months prior, Just like the epidemic of stranded cats, there seems to be an epidemic of bigger kids picking on the little ones. And it always seems to happen just when he's passing by. He steps in every time, the heavy and insistent feeling settling in his gut, familiar by now after countless interventions. He dismisses it as a sense of duty and oh, how accurate and yet mistaken that is, all at the same time. Most kids in the neighborhood know him. They know that if they hurt Midoriya Izuku, Bakugo Katsuki will find them and unleash his fury upon them, backed up by his now considerable control of his powerful quirk. Kids who have cats know Izuku as the one who rescues them from trees, so there's that too. Today, Izuku finds Takashi standing before a cowering little boy. Takashi is an unusually big boy for his age, standing much taller and broader than Izuku although they are both only 10. His quirk is almost stereotypically perfect for bullying. It's called Intimidate, and it allows him to, well, intimidate a target into doing almost anything for a certain amount of time. Izuku knows, through extensive observation, that Takashi's quirk only lasts 5 minutes, tops. He also knows that it doesn't work if the target is expecting its effects. Takashi-kun, Izuku says quietly. Takashi and the smaller boy turn to look at him. Izuku recognizes the other one. It's Yashiro, a recent transferee to their elementary school. If he remembers correctly, his quirk is the ability to transform small amounts of water into different states of matter. Midoriya, Takashi says with a grunt and a nod, his face falling. He knows he can't use his quirk on Izuku, and he's acquainted with Katsuki, unfortunately. He's also the doting owner of a tabby he calls Teiko, who owes every single one of its 9 lives to Izuku's saving graces. Knowing his hands are basically tied, Takashi sighs and glares at Yashiro one more time. "I'll see you around, nerd," he mutters before slinking off, presumably to feed his cat or something. Izuku shakes his head. Years of being friends with Kaken has turned the word nerd into little more than a slightly unflattering nickname. Yashiro lets out a breath of relief and turns, shaking, to Izuku. "Midoriya-san, right?" he asks nervously. Izuku nods. "You can call me Izuku. And you're Yashiro-san. We're in the same class, you know." "Ah," Yashiro says, ducking his head sheepishly. "I'm sorry. I haven't memorized everyone's names yet." "That's fine," Izuku says. "You're still new. You should probably go, though. Takashi-kun might come back, or he might not. I don't know." A little voice pipes up in Izuku's head. "He probably won't, seeing as I won't be around." It's too faint for him to notice. Yashiro stutters. Thank you for helping me. The way he just left when you came, it was amazing." "Oh, that," Izuku says dismissively. "He just knows he can't use his quirk on me." Yashiro's eyes go wide. "Really? His quirk doesn't work on you? Is that your quirk?" he asks excitedly. Izuku shakes his head. "As far as I know, I'm quirkless." He ignores Yashiro's slight gasp, used to such reactions. "His quirk doesn't work on you if you're expecting it, so try not to get caught off guard again." Yashiro frowns thoughtfully. "If you're expecting it? I see." He looks at Izuku again, something akin to reverence in his eyes. "You're amazing, Izuku-kun." "Like I said, it's nothing," Izuku repeats. He subtly checks his watch, wanting to go home and start on the inhuman amount of sums their math teachers set for them today. Grandpa is also coming with a new book. He can barely wait to see what it'll be. Yashiro shakes his head. "No, you're just like a hero, Izuku-kun. You helped me out. Nobody's helped me out before." Izuku sighs, but he feels for this kid. He's heard the hero line before though, too many times for his liking. "I see," he says simply, wanting more than anything to just go home. "But anyway, I have to go now. I'll see you around, Yashiro-san. Take care." "Thank you." Yashiro yells as he leaves, and Izuku has to smile. Hero or not, it still feels good to help someone out. Deku, Kaken begins, tone dangerous, but curious, like a cobra who's encountered a mouse who learned to hiss back. "Yes." Izuku says. "Mind telling me why the heck all those kids rushed you at recess and gave you all of this?" Kaken says, gesturing at the various snacks spread across Izuku's desk. They're in Izuku's bedroom, and the boy himself is meticulously dividing up the food on his desk into piles of candy, chocolate, and biscuits. He sets aside 2 packs of sour gummies for Kaken, knowing the other boy is strangely partial to those sweets. Earlier today, a group of children, some in their grade, most of them younger, had swarmed around Izuku the moment recess began. Some of them were there to thank him on behalf of their families for rescuing their cat, again, but most were there to thank him for defending them, whether it was Takashi or Riku or Kayasuke. A veritable army of grateful children led by Yashiro could carry a ton of snacks, it turns out. Don't feel bad, Kaken, Izuku says reassuringly. He pats the sour gummies he'd set aside. You can have these. Kaken's glare is murderous. Like hell I care about that, he yells. He grabs the sour gummies and violently tears it open, munching furiously on a handful of helpless gummies. I asked you why the heck those losers crowded you in the first place. Izuku shrugs. I think they wanted to thank me or something. He picks up a bag of matcha candies and wrinkles his nose. That is going to his mother. Katsuki scoffs. Thank you? Thank you? What the hell for? I helped them out, Izuku says. Either I saved their cat, or I told off someone who was bullying them. Speaking of the bullying, I think they should be thanking you instead. Those bullies only listen to me because they know you'd murder them if they tried anything funny. The other boy glares. It's their own fault, Kaken grouses, crumpling the empty pack of sour gummies and throwing it hard into the waste bin under the desk. Say what you will about Bakugo Katsuki, but the kid doesn't litter. Of course I'm gonna hit them for being stupid. And if those losers even think of trying to swarm me and giving me all this useless junk, then I'm going to hit them too. Yes, Izuku says, discreetly passing the second pack of gummies to Kaken, who takes it without even noticing. Why do you even bother helping them, Deku? Kaken asks. He backs off from the desk and goes to lie down on Izuku's bed. Izuku cringes at the thought of him eating there, but at least he's eating gummies and not crackers, which he has the unfortunate tendency of biting into so hard that crumbs fly off everywhere. Thought you didn't care about being a hero and all that. Besides, it's not like someone quirkless like you can do much. Sometime after they turned 10, Katsuki finally gave the whole, "Do you have your quirk yet?" business a rest. The facts were just irrefutable. Izuku was 10, and he wasn't able to breathe fire or pull objects to him, 2 of the most likely quirks that could be passed on to him. In fact, aside from being incredibly smart for his age, but not quite smart enough to warrant it being a mental augmentation quirk, he was incredibly normal. Granted, they hadn't gotten his foot x-rayed to check for a pinky joint, but Izuku had always maintained that it would be a waste of money, and he really didn't care either. I was passing by, Izuku says, by way of explanation. He absently opens a box of Pocky and picks one out. Nobody else was gonna help them, so I did it. Idiot. That's what you call people like me for. The real heroes. Kaken sits up abruptly, pumping his fist in the air and sending about a dozen gummies flying. Amid Izuku's aghast exclamations of, "Kaken," he rises triumphantly and stands on the bed. I'm the hero, Deku. And don't forget that. Yes, Izuku agrees quickly, hoping to placate him. Now, please, Kaken, get off, you're getting candy all over my bed. Kaken frowns, but sits back down and at least picks up the gummies that have landed on the bed. Those are somewhat salvageable, while Izuku picks up the poor gummies which landed on the floor and throws them away. What a waste, Kaken, he mumbles. Sour candy is not his thing, but food is food. The other boy scoffs. It's just candy, duh. Besides, those losers'll give you anything if you just ask for it. He shakes his head. Lame if you ask me. Izuku smiles slightly and returns to his desk, scrutinizing his arrangement. Well, what about you, Kaken? What would you do for someone who helped you out? Kaken picks out a red gummy. I'd punch them, he says flatly, crushing the sweet in his fingers. And ask them where the hell they get off, thinking I need their help. Chocolate or strawberry? Vanilla, Izuku says with no hesitation. Yashiro says, laughing. That's so boring, Izuku-an. Vanilla is really good, Izuku says, frowning slightly. You just haven't had the right vanilla ice cream. Besides, you can put anything on it. Chocolate, sprinkles, caramel, marshmallows. He trails off, looking at the various ice creams in the freezer box of the store. But that's exactly it. It's so plain that it needs add-ons, Yashiro argues. Whereas if you had, say, Rocky Road ice cream, you could eat it exactly as it is and you wouldn't need anything else. But isn't Rocky Road just chocolate ice cream with add-ons? Deku! Izuku and Yashiro look up to see Katsuki marching over them, a furious glint in his eyes, not that there ever isn't. Yashiro breaks a sweat. He didn't think Katsuki would be at the convenience store today. Kaken, Izuku greets him, smiling. Beside him, Yashiro stares at him. Izuku may well be the only child in their school, in this area, who could look Katsuki in the eye when he's in that mood and smile. He shakes his head. Izuku truly is amazing. Katsuki arrives and looks at Yashiro coolly, surveying him from top to bottom. Yashiro shrinks back, uncomfortable. Katsuki has a way of looking at people that makes them feel unworthy of his attention, just another someone to get stuck under his shoe like garbage. What are you doing hanging out with this loser? We're getting ice cream, Izuku says patiently. And he's not a loser. His name is Yashiro. He's the one who got the sour gummies, you know. Yashiro flushes. He's heard from Izuku sometime after the candy incident that his sour gummies had gone to Katsuki instead of Izuku. Granted, the sour gummies weren't the only candies he'd gotten for Izuku, but it still bothered him slightly that his gift had gone to someone who was less likely to appreciate them. He's a loser if I say so, Deku. Kaken speaks as if his word is law, and maybe for all other mortals except Midoriya Izuku it is. The boy himself just laughs and asks, "What about you, Kaken? You like chocolate, don't you? They have a chocolate ice cream here today that has fudge in the center. I think you'll like it." He reaches in the freezer, idly rummaging around for the treat in question, before pulling it out and showing it to Kaken. Kaken scoffs. "You're such a nerd," he spits out, then snatches the ice cream from Izuku's hand. "Hurry up and buy your stupid ice cream. You're coming over today? Or did you FING forget?" "Ah, right," Izuku says as Kaken stalks over to the counter. Yashiro watches as Izuku gets a vanilla cone and smiles apologetically at him. Sorry about Kaken. He's really not good with names, so he just calls everyone a loser. Don't take it personally. Yashiro shakes his head, half-dazed. Getting offended is the furthest thing from people's minds when Bakugo Katsuki's towering over them. "I'm amazed, Izuku-kun. You must be really awesome if Bakugo listens to you like that." Izuku laughs. "No, we've just been friends for too long. We've been together practically since we were born, because our mothers are really good friends. You know how I'm quirkless? Kaken used to get really mad about me saying I'm quirkless and all, and kept insisting I'm just a late bloomer or something. He was always going on about being heroes and all that." He shakes his head. "Even though I never wanted to be a hero." There it is again, Yashiro notices. Every time Izuku is called heroic for his actions, he quickly denies it and even seems uncomfortable. He doesn't understand it. How could anyone dislike being called a hero? Sure, not everyone would be able to become a professional hero. Quirkless people like Izuku would have an even harder time, considering the nature of the work. But professional heroes are not the only heroes. People like Izuku, kind, selfless, and humble, are definitely heroes. Before Yashiro can ask, though, Katsuki's yelling again. "Deku, I told you to hurry up." "Coming." Izuku calls out, then clamps his hand over his mouth, remembering he's still in the store. "I'll see you on Monday, Yashiro-san." He rushes off to the counter, where Katsuki's waiting impatiently. Yashiro shakes his head as Katsuki berates Izuku for being slow. The boy must be blind if he believes for a second that Izuku's actually letting himself be ordered around. For the second time in his young life, Izuku's world is shattered. Someone from the nearby hospital calls Inko to inform her of the incident. It was a villain attack, they say. The major one, the likes of which were usually extremely rare in their peaceful neighborhood. Grandpa and about a dozen others had been caught in the crossfire. Nobody had been able to save him. Probably nobody had tried. The authorities tell her that the body couldn't even be recovered under all the rubble. He had probably been crushed. All they could find was a scrap of his tweed jacket, the shattered remains of his spectacles, and his wallet. The last item had his IDs in it. It was the only way they had even been able to name him as one of the casualties. Of the 15 or so known casualties, only 5 bodies had been recovered. They say that considering the damage and the power of the attack, 15 casualties was a miraculously low number. 16, if you count the villain being unceremoniously gunned down while they were vulnerable. The authorities are actually considering this successful. Mitsuki Bokugu comes over the moment the news story breaks. She brings her husband and son, the latter of which immediately marches over to Izuku's room. Masaru makes tea while his wife tries to console a weeping Inko. Through her sobbing, it's hard to make out her words, but Mitsuki tries. Izuku, Izuku, Izuku. Kaken, feeling strangely contrite in the face of unimaginable loss, knocks on the door. It swings open on impact. Izuku hasn't locked himself in like he thought he might. Inside the room, Izuku sits on the edge of his bed. His hands are knit together on top of his lap, but they're steady. He's facing away from Kaken, who can't see the other boy's expression. Deku, he greets quietly. Izuku doesn't acknowledge him, and for some time, the room stays silent. Down the hall, they can hear Inko's muffled crying as her face is pressed into Mitsuki's shoulder. Hurricane, Izuku says suddenly. Kaken startles at the sound of his voice, raspy and dry. According to Inko, Izuku has been sick for a couple of days. Hearing about the incident has only worsened his condition. Airlock, Duodenum, Red Eagle, Golden Star. Kaken recognizes those names. 5 pro heroes at the scene. Izuku continues ruthlessly. Airlock's specialty is containment and apprehension. Red Eagle specializes in rescue. Even so, 15 people are dead. People are saying it's a miracle only 15 people died. The villain's apparently one of the 10 most wanted criminals, and it's amazing they were able to take him down. But it doesn't change the fact that not even the heroes were able to save everyone. Izuku turns to face Kaken, and the look in his eyes would haunt the other boy for months to come. What do you think? Still want to be a hero, Kaken? Grandpa has apparently left his entire house and considerable savings to Inko. The library, however, is registered particularly in Izuku's name. Izuku looks for a book on medical conditions. He'd been sick for days, but on the day of the attack he'd suffered stomach cramps so terrible he couldn't get out of bed if he wanted to. In time, he will read the entire library, even the books he couldn't read before. But that is the future. For now, Izuku learns to move on. His mother is mostly worried for him. She knows how much he loves his grandfather, how much he treasured their time together. But Izuku is his grandpa's grandchild, through and through. He allows himself to feel his emotions and then stores them away. He has to be strong now, both for his mother and himself. He puts on a blank and stoic face at the memorial. His mother had insisted that he didn't have to attend, not if he didn't want to, but Izuku would never dishonor his grandfather's memory like that. 2 of the pro heroes who had been present at the attack, Duodenum and Red Eagle, are in attendance. They've been attending the funerals of the casualties of the villain attack. Red Eagle looks small and slight without her usual costume of red mechanical wings. Her golden eyes, capable of identifying people from miles away, zero in on the face of the boy standing before her now. Izuku regards her, as she appears to think nervously on what she can say. She's covered in bandages. She'd been knocked out of the sky at one point during the fight. Without her hero suit, she's only taller than Izuku by a head. She looks tiny. She looks so vulnerable. Izuku can't believe someone like this is a hero. "I'm sorry for your loss," she finally says, then immediately makes a face like she regretted what she just said. Even her voice is small, bird-like. Everything about her makes her seem so young. "You might think that it's presumptuous of us to be attending these funerals, the funerals of the people I couldn't save," she begins. "But, I really wish we could have done more. It was our job as heroes. Our failure is unforgivable." She ends this passionate statement with a low bow, facing the ground directly. Beside her, duodenum stands silently. Izuku does not know what to say. He cannot find it in him to forgive them. Not just yet. Not while the wound is fresh and new. Not when her words betray her naivety and self-importance, the thought that heroes can save everyone, anyone, so her inability to do so must be a failure on her part. It's ridiculous. Izuku does not cry. Instead, he bows as low as she does, prompting her to look up. "Thank you for saving the city," he says quietly. He straightens and turns away to return to his mother's side, ignoring the tears that had sprung into Red Eagle's eyes. Life continues. It always does. Izuku gets into his first life-or-death situation when he is 12 and walking home from school. "It always happens when I'm walking home from school," he thinks later on. Maybe he should start taking another route. Izuku's not actually the one who's in danger, it's a girl named Kimi, a classmate of his with doll-like features and a sweet voice prone to insulting people she deems ugly, or, at the very least, not as pretty as she is. Her quirk allows her to change her hair color at whim, and she usually uses it to imitate celebrities or idols in order to appear more appealing. Well, anyway, her hair's going to be blood red if nobody pushes her out of the car's way. And so Izuku leaps, skinny limbs pumped full of adrenaline as he leaps for all he is worth and shoves her out of the way, curling around her as he tries to tuck his legs and arms out of the car's way. The driver thankfully swerves, or tries to swerve, and a quick slam on the brakes has it skidding to stop, bumper just a few millimeters from the fence of the playground. That goddamn playground. Izuku's lungs suck air in greedily, inhaling and exhaling as quickly as he can keep up. His stomach is curling in on itself, impossibly tense. Beneath him, Kimi lays on the ground, hair and dress a mess but wholly, blessedly intact. Around them, adults are panicking. The driver gets out of the car and is the first to approach them. "Kid, are you okay?" he asks worriedly, and Izuku isn't too sure which one of them he's asking. "Are you guys hurt?" Izuku sits up. He pats himself all over, and the only thing worth noting is the bruising that's quickly making itself evident on his knees. "Just some bruising," he says, feeling the pressure in his gut receding. His mind flashes briefly to the medical book he'd taken from the library, that library. He doesn't feel any alarming symptoms. He turns to Kimi, who is starting to sit up. He's worried she'll start crying, it would be a normal reaction. He just isn't sure if he's equipped enough to handle a crying girl right now. "You," she murmurs incomprehensibly. "Kimi-san." Izuku asks, leaning in closer. He's unprepared for the feeling of thin arms wrapping themselves tightly around him, and there's some bruising on his back. "Well, thank you, Izuku," she sobs, tucking her face into the crook of his neck. She's trembling and shaking all over, but she's alive, and Izuku did that. He saved her. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." The driver approaches the two of them and kneels, gently placing a hand on Izuku's free shoulder. "You did a real good thing today, kid," he says kindly. "You should be proud of yourself. You're a real hero." That statement is a blow to him. He does not understand how it makes him feel. Izuku hesitantly raises his hand, then places it on Kimi's head, stroking her silky hair over and over as she continues to cry. Around them, people are laughing and smiling, relieved that no one was hurt and amazed at the bravery shown by the little boy they all know, the boy who's helped so many. "I'm not a hero," Izuku says, shaking his head. His voice is almost defiant. If a child could save someone this easily, then why? "I'm not a hero." No one hears him except for Kimi, who lets out a shaky sob and says, "You are. You are." Emmy gets stuck in a tree again. Mrs. Ando is faithfully standing beneath the branch her cat is perched on, looking more exasperated than anything. "Are you climbing trees again, Emmy?" she asks, reprimanding. "We already visited Izuku yesterday. It's too soon to be clamoring for his attention like this again." "Mrs. Ando?" someone calls, and she turns to see Izuku. He sees her standing under a tree and makes a face of understanding. Wordlessly, he climbs the tree, movements already second nature, and in no time at all has a purring cat snuggled comfortably in his arms. "Looks like someone misses me, huh?" He laughs quietly, dangling his fingers in front of her face. She licks it affectionately, pawing at him. He hands her off gently to Mrs. Ando, who looks at him fondly. Izuku is so strong, she thinks. His smile is returning, slowly but surely. Thank you, Izuku. I really should have gotten home some time ago, but this little girl decided to be a troublemaker. She sighs, stroking Emmy's pristine fur. It's no trouble at all, Izuku says. I was just on my way to, he pauses. The library. I'm glad I happened to pass by. Well, thank you anyways, Izuku, she says. She smiles at him, then looks over his shoulder. Oh my. I think someone's waiting for you. He turns around to follow her gaze and sees a young girl standing a little ways off, clutching a small basket. Izuku is surprised to notice that it's Kimi. He hasn't talked to her since the incident. She jumps a little when they turn around to look at her so suddenly, but she meets their gazes, if a little sullenly. I'll see you around then, Izuku, Mrs. Ando says. She has a little, knowing smile on her face. She was, after all, present during the almost car accident. Please tell your mother that I'd like to visit her sometime next week. My son brought some delicious biscuits I'd like to share with you too. Ah, Izuku says. Okay. He bows lightly to her as she leaves, then turns to jog over to Kimi, who suddenly looks like she wishes she could be anywhere but here. Kimi-san, he greets her. Do you want to go talk or something? She looks down at the ground. Her hair is bright pink today. It's rather pretty. Yes, he prompts. Kimi stares at the ground as though wishing it would swallow her up. Do you want to go shopping with me? She finally bites out. Ah. Izuku's face must look priceless. Shopping? With Kimi? What would that even entail? I mean I wouldn't mind, I guess, but I'm not sure I'd be much help. You can carry the stuff I buy, Kimi says, finally looking up. She's meeting his gaze determinedly. My mom asked me to get a lot of groceries, and I'm pretty sure I can't carry it all. Ah. Izuku says again. Don't you have, other friends who could help you out? I mean someone other than me? No offense, Kimi-san, but this is kind of coming from nowhere. I'm asking you to come with me, Kimi declares, pointing at him. And besides, aren't you supposed to be helping people? What kind of hero would you be if you didn't help a poor girl out? Izuku pouts. Alright, I'll go with you, Kimi-san. Just don't call me a hero. Good. Kimi says. Her hair settles into a lighter, paler pink, almost as if to signify her relief. And I'll call you whatever I want, she adds almost as an afterthought. He rolls his eyes and falls into step beside her as they walk away from the park. She grows quiet, thoughtful, almost, and Izuku is all too happy to leave her alone with her thoughts. They enter the shopping district not too long after that. Kimi pulls out a small note from her bag and inspects it. Well, my mom asked me to get some vegetables and meat and some gardening supplies. And cheese, milk. Sounds like we should get a move on if we want to finish before it gets dark, Izuku comments, looking over her shoulder to read the list. That's a lot. Kimi sighs. We should probably go to the supermarket first. She looks up and notices Izuku peering at the list and visibly jumps back. Right, let's go. The process is surprisingly pleasant. Izuku isn't too upset about giving up a Saturday afternoon at the library to accompany Kimi. It's incredibly similar to shopping with his mom. Both of them are terrifyingly efficient and extremely critical of the smallest differences in price and nutritional content. Which one, Izuku? Kimi asks, holding up 2 brands of yogurt. Izuku wrinkles his nose. Yogurt isn't on the list, is it? No, but I want yogurt, Kimi says, lowering the goods to examine them herself. And my mom lets me get some stuff for myself if I do the shopping for her. Huh. Izuku looks at the yogurt. They stand there for a comically long amount of time, examining the 2 brands seriously. Izuku dissolves into mumbling immediately, and Kimi isn't even fazed. Around them, mothers smile fondly, some shaking their heads and saying, "What good kids." I've had this one before. Izuku finally points at the one in Kimi's right hand. And it's pretty good. The nutritional content is pretty balanced, and besides, it's the cheaper one. Kimi says, tilting her head. Okay. She sets the other one back in the fridge. Now help me decide between flavors. They spend another 5 minutes arguing vehemently about whether or not vanilla is a valid candidate for best flavor. It is. With the groceries secured, they walk over to a hardware store. Kimmy's mother had included instructions to buy a new watering can, since their old one was getting faded. There's an even wider variety here, and they take even longer than they did in the grocery. You know what, I don't think Mom really cares what the watering can looks like as long as it's big enough and does its job, Kimmy finally says, after looking at what must be the 50th kind of watering can. Izuku's about ready to throw in the towel as well. Let's just get this over with. In the end, Kimmy picks out a nice, bright yellow watering can with white floral designs. It's bulky, and Izuku has to carefully apportion the goods he's carrying as he adds it to his load. At least Kimmy's carrying some of the groceries as well. The sun is setting as they walk back to Kimmy's house. They run into several acquaintances along the way, mostly people whose cats Izuku has rescued, and they all smile fondly when they see him helping out another person. How typical of Izuku, they seem to say, and while Izuku can't say it isn't pleasant to have that kind of reputation, they're getting uncomfortably close to comparing him to actual heroes. Surprisingly, Kimmy starts to talk as they walk. It starts off small, asking about Emmy and then eventually hearing about all the different cats he's rescued, and soon she starts offering stories of her own. She doesn't talk much about school, but Izuku doesn't mind, because they're both politely pretending that she didn't use to call him names when they were younger. The air between them is already weird enough. And AI-chan keeps saying that I should try turning my hair 2 different colors, but I think it'd look ridiculous, don't you, Izuku? She asks, twisting a pale pink lock of hair between her slim fingers. Izuku says, pondering it. You mean like, if the right side of your hair was a different color from your left? Like half and half? Yeah, says Kimmy, nodding seriously. Like if one side was black and the other side was white, split clean in the middle. Can you even imagine it? Izuku tries. It's all he can do to keep from laughing. Anyway. Sorry, I'm sorry, he says, struggling not to drop all the stuff he's carrying. Kimmy looks at him with an offended glint in her eyes, but she looks amused too. What if you made one side red, then the other side green? Then you could stand at an intersection and take the place of the traffic lights. Red. He turns his head one way, then bam. Green. He sharply swerves the other way. Kimmy starts laughing. Where would I even stand? I'll get hit if I'm on the street. Maybe we should build a special platform and you can stand on it, Izuku suggests in a serious tone. You'd be the traffic hero. Stoplight. Kimmy throws her head back, laughing. Izuku, you're ridiculous, she exclaims. Well, if I'm the traffic hero, then you should be the cat hero. Your name would be Izunian. Izuku wrinkles his nose. I take it back, Kimmy-san. You shouldn't be a hero, he says. Heroes wouldn't come up with names like Izunian. Kimmy giggles. Ah, wait, she says suddenly looking up. This is my house. Izuku looks at the fairly large structure. Wow. It's pretty big, Kimmy-san. I guess, Kimmy says noncommittally. She walks forward to the door and opens it. They step into a quiet, dimly lit hallway and carefully remove their shoes before going to the kitchen to deposit the groceries. Izuku puts the watering can down by the counter. Thank you, Kimmy says. She finishes putting the rest of the groceries away in cupboards as Izuku sits down and watches her. Mom isn't home yet, but would you like to stay for dinner? It's the least I can do after you went shopping with me today. That sounds nice, but I think I should be getting home, actually, Izuku says. Mom might be getting worried by now. Kimmy nods and accompanies him back outside. He stops at the gate one last time to turn and bow slightly. Thank you for inviting me today, Kimmy-san. I had a lot of fun, he says honestly. Kimmy smiles, and it's a small but sincere smile. Thank you for coming with me, Izuku. I had a lot of fun as well. She hesitates as if considering her next words. She starts, uncertain. I never really got to thank you properly after you saved me that time. And to apologize for getting you injured when I was being careless. There's no need, Izuku begins, but she cuts him off. I also want to apologize for the way I've treated you in the past, she says firmly. There's guilt in her voice, but her tone is resolute. And I also want to apologize for my behavior in general. I haven't exactly been the nicest person to you or to the other people in class. She's not wrong, so Izuku doesn't bother to contradict her. Instead, he simply says, I forgive you. Why? She asks. Her face is confused, but somewhat hopeful. Why? Izuku repeats, confused. What do you mean? Of course I forgive you, you weren't really. No, why did you save me that time? She asks. If you were just the least bit unlucky, you could have died. Or we both could have died. You didn't have an obligation to save me. In fact, I was horrible to you. So why? Izuku stares at her for a moment. Then he shakes his head and laughs incredulously. Kimi-san, I don't know what kind of person you take me for, but what person would see a girl in danger and not try to help? He says. Bitterly and privately, he thinks he might know the answer to that question. But he keeps silent on that. A lot of people, she says quietly. You were the only one who helped me that day. I remember that very well. She sounds like Yashiro, Izuku thinks. He shakes his head again. What I did was nothing special, Kimi-san. I just wanted to help. You don't have to thank me or do anything. I was already glad that you're all right, and that's more than enough for me. He must have said something wrong, because Kimi's eyes fill with tears. In a second, she's got her arms wrapped around him, and it reminds him of the incident, of the way her thin limbs had wrapped themselves so strongly around him. You're such an idiot, Izuku, she says shakily. But then again, you help people all the time, so you must not realize. She pulls back just enough to give him a smile. You saved my life. How could I not be thankful? How can you think for a single second that I wouldn't admire you? She pauses and looks down. You know, I heard from Yashiro-kun that you dislike being called a hero. But even so, I called you that on purpose today. And for good reason. Kimi looks up and fiercely meets his eyes. You're not a pro hero, but you're still a hero, Izuku. You're amazing and kind, and I know that everyone will see that. I'm glad I see it now. It would have been pretty awful if I never got to see that side of you, you know? She embraces him again. So stop selling yourself short. It would be embarrassing for me to admire someone who's lame, so stop trying to downplay what you do, okay? You're amazing. Don't ever forget that. Izuku is silent. Then he wordlessly buries his face in Kimi's neck and allows her to hug him tighter. She seems to understand and stays still, saying nothing about the sudden dampness she feels on her shoulder. A few minutes pass and Izuku gently leans back. Kimi does so as well, and quietly watches the boy compose himself. He raises his head and he's smiling. Thank you for today, Kimi-san, he says. I hope we can hang out sometime again. We definitely will, she says firmly. Bye for now, Izuku. As he starts walking away, he hears Kimi call, Izuku. Wait, look at me. He turns around. Kimi is grinning hugely, carting her fingers through her long, long hair. The strands are deep green, just like his own. Does it suit me? She asks jokingly. Izuku laughs. Yes, he says sincerely, smiling. Yes, it does. It's green, she says and asks, you know what it means when traffic lights are green, right? She widens her stance and spreads her arms, pumping her hands like a cheerleader. Go, Izuku. Through their laughter, Izuku banishes the last vestiges of dampness on his eyelids. Izuku and Katsuki fight. It's not a petty argument either, the kind where they get drawn into long conversations about the merits of chocolate ice cream compared to vanilla, or the almost imperceptible difference in their heights. It's kind of hard to tell when both boys have hairstyles that add at least 2 centimeters to their normal heights. No, it's a real, honest-to-goodness fight, one that has them screaming and spitting and coming close to tears, and Izuku yells and yells but does not take anything back. It's not about you being weak, Kaken. It's not about you being powerless. It's seeing a friend fall and helping them up. Is that a crime? I thought you were hurt. What kind of friend would I be if I left you alone? Katsuki gives as good as he gets and grits his teeth. Shut up, he yells. I don't need your help. I don't need your pity. I don't need to be rescued by some useless, quirkless loser. That stings. Belatedly, Izuku wonders why. That has never hurt before. You listen to me. Katsuki roars, moving his finger into Izuku's chest and ignoring the sudden silence of his friend. I don't need your help. I will never need your help. I don't need someone like you, he spits, with all the fury and self-righteousness of a worked-up 12-year-old, someone who doesn't even really care. Izuku hates the tear that slips through, but he lets it trace its poisonous path down his cheek. He can't even pretend that hadn't hurt, because it had. Izuku, who spends his time rescuing every cat in a tree, driving off every bully, and taking every single vicious word Katsuki could throw at him, because nobody else could or would. Izuku, who does nothing but care. And what does the world do but take away all that he cares for? You're right, he says quietly. I don't care. I don't care what you want, and I don't care what you need. I don't care that you don't need help, because you're going to be a hero. I don't even care about being a hero, and you know that. He looks up and looks his childhood friend in the eye. I don't care, Kaken. He takes one step forward, and Katsuki takes one step back. And if you're really set on not needing me, then I shouldn't need you either. Leave those guys alone. Don't ever try to protect me again. It's not your business what they do or say to me, Izuku says fiercely. I don't need you saving my neck either. I've never needed you, Izuku doesn't say, because he isn't sure it's true. Katsuki takes one step forward, but Izuku doesn't move. He sighs and looks down. You really need to understand this. And someday, I hope you do. Sometimes you need to be saved, Kaken, even if you don't want to. Sometimes you can't save everyone, he says. And sometimes you can't even save yourself. Katsuki opens his mouth to say something, but Izuku's tired. Leave me alone, Kaken, he says simply, and walks away without looking back. 2 weeks later, the Bakugas adopt a kitten. Not once does it climb a tree. Losing Kaken is painful, but life does not stop for Midoriya Izuku. It never has. He supposes it's his own fault for even trying to help him, never mind that he'd fallen from a bridge, had stopped Izuku's heartbeat for a solid second and had landed inches away from a jagged rock. After all, Kaken had told him long ago what he would do to people who tried to help him. To the credit of the universe, it seems more than happy to distract him, throwing all that it possibly could at him. He stops a supply closet from falling over an elderly janitor. He catches a younger boy as he falls from the tree he's climbing. He is the only one who rushes to the fire extinguisher when Kaken accidentally gets too rowdy in the middle of science class. The last one was awkward for everyone, especially when Kaken promptly tried to wring Izuku's neck for even coming near him. I wasn't helping you, Izuku repeats over and over in his head. Each time, the people involved thank him. In Kaken's case, he screams at Izuku for the first time since their fight until the teacher approaches and tells him to calm down, and tell him he's just like a hero. What a heroic young man you are. Oni, you're just like a hero. Damn it, where the hell do you get off playing hero again? Again, one of these things is not like the others. Each time, however, he feels the same insistent tugging at his gut. Izuku is a smart kid. He's not one to believe too much in coincidences. It's not coincidence that before he's even close enough to hear the forlorn meowing of a cat stuck in a tree, in his 12 years of existence, he's racked up 341 cat rescues. He's struck by a sudden discomfort in his stomach. It's too much to believe that he was simply getting a stomachache every time he happened to pass by the playground when Takashi or some other bully was frequenting it. It's no mistake that when the car had been about to hit Kimi, or when the closet was about to slam into the old man's head, or when the child came falling out of the tree, he just so happened to be walking by, his gut had turned and twisted and demanded for him to do something. It's more than instinct. It's almost like a power. It's almost like a quirk. Mom, he asks quietly over dinner. He'll be entering junior high soon, and he feels he can't tolerate 3 more years of being drawn into ridiculous situations where he's forced to play the hero. Yes, honey. Inko replies. He stays quiet for a little while, frowning thoughtfully before blurting, "Can we get my foot x-rayed?" Her chopsticks clatter to the table. Oh my. Izuku, sorry, it was so sudden, and what brought this on, all of a sudden, she stutters frantically. You never wanted to get an X-ray before. Izuku grips his own chopsticks tightly and stares at his bowl of rice. I know I said before that I don't care, he starts carefully. And I know there haven't been any signs of my quirk manifesting, if I even have one. Not true. My stomach begs to differ. But I guess I just want to put the matter to rest once and for all. I'll get X-rayed, they'll find the extra toe joint, and we can all just forget this whole thing. Inko looks at her son, contemplative. She looks a little sad too. She feels sad. This issue must be tearing her son up inside, no matter how much he pretends to be unaffected. I understand, sweetie, she says gently, and she's buoyed by the sheer gratitude that floods Izuku's face. I'll ask around for where we can get an X-ray, and then we can all move past this, like you said. She smiles. It makes no difference to either of us, does it? Yes, Izuku agrees firmly. Quirk or no, it shouldn't matter. Dr. Tsubasa is a friendly old man with a comforting aura. His grandson is in the same class as Izuku, even though they've never really talked. He's also useless. But I don't understand, Inko says blankly. There have been no signs. No hints. Nothing. The X-ray does not lie, Mrs. Midoriya, the doctor says kindly but firmly. He taps the X-ray again. He's missing the extra toe joint. The probability that he does indeed have a quirk is incredibly high. But how can I? Izuku asks desperately. Please, he wants to say. Please explain it away. Please tell me I can't have a quirk. Please tell me I don't have a quirk. There's two possibilities, Dr. Tsubasa explains. One, you may have developed your quirk, but its symptoms and/or effects are too specific or unobtrusive for you to notice. Cases like someone having a balancing quirk, because of it, they never fall or trip by accident. In those situations the effect is too common to actually perceive. And the second? Inko prompts. The second is that you're a late bloomer, says Dr. Tsubasa. In which case there are two possibilities yet again. The first is that you are simply a late bloomer. Time is the only element you require. If I recall correctly, the oldest anyone's been when they manifested their quirk for the first time is 13. So, you have still some time if that's the case. The second possibility is that your quirk is triggered by extremely specific circumstances, he continues. There are cases where people's quirks were triggered by stressful situations, such as life or death incidents, and probably wouldn't have discovered their quirk otherwise. There's a third possibility, and it's the real one, Izuku thinks miserably. I have a quirk and I know what it is, I just won't tell anyone about it or even acknowledge it because I don't want a quirk. Out loud, he says, what are the chances that I really don't have a quirk? Izuku asks. Dr. Tsubasa raises an eyebrow at his hopeful tone, so he dials it down. Considering that I'm missing the pinky joint. Practically zero, the doctor says definitively. You being a late bloomer or having an unobtrusive quirk is much more likely. Those words are the final nail in the coffin. Izuku covers his face with his hands and leans over, trying his damnedest not to cry. His mother rubs his back soothingly, while the doctor makes a sound of consolation. It's okay, Izuku, Inko says gently. Whether your quirk comes or not, you don't need it. You've always been a wonderful boy and nothing could change that. Precisely, Dr. Tsubasa says encouragingly. I've heard so many good things about you, Izuku. The way you helped so many people is amazing. Having a quirk or not is irrelevant. It doesn't change the fact that you're a good person. No, Izuku wants to scream. You don't understand. You don't understand at all. I'm not crying because I don't have a quirk, I'm crying because I do have one. And it's the worst quirk I could ever have gotten. It's basically forcing me to be a hero. Dr. Tsubasa clears his throat and suggests that perhaps all this information is a little too much to absorb all at once. He gives them his number and tells them to call him if any symptoms start showing up. Inko nods and does the talking for her listless son, which is a small mercy. The ride home is silent. Later that night, Izuku lies on his bed and stares at the ceiling. He rethinks every moment in his life. 341 cat rescues. 93 times he's driven off either Takeshi, Kyosuke, Riku, or some other bully. 20 times he's saved people from falling objects, including the time he pushes a woman away from a falling girder as he passed by a construction site. 3 times he's caught people as they were falling, or broken their fall. 1 was a suicide attempt. He will never in his life regret that instance. Kimi. He curls in on himself, trying to breathe silently through his tears. How much of those had been him? Had been his own genuine desire to simply do a good deed? How many of those had simply been a consequence of his quirk? He thinks, for the first time in a long while, about his late father. The man he swore he would never emulate, the man he swore to forget. He promptly abandons the thought, still too painful for him to face. His mind immediately veers towards Grandpa, but that wound still festers, unhealed. He curses softly and pulls a pillow in, embracing it tightly. Was he doomed to be a hero from the start? Was it his fate? There has never and will never be a more reluctant hero than me, Izuku thinks spitefully, as he screws his eyes shut and prays for sleep to take him away from his turbulent thoughts. Kimi and Yashiro follow him to the same junior high. It's the best school in this area, Yashiro mumbles defensively, while Kimi just stares blankly at Izuku, as if daring him to question her. He doesn't. Meanwhile, Kaken enrolls at a decidedly less prestigious school. Kimi and Yashiro are both baffled by his decision. Izuku knows the reason all too well. Kaken wants a perfect hero career, which means he needs a perfect hero origin story. Beating the odds by graduating from a lowly school and becoming the #1 hero is the kind of egotistical storyline he's come up with and cherished since he was a child. Izuku shakes his head. That is neither here nor there. Thinking about Kaken is a dangerous and endless rabbit hole. He decides to stop calling him Kaken and use Katsuki or even Bakugo instead. He decides to stop calling him anything at all. Free from the other boy's shadow, Izuku thrives in his new school. His new classmates are much more appreciative of his intelligence and don't mind at all when he tells them he's quirkless. Quirks don't matter too much in this school, which is more known for its academic performance. In other words, it's right up Izuku's alley. On the other hand, they also seem to admire him due to his friendship with Kimi. She's blossomed into quite the beautiful young lady, and her quirk makes her popular with both boys and girls. Yashiro and Izuku are the envy of every boy in class, who all can't comprehend how someone as stunning as Kimi would willingly hang out with them. Girls tolerate them and give them more than a passing glance, although they don't know what Kimi sees in them either. Izuku lets them wonder. Neither he nor Kimi care what they think, anyway. Yashiro claims he doesn't either, but Izuku knows that deep down he's preening at the attention. The school challenges him mentally like no other school has before. He has to work hard to earn his spot at the top of the rankings, and although so far he's managed to maintain the top spot each time, he knows he can't be complacent. This school is an entirely new environment, and quite honestly, he welcomes the change. Except, of course, that his quirk seems to have missed the memo that he's turning over a new leaf. In the first year alone, he racks up a staggering number of 80 more cat rescues, most of them owned by his new classmates or their families. He saves another little girl from a speeding truck, and Kimi treats him to a parfait after that particular deed. He even manages to detect the presence of an armed intruder on the school grounds, and he's able to alert the security guards and the principal before any harm could befall the students. In other words, his quirk is working overtime. He's told exactly 3 people about his quirk: his mom, Yashiro, and Kimi. All 3 had believed him easily, easier than he would have thought. How else could you explain the staggering number of good deeds he's gotten himself into? No one else found themselves in situations like those as often as Izuku did. All 3 were also quick to tell him that his quirk in no way invalidated his deeds, and they would feel terrible, his mom, get mad, Yashiro, or beat him up, Kimi, if he allowed himself to feel that way. So he doesn't. He follows his gut whenever it tells him to do something, and Yashiro and Kimi cover for him whenever he suddenly rushes off, going to rescue some unknown person or animal. He never really knows what he's getting until he gets it. He learns to anticipate the telltale twisting in his gut, and with great effort, not to dread it. Kimi gives him a new title. "You're the reluctant hero, Izuku," she tells him. Yashiro snorts. "That's lame," he says, and immediately regrets it when she shoots him a glare. "It's fitting though," he concedes. "What, no more Izunian?" Izuku teases, laughing as Kimi turns red. Yashiro joins in the laughter, having been told the backstory some time prior. What happened to Izunian, Stoplight, and Waterboy? Kimi's hair turns bright red. It matches her face almost perfectly. "Shut up," she says, but there's no force behind it. Chuckling, all three of them fall back into a comfortable silence. Time passes, and Izuku thinks he's okay. Of course, things rarely stay okay. In second year, despite his best efforts, Izuku starts to grow jaded. Don't get him wrong, helping people is and has always been important to him. More than their gratitude, the simple thought that he's passed through their lives and made it marginally better never fails to make him glad. It's just, well, he never asked for this. He doesn't linger to hear their thanks. As soon as he's finished helping whoever it is, he leaves. With every cat rescued, the owner barely has time to receive their pet before Izuku's off, walking without so much as a look back. Whenever he saves someone who's in danger, he briefly scolds them or tells them to be more careful. Their thanks fall on purposefully deaf ears, and they start to feel more like lashes against Izuku's back. Despite his mother and his friends' best efforts, Izuku never shakes off the feeling that the only reason he's able to help people is because of his quirk. Without it, Izuku's not sure if he would ever have rescued Emi, or befriended Yashiro, or saved Kimi. Those deafening what-ifs float around in his brain when he tries to go to sleep, and haunt him mercilessly even during the day. He also feels like a FING hypocrite. All those years of declaring that you don't need a quirk to help people lay heavy on his back and threaten to crush him. Each and every single time he'd said that rewinds over and over in his head, clogging his nostrils and making it hard to breathe. This is the emotional backlash that hasn't set in since that doctor's appointment well over a year ago. This is all the fed up sheet in his head that's been swimming quietly under the surface only to come out and rear its ugly head, and he can't do a single thing about it. All those years of preaching and crowing only to have been a fraud this whole time, there's really no other word for it than fed up. He thinks of the way he used to preach to a certain blonde boy, and isn't that just a whole other ugly can of worms? Logically, Izuku knows it isn't his fault. His quirk does seem to fall into the unobtrusive quirk category, and he couldn't have known from the get-go that his actions were being influenced by his quirk. It was completely logical for him to have assumed that he was quirkless, and for everyone else to assume that as well. It doesn't make him feel any better, but at least he, on a conceptual level, knows that. Yashiro and Kimi are well aware of this train of thought and know that it is something that neither of them will be able to root out. It's too ingrained in him for them to do more than ease it marginally. Instead, they stay quietly and faithfully by his side, deflecting questions about his strange knack of always being in the right place at the right time, and waiting wordlessly for him to walk home with them no matter where he's coming from. They offer their comfort in the place of the gratitude he refuses to accept, and he thinks that he can take it. It's better than the blind thanks. Man, it's only second year, but people are already talking about what high school they want to go to, Yashiro says one day, while they're walking home. He keeps slurping at the dregs of his soda, until Kimi asks him to please, for the love of God, stop making that awful noise. A lot of them are thinking about applying at the general course in UA. It is one of the best schools in Japan, Kimi says. For heroics, anyway. What is their standing in terms of the general department? Izuku strokes his chin thoughtfully, which Kimi always teases him relentlessly for. Definitely in the top 10 when it comes to academics, he says. UA does boast about being the best of the best, so it makes sense that they wouldn't slack off even when it comes to the general department. What if you studied there, Izuku? Kimi suddenly asks. Could you imagine? A general studies student rescuing way more people than the students in heroics. In spite of himself, Izuku has to smile a little. Wouldn't that be a funny sight? Imagine a lowly general studies student like him stealing the limelight from the little heroes in training. Of course, that would go against everything he stands for, so he dismisses the possibility. I don't think they'd take it too well, he says, chuckling lightly. And if I did, they might try to put me in the heroics department, and I'd have to put my foot down on that. Being a hero's too much work anyways, Yashiro groans. You'd think all you have to do is fight the bad guys and win, but then you'd have to do all the paperwork, report to the police, and God forbid you cause too much collateral damage, all your pay'll go to repairs, so you did it all for nothing. And then you'd have to appeal to the masses too, Kimmy adds. You can't be too scary or too intimidating, because then the audience wouldn't like you and you won't be as popular. You're basically a celebrity, too. Heroes probably don't get too much privacy unless they make an effort to hide their real-life identity. Here, Yashiro agrees, before launching into a tirade about the questionable health insurance benefits that heroes must not get. Izuku smiles privately. He knows what his friends are trying to do, and he appreciates it. He stops in his tracks when his guts twist, and it's most certainly not because he just downed a whole root beer float. Kimmy and Yashiro stop just as abruptly. Now? Kimmy asks, and Izuku nods once, tense. We'll go ahead and tell your mother, Yashiro says, and Izuku is so grateful. And don't be late. You invited us over for dinner, and we expect you to be there. He has to shout this last bit as Izuku's feet take him running off. They don't leave until Izuku's out of sight. Ever since he's acknowledged his quirk, he's gotten better at interpreting its signals. Not only does it act as a radar to possibly dangerous situations, it also serves as a kind of compass, giving him subtle prods in the direction he's meant to go. Today, it takes him through the shopping district, whipping past crowds of people rushing to go home and start their evenings. It takes him to a narrow alley, where he spots two other people, one who's decidedly hanging on to the last vestiges of life. His skin starts to crawl. Hey, Izuku calls out, forcing his voice to stop trembling. You guys shouldn't be here. Two pairs of eyes turn to meet his gaze. One of them is glazed over, seeing but not really seeing Izuku. They're bright purple and lined with heavy bags, but Izuku's most pressing concern is how the light seems to be draining quickly from them. The other pair is completely dead, in a totally different sense. They speak of things people are not meant to see, of acts too horrible to name, and they glint in the light not too differently from the blade in their owner's hand. Izuku swallows his fear. His gut tells him to press on. I mean, if you guys don't leave soon, you'll get caught up in the rush hour, and it'll really make for one hell of a commute, he forces out. The criminal eyes him, almost lazily, too much as if he's found another pretty kitten to kill. And besides, the police are setting up checkpoints around here today. Traffic'll be an absolute nightmare. The criminal doesn't give a reaction. Instead, he looks back down on his victim. And won't your parents be worried? Izuku shouts, hoping his voice will attract attention. The bloodied person winces at the sound of his voice, but Izuku's relieved to see any movement at all. Anything that signals that he's still here, that Izuku hasn't failed yet. If you're out this late and you don't come home? At that, the criminal silently faces Izuku again. His beady eyes are partially obscured by dank black hair, but they don't mask the sheer madness in them and the horrifying interest, as if Izuku is a precious lab specimen. He looks away and starts walking towards the opposite end of the alley without a word, and eventually he disappears out of sight. Izuku lets out the tremendous breath he's been holding and pitches forward to stumble onto his knees. That was close. Too close. He can't believe it even worked. What was he thinking? It takes a Herculean effort not to hurl the contents of his stomach. Speaking of which, the twisting in his gut hasn't subsided. But his job isn't done. He pulls himself together into a semblance of calmness and purpose and trudges towards the other person. It's a boy. Izuku feels sick when he realizes they must be around the same age. His body is decorated with deep gashes and lacerations, and he's bleeding out steadily. Izuku doesn't have much time, or room for error. He has to be careful. The boy is thankfully still conscious, and he stares apprehensively at Izuku, who ignores it and gingerly helps him up. He supports the other boy's weight all on his own, wanting to make the trip as light and easy as possible for him. He hears the boy mumble and says, "Sorry, I didn't catch that." "Can't decide if you're a hero or a dumbass," the boy murmurs. Izuku snorts. "I'm definitely not a hero," he says decisively. Keep your eyes open. The minute they step out into the street, all eyes are on them. The people who do not immediately start walking away crowd him, and he quickly asks for someone to call an ambulance, as well as the police. The boy leans heavily on him, wincing all the while, and Izuku keeps him upright, keeps him safe and grounded and awake. An ambulance arrives promptly, and the paramedics take it over from there. Izuku lets go of the bloodied boy who allows himself to be carted off into the vehicle. He meets Izuku's eyes one more time before the doors close over him, and the only evidence that they ever met is the blood that stained Izuku's clothing. A police officer approaches him and asks him to come with them to the nearby station to give his report on the event. Izuku goes with them willingly and gives them the simple report he had been passing by, running because he'd forgotten to buy something at the nearby convenience store when he'd looked into the alley and noticed the two of them. He told them what he'd done to get the criminal to back off, staying within line of sight of other passers-by while also bluffing that police were nearby. The officer interviewing him, a man who introduces himself as Minagawa, regards him with something akin to wonder. You approached an obviously unstable man and started spouting off about traffic? He says, amazed. Izuku ducks his head. I couldn't provoke him. I didn't know what a man like that would do. I thought it would be better if he thought the police were coming so that he'd leave. Minagawa shakes his head. That was still quite a risk. Still, your thought process is remarkable. If you had left to call for help, who knows what he could have done while you were gone? He smiles kindly at Izuku. You were very brave today, Midoriya-kun. I'm told that the boy has reached the hospital and is in critical condition, but the doctors are confident that he will survive. And that is all thanks to you and your quick thinking. Izuku stares at his hands. Thankfully, they've stopped shaking some time ago, and the sensation in his gut has receded. Its absence feels like relief, and instinctively he knows that the boy truly will recover. I'm just glad I was able to help, he says, the words almost automatic. And I'm glad he'll be okay. Minagawa simply smiles. He finishes his interrogation and sends someone off to get a jacket for Izuku, so he can cover the bloodstains still on his clothing. He thanks Izuku and gives him a business card with contact information, and asks that he contact the station for any concern. Izuku accepts it and prays he never has to use it. When he finally gets home, the sky is completely dark. The dining room is noisy with conversation, and everyone looks up expectantly when they hear his footsteps. Izuku! Inko cries, lighting up when she sees her son. Then she pauses. Oh dear. That isn't your jacket, is it? Kimi looks him over. You're really pale. Was it bad? Did you have to talk someone out of it? She says hesitantly. Izuku shakes his head. They all know how he gets whenever he has to talk someone into stepping away from the ledge or putting down the razor. Those are the most emotionally draining. No, if someone was about to get stabbed in an alley, I kind of drove the killer off. Kimi and Yashiro immediately stand up from their seats, while Inko rushes forward. She gently tugs the jacket off his frame and stares, horrified, at the already darkening bloodstains. None of this blood is mine. Izuku quickly clarifies. When the killer left, I helped him up until someone called an ambulance. Then I went to the police station to give a testimonial, and the officer gave me the jacket to wear so that the stains wouldn't show. And, he says quieter, he told me that the boy would survive. Oh, honey, Inko murmurs, before drawing him into an embrace. Izuku almost tells her not to, because he doesn't want to stain her apron, but he knows she wouldn't listen. Slowly, Kimi and Yashiro approach, and it isn't too long before they wrap their arms around the both of them as well. They do this whenever Izuku comes from a particularly tense encounter. They do this when the fear and panic finally sets in, when he can't act calm anymore and can't repress them. Izuku lets the unshed tears finally fall, and he breathes shakily in and out, trying to match the measured breaths they're taking around him. Eventually, as he always does, Izuku calms down. They lean back to give him his space, before Yashiro leans right back into Izuku's hair something terrible. Izuku laughs, and so they finally laugh, and Inko directs him to his room to get changed before they eat dinner. Heck yes, I've missed Mrs. Midoriya's katsudon, Yashiro says eagerly once Inko brings out the servings. Izuku sits between his friends, wearing a bright blue shirt, with the word blue written on it. Both Yashiro and Kimi berate him for his awful fashion sense, feeling marginally calmer. He relates to Yashiro, no matter how many times he's eaten his mother's katsudon, he's always looking forward to the next time she serves it again. After dinner, Kimi and Yashiro excuse themselves quietly to call their parents and ask permission to sleep over. Izuku's learned not to protest over this. They refuse to leave him alone after he's gone through something like he did. It's a good thing it's a Friday, anyways. Yashiro borrows some of Izuku's clothes and Inko lends Kimi an oversized shirt and some old flannel pajamas. Izuku pulls out 2 futons and spreads them out in his room, where his mother ushers all 3 of them in with light snacks and some water. In no time at all, the food is eaten, the lights are turned out, and all 3 of them snuggle under their covers, silently looking at the glow-in-the-dark star stickers on Izuku's ceiling. It's futile. Izuku can't sleep. He can't quite get the feeling of absolute terror out from his skin, nor can he banish the sight of the bloodied boy from his mind. In his heart of hearts, he's incredibly grateful he'd been able to step in, and that the boy would survive. That is reward enough. More pressing, though, is the unwavering terror he'd felt while facing that man, knowing that the stakes were all so much higher, and he was gambling with both their lives, not just his own. Can't sleep? Yashiro mumbles out eventually. His voice doesn't sound sleepy. Nope, Izuku admits. We don't even have any homework for me to distract myself with. What was he like? Kimi asks. Who? The killer or the boy? Kimi hums thoughtfully. Both. The killer? He looked insane, Izuku says. His eyes were kind of dead-looking. He was grimy and dressed in all black, and you could just tell he was crazy. That either he was killing out of fun, or he had this messed-up reason for doing so. Scary, Kimi comments. Definitely, Izuku agrees. And the boy? Yashiro prompts. He had purple eyes, Izuku remembers. And he had bags under them even worse than ours. Speak for yourself, Kimi interjects haughtily, lightly stroking her perfect skin. Izuku and Yashiro laugh quietly. They owe their relatively good skin to Kimi's strict hygiene routine, which she's all but forced them to maintain. It's her own way of taking care of them, especially Izuku, who's prone to getting little to no sleep whenever he gets absorbed in studying. I couldn't see much else of him because he had a hoodie on, and, well, I was focused on all the blood, but I remember his eyes very well. He was looking at me as they carried him into the ambulance, Izuku recounts. How did he thank you? Yashiro wonders. Was he even conscious enough to thank you? Izuku snorts. He called me a dumps, he says almost fondly. Didn't thank me at all. Kimi and Yashiro laugh. He sounds like a real charmer, Kimi says. I wish we could meet him again. Yeah, then he could join the Adopt Izuku Club, Yashiro pipes up. He could be the missing 3rd member, the mom friend, the voice of reason. Who said anything about adopting me? Izuku says incredulously, but his friends go on undeterred. I'm the voice of caution and fun, Yashiro says, counting on his fingers. Kimi is the voice of, general well-being, I guess? And if that guy's the voice of reason, then together we form the Izuku Protection Squad. There's a beat of silence. I can make badges, Kimi offers cautiously. We'd have to find our missing 3rd member though, Yashiro muses. I wonder what hospital they took him to. Izuku laughs, louder than before, clutching his sheets. On the floor, Yashiro and Kimi's faces break into wide smiles at the sound of their friends' laughter. We should get to sleep, Izuku says, once he stops giggling. He looks peacefully up at his starry ceiling, feeling the day's fatigue finally starting to set in. Good night, you guys. Thank you, goes unsaid. Good night. The 2 of them answer in chorus. Their silent you're welcome lingers. Izuku closes his eyes. Blessedly, he doesn't dream. After the incident, Izuku enrolls in a self-defense class. He figures that the more life-threatening situations he gets into, the more life-threatening they'll actually be. He doesn't know what good his quirk will do him then, so it's better to be safe than sorry. Besides, Izuku enjoys the classes. It's easy to get lost in the motions when the instructor makes them to repeat them over and over until they're second nature. The teacher, a buff woman they're emphatically told to refer to as Shirsho, her name is actually Shirori, which Izuku quite likes. Her quirk is minor muscle augmentation. When she hits, it hurts. Some time after, Yashiro enrolls with him. It becomes their thing, so to speak. After school on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, and occasionally Saturdays when Yashiro isn't too lazy to go, they head on over to Shirsho's dojo for training. With or without Yashiro, Izuku religiously attends training 7 days a week. He's become Shirsho's favorite student in a short span of time, probably because he attends every day and he's the only one who's yet to voice any complaints in the midst of training. It's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, he's improving at a greater rate than he would have without her personal attention. On the other, he's also become her favorite student to practice demonstrations on. And that's how you do a chokehold. Shirsho cheerfully concludes, releasing Izuku just before he passes out. He drops to the floor, gasping and greedily inhaling air. The other students look impressed and marginally terrified. They hadn't even been discussing chokeholds. Shirsho had simply interrupted the class and told them to watch what she was about to demonstrate. Yashiro quickly rushes over to pull Izuku up. Yes, that was, excellent, Shirsho, he hurriedly says before pulling his friend safely out of the instructor's reach. Shirsho beams. Thank you, Yashiro-kun. She turns to the rest of the students. All right, class, that's it for today. Those who are enrolled in the Quirk Enhancement Program will stay behind. Dismissed. As one, the students bow deeply. More than half leave to go to the locker rooms to collect their things. Yashiro groans. Ah man. Izuku grins at him from where Yashiro has set him down on the floor. Hey, you signed up for the program. I'm even offering you moral support. Show a little more enthusiasm. Yashiro glares at him. I'd feel better if you were really here to give me moral support instead of sticking around to observe people's quirks. Izuku's grin grows wider. After the regular self-defense class, the dojo also offers a quirk enhancement class for those who wish to participate. It entails strengthening the base effects of their quirk and teaching them to find defensive, and occasionally offensive, ways to apply it. A lot of students hoping to enter the heroics department are enrolled in the just barely legal class. Shirsho had to build an extremely fortified gym behind the actual dojo and obtain several licenses before the class was approved. Normally, students who aren't enrolled aren't allowed to stay behind once the quirk class was underway. Izuku, on the other hand, was a special case. For one thing, Shirsho adored him. For another, he was instrumental in understanding the quirks of the students and often helped out with the technicalities. Izunai. A high voice chirps as soon as Yashiro and Izuku enter the gym. A small blur slams into Izuku, who steps back lightly and chuckles. Soon, a chorus of Izunai rises up, and more small children flock to him and threaten to send him tumbling over. Okay, Izuku laughs. The first child, a red-haired girl named Akari, beams toothily at him. She holds her hands up entreatingly and Izuku obliges, lifting her up to his face. You guys are getting so strong. The children clamor for his attention, each of them attempting to show off their quirks in turn. Shirsho has recently put Izuku in charge of the children group, which handles students younger than 8 years old. Although he's only been the assistant for 2 weeks, the children have latched onto him. Maybe it has something to do with his reassuring, quiet manner, and the way he compliments them so sincerely on their quirks and helps them to get better. Yashiro laughs at the display. It seems that Izuku will never be able to escape throngs of grateful children. He pats Izuku on the shoulder and moves off to join the advanced classes. See you in a bit, Izuku, he says as he leaves. Yeah, Izuku says, setting Akari down. She makes a noise of discontent, but settles for latching around his waist. All right, you guys, let's get started. Since most of these kids are already enrolled in some type of martial art or the other, Izuku leads them easily through a round of stretching. Next, he sets them to their individualized quirk strengthening activity. Akari, how long can you keep your hair lit now? Izuku asks. The girl closes her fists tightly and grits her teeth. Her hair starts to rise up and slowly turns into bright red flame. Her quirk, Candlelight, allows her to turn her hair into flame and control it. The flame grows stronger the longer her hair is. At the moment, it's waist length and about as hot as a campfire. 1 minute, Akari says, not without some effort. That's amazing, Izuku says, brows knitting in concentration. When she started, Akari could only hold her flame for bouts of 10 and 20 seconds before her hair went back to normal. Why don't we try seeing if you can regulate the temperature? Maybe if you make the flame less hot, you could keep it up longer. Akari nods in understanding, but she lets out a shaky breath as the fire is extinguished and her hair returns to normal. Okay, I'll try again. Good. He moves on to the next kid, a boy named Yudo. How far can you reach your arms now, Yudo? Mom measured me yesterday and I could stretch my arms out about 5 meters now. Yudo says proudly. Watch. Scrunching his face in concentration, Yuto extends his arms forward, palms facing outward. He takes a deep breath, and suddenly his arms stretch, shooting out. They stop abruptly about quite a distance away, which Izuku supposes is 5 meters. See? Yudo says, shaking with exertion, but he's smiling brightly at Izuku. He holds the length for a few seconds, before sagging and drawing his arms into about 3 meters. But it's hard for me to keep it up. Okay, Izuku says. He brings Yudo over to the part of the gym specifically dedicated to long jump. Today we'll work on increasing your top range. That should make it easier for you to maintain 5 if you're able to reach longer. He points at the markers on the ground. Keep shooting your arms out to maximum and then quickly draw them back in. Take a small pause and then do it again. Today, I want you to get past 5 meters, even if you can't maintain it yet. Sound good? Yuto nods determinedly. Okay, Izuku. Good man, Izuku says and leaves him to it. The rest of the session goes much like this. Once the kids are absorbed in each of their activities, Izuku feels confident enough to leave them for a short while to go over to the advanced classes. Unfortunately, he forgot to bring his notebook with him today, so he watches extra attentively in order to commit the students' movements to memory for later documentation. Yashiro isn't in the main gym, but in a special room meant for students with elemental-based quirks. He's come a long way from when he was a child. Back then, he struggled with manipulating even a pitcher's worth of water. But just last week, he excitedly called Izuku over to the river in the woods and demonstrated his strengthened quirk. He turned a good chunk of the river, a section easily 15 meters long and about a meter deep, first into ice, then into water vapor, before returning it into water. Back then, Yashiro couldn't shift ice directly into water vapor and vice versa. He had to turn it into liquid before changing it. Now, he could turn it into whatever phase he wishes, and much faster too. Izuku is more than a little proud. Eventually, the class ends and the students bow deeply, as is customary in the dojo, as soon as they are dismissed. As always, Izuku is given his usual swarm of hugs from the little kids before they rush off to go home. He allows their affection and watches fondly as they walk away, talking excitedly about their exercises. Shirsho thanks him and pats him painfully on the back. Thanks again for helping out, Izuku. Those kids enjoy your classes so much, maybe you should work here once you graduate. She lets out a booming laugh, which hits him almost as much as her pats had. Izuku laughs politely and bows instead of answering her suggestion. It's a viable option, but still only an option. It's the best option so far, to be sure, but he'll think about it. Izuku stands contentedly outside of the dojo after Shirsho has left and reminded him to lock up, waiting for Yashiro. Knowing his friend, he'll be hungry and insist on stopping by the okonomiyaki shop on the way home. Izuku watches idly as the twilight set in. Quirk enhancement, huh? He wonders morbidly what it might be like if his quirk got stronger. He decides he doesn't want to know. I don't know really yet, Izuku answers blandly. Their counselor, Mrs. Honda, looks at him with a mixture of fondness and exasperation. Midoriya-kun, with your grades, I'm confident that you could get into any high school in Japan. She gestures to his academic records, an impressive string of unbroken first rankings. Haven't you given it any thought at all? Truthfully, Izuku has been thinking a lot about it. Objectively, he knows he doesn't have too much passion to back up his impressive intelligence. However, he thinks that would allow him to enter any school and excel, regardless of whether he enjoyed it there or not. He just hasn't decided exactly where he'd like to go and what he'd like to do. I've thought a bit about it, he says apologetically. And my mother asks me a lot about it as well. If nothing else, I'll send off applications to the usual top schools, and I'll decide what to do from there. Don't you have anything you're passionate about? Mrs. Honda asks. Many high schools are offering specialized courses now. Izuku shakes his head. Not really. Sorry. What about teaching or becoming an instructor? My niece quite enjoys your classes. You have a real knack for it, Mrs. Honda suggests. It's something I do in my free time, and only to help out Shursho, Miss Shirori. I don't really know if I want to pursue it as a career, Izuku says. It's true. He enjoys teaching the kids and getting to see all the different quirks of the other students, but he still doesn't quite know. Mrs. Honda sighs and leans back. Well, you're still in second year. I suppose you still have time. However, you really should start thinking seriously about this. Your friends have already submitted concrete plans for high school. Izuku knows this. Kimi is applying to a prestigious all-girl high school, while Yashiro plans to apply to the general course in UA. His older brother is a second year there, and he's confident that Yashiro could easily pass and excel there. I hope you're not limiting yourself on purpose, Midoriya-kun, Mrs. Honda says. You of all people should know that being quirkless is not something that should hold people back. Izuku internally does the equivalent of rolling his eyes and groaning. Outwardly, he simply nods. I know that, he says. It's just that there's so many things I could apply myself to that it's difficult for me to choose. So you say, Mrs. Honda sighs? You just haven't found one that really excites or motivates you. Izuku does not deny this and instead nods politely. Well, when I see you here the next term, you had better have a satisfactory answer for me, Mrs. Honda chides him. I won't accept I don't know by then, do you hear me? I understand, Mrs. Honda, Izuku says, and he bows respectfully before leaving her office. Outside, Kimi and Yashiro are waiting. How'd it go? Yashiro asks at the same time that Kimi asks, what nonsense did you feed her this time? Izuku laughs. I didn't feed her nonsense, just the truth. I don't know where I want to study yet, nor what I want to do. Just enroll with me at UA, Yashiro suggests pleadingly as they walk back to their classroom. That way, I won't be too out of place. I hardly think you'd be out of place in the general course, Izuku says. Besides, that means Kimi's going to be the only one not joining us. Kimi snorts. As if I need you two to do well in high school. It's pretty much the other way around. Besides, do you think I couldn't make it into UA if I really wanted to? Not the hero course, though, stoplight, Izuku mutters. Yashiro hears and snickers. Kimi hears and pinches the both of them in their sides, making them yelp. Kimi's pinches have the unfortunate tendency to tickle and hurt. Back in the classroom, only a few of their classmates linger. Most have already gone home after the consultation with Mrs. Honda. Izuku and the others collect their things, bidding their classmates goodbye for the day. As they leave the campus, Yashiro says, I gotta stop by the convenience store to get some stuff for my brother. You guys coming? I'll go, Izuku says. I feel like getting ice cream anyways. Kimi agrees to go as well. Only if you don't prompt anything weird, she says. They laugh. It isn't like he can control it, anyway. At the convenience store, they part ways as soon as they enter. Yashiro rushes off to collect his needed items, while Kimi wanders away to look at magazines. Izuku meanders over to the freezer, hoping that they had the vanilla special he'd enjoyed at this outlet before. On the way, he bumps into someone. Their basket clatters to the ground, but thankfully nothing spills. Oh, I'm sorry, Izuku says quickly, bending down to pick up the basket before the person could do it themselves. Here you go, he says, straightening up to hand it over. He startles slightly at the sight of the person. Thank you, young man. The person is tall, with a shock of spiky blonde hair. He's tall, thin and gaunt-looking, almost emaciated, and his eyes are filmy blue irises set in sunken sockets. Even so, there's an undeniable air of kindness around him, softening the impact of his appearance and even making him pleasant to watch. He takes the basket, then dissolves into a coughing fit. Izuku is alarmed. "Are you okay, sir?" he asks, concern spiking when he sees blood on the fist the man uses to cover his mouth. "Hang on, I've got tissues in my bag, please use them." "You're very kind." The man manages to get out in the midst of coughing, and gratefully takes the offered tissues. Izuku watches him carefully, anticipating another bout of coughing. "I'm fine, young man," the man insists, seeing the worry in Izuku's eyes. "It's nothing that I haven't gotten used to. Thank you for your assistance, though." "It's nothing," Izuku begins, but immediately stops when the telltale twist in his gut suddenly lurches, cutting him off. His first thought is, now? His second is, Kimi told me not to get in trouble. His third, and last before he starts running off, is, it's close. The man seems startled at the sudden way that Izuku runs off, walking cautiously after him to see what has gotten the attention of this young boy. Izuku hopes and prays that Kimi and Yashiro are somewhere near the back of the store, and that this encounter wouldn't be anything too dangerous. Izuku approaches the counter of the store. A young woman stands at the cashier, idly scrolling through the screen of her phone. Izuku looks around hurriedly, trying to spot where the danger might come from. A fire? A faulty wire? "What's wrong, young man?" The gaunt man approaches him slowly, then turns his head to follow Izuku's swiveling head. Izuku himself finally sees it, a young man in a black hoodie, his hands in his pockets. Izuku watches discreetly as he idly approaches the cashier, and then he sees it, in his hand is a knife. Izuku moves faster than the blonde man can begin to speak. The cashier barely has time to look up before Izuku pins the boy to the counter, and then deftly twists his hand to make him drop the knife. "Call the police," Izuku says quickly, putting weight carefully on the boy as he begins to struggle. He implores the cashier with his eyes to do it fast. There's not telling what this would-be attacker's quirk is. The cashier quickly comes to her senses and presses a button behind the counter. "It alerts the police," she says, then moves cautiously away from Izuku and the boy. Izuku does not let his guard down, watching carefully for any telltale signs of the boy's quirk emerging. Behind him, he hears two familiar footsteps rushing over. "Izuku!" Kimi calls as Yashiro shouts, "Are you okay?" "Yashiro!" Izuku quickly interrupts. "Can you make some ice to hold this guy down?" "On it." Yashiro quickly gathers some of the humid air and turns them into solid shackles of ice around the man's hands and ankles. The air becomes a little lighter. Thick and sturdy, they do not break as the man continues to struggle. "Thanks," Izuku says, but he doesn't let off the man. He hears something clatter and the sound of Kimi yelling, "Izuku! Watch out!" And he immediately moves back as the knife on the floor flies sharply back into the hand of the man, narrowly avoiding slashing his leg. Izuku watches cautiously to see if the man tries to pull anything else to him, but it seems he can't maneuver his arms and hands enough to try. Izuku uses his arm to knock the knife out of his hand once again, hitting the blunt edge, then resumes his position holding the man down. "Yashiro, try and cover the knife to keep it from going back to him," Izuku instructs. I don't know if his quirk lets him summon small objects, or just knives, or even control them completely. We're better off keeping out of his reach until the police arrive. The man under him grunts angrily, muttering incomprehensibly. Yashiro deftly takes a shopping basket and covers the knife with it, putting his foot on top of it to keep it from moving. The man's hands twist as much as they can with the ice keeping his wrists in place, but he does nothing more until the police arrive to take him away. Izuku leans away from the man and watches the two officers who come inside take him away. Yashiro offers to evaporate the ice around the man's limbs, but the officer holding the man stops them. "You did good. I think we can handle taking the ice off once he's detained." Yashiro smiles shyly. "Oh, I only made the ice. Izuku's the one who held him down and kept him from doing anything." "Izuku?" one of the officer repeats, and he looks around and sees the boy in question. His eyes widen in recognition. "Oh, I know you. You're that kid who stopped that stabbing incident 2 months ago." He beams. What's with you and rescuing people, huh? Izuku laughs sheepishly. If only you knew. I guess I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. I'm glad I could help again. Hey, thanks for stepping in, kid, says the officer brightly. Don't get into a habit of getting into trouble though, you hear? Loud and clear, Izuku affirms, wincing. He watches as the police lead the man away and finally lets out a sigh of relief. Kimi and Yashiro draw near, disapproval on the former's face. Really? Your first instinct was to pin that man to the counter? She sighs, placing her hands on her hips. Yashiro, meanwhile, is beaming. That was awesome, Izuku, he exclaims. That guy didn't know what hit him. You just went bam. He punches the air, and then boom. Shirshou's going to be so excited when she hears this. Kimi side-eyes him long enough for Yashiro to notice and contain himself. But, what she said. Dangerous. Izuku chuckles, then feels a light hand rest on his shoulder. It's the thin man. There's something intense in the way his blue eyes survey him, even as his whole aura is completely waylaid by the domestic way he carries a basketful of groceries. The sheer intensity is oddly familiar. That was incredibly heroic, young man, he says seriously. No. Izuku, was it? Ah, yes. Izuku says, too off balance to try and refute the H-word. Yes, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Well, you can call me Yagi. Yagi Tashinori, says the man. He withdraws his hand. That was an amazing thing you just did, young Midoriya. Reckless but brave. You're lucky you came out unscathed. What made you do it? I saw the situation, Izuku begins, and used to explaining his actions. Normally, people let him go with thanks he doesn't want and nothing more. And understood that I had the capacity to help. So I did. That's all really. I'm lucky he didn't try anything more with the knife. Yagi regards him seriously. Are you planning on becoming a pro hero, young Midoriya? He finally asks, with no preamble whatsoever. Behind Izuku, Kimi and Yashiro flinch at the question. Tashinori notices them and meets their eyes, but they hastily look away. Izuku is momentarily silent, but then he looks up and smiles. No, sir. I don't want to go into heroics, he says. Please call me Yagi. And why not? The man asks curiously. Normally, Izuku would brush off these encounters either by acting dismissive or saying he doesn't want to talk about it. But there's something about Yagi and the way he asks that question that makes Izuku feel the need to explain himself, to justify himself. Izuku, Kimi interjects, clearly ready to intervene, but Izuku answers. Because I'm quirkless, Yagi-san. And I don't think you can become a full-fledged pro hero without a useful quirk. It's reckless and irresponsible. Yagi regards him silently, peering down at him with serious blue eyes. Izuku meets his gaze resolutely and silently communicates that no, he doesn't want to be hero. Yes, Yagi says, his expression unreadable. I suppose so. Contrary to what Izuku believed, and hoped for actually, that was not the last time he would encounter Tashinori Yagi. In fact, now that he has met the man, he runs into him far more often than he would have thought. They have the typical run-ins at convenience stores, bookstores, and other public places. Most often than not, Izuku pretends he doesn't see the man and only greets him if they happen to interact directly. However, they meet most often when they're both jogging in the morning, and Izuku can't really find a polite way to shake the man off then. It's not that he doesn't like the man named Tashinori Yagi. No, the man himself is kind, patient, not to mention an absolute beast at running despite his obvious condition. He even indulges Izuku's rambling on quirks and quirk theory, often coming up with his own contributions when the conversation turns to the quirks of heroes. Over their accumulating time together, Izuku learns to get accustomed to Yagi's occasional coughing fits and starts to carry a pack of tissues and wipes with him at all times in case he encounters the man. In turn, Yagi is no longer fazed when Izuku drops their current conversation at the slightest excuse to segue into quirk talk. In short, he likes Yagi's company. Quite a lot, actually. The only problem is that the more time Yagi spends with Izuku, the more exposed he is to the effects of Izuku's quirk. Izuku's quirk seems to have graduated from easy cat rescues, although he still gets some from time to time. Essie, a kitten from Emmy's litter, and the spitting image of her has taken over her mother's job as cat climber #1. Instead, it pushes him more and more into crucial situations, often necessitating his intervention between a fight, a robbery, or a theft. Thankfully, there hasn't been a homicide attempt since that one time, but Izuku wouldn't put it past his quirk to get him into one soon. While his more serious quirk incidents aren't too frequent, they seem to jump into overdrive whenever Yagi is around. The first time they had jogged together, Yagi barely had any time to try and keep up before Izuku was suddenly sprinting ahead, just barely making it in time to pull an elderly woman out of the path of a speeding motorcycle. Privately, Izuku feels that his quirk is running out of imagination. Speeding car, speeding truck, speeding motorcycle? What was next? A train. Izuku takes it back. He'd rather not tempt fate. Each time, Yagi observes as he intervenes and inevitably attempts to comfort or console the victims involved long enough for them to calm down. The police officers who come and apprehend the criminals he stops tip their hat off to him in gratitude, laughing in amazement every time they see that once again, Izuku's saved the day. But it's really not helping his whole "I'm not a hero" case. Yagi doesn't really say anything per se, because Izuku's made it clear from the get-go that he's not interested in becoming a pro-hero. During one of their longer runs, Izuku even went so far as to explain the general disdain he has for the hero industry, apart from his supposedly not having a quirk. Yagi takes it all in with no discernible reaction, but he did seem rather conflicted when Izuku had told him this. Nevertheless, he respects Izuku's opinion on this. Izuku doesn't really know what to tell him. Sure, Yagi never said anything about that first incident at the convenience store. But for any normal person unknowing of Izuku's situation, it was really effing weird. Today, Yagi seems to be just barely holding his tongue as Izuku stops a robbery. They just so happened to be standing outside the bakery as the incident was having, and Izuku had taken one look inside the windows before apologetically saying, "Just a minute, Yagi-san," and practically rushing in. Once the crook is apprehended, Izuku exits the establishment to find Yagi waiting coolly outside, the same uncomfortable intensity in his eyes. "Yagi-san? I'm, sorry for rushing in without warning like that," Izuku says uncertainly, unsure of what the emotions running through Yagi's eyes mean. Yagi doesn't reply immediately, only stares at him for an uncomfortable amount of time. Eventually, he smiles kindly and says, "Not to worry, young Midoriya. Shall we continue our run?" Their conversation settles easily into the topic of quirks, and naturally gravitates towards heroes. "I hear there's been a spike in All Might sightings around this area," Izuku says, huffing. "Do you know anything about that?" Really?" Yagi muses. When he runs, his coughing fits decrease in frequency and intensity. He seems almost healthy as his legs pound the pavement. "I suppose he's gotten more active in this area. I don't see why he needs to, though," he smiles at Izuku. "Considering you're around." Izuku flushes with color and turns away, trying his best not to let his mouth sink into a pout. "Don't say unnecessary things, Yagi-san," he says, embarrassed. "Or perhaps he's around in preparation for the upcoming Hero Expo," Yagi suggests. That one," Izuku says. A Hero Expo is being organized in the next city over. Top heroes from all over Japan would be coming to attend, and many would be participating in a series of panels and seminars for their fans as well as aspiring young heroes. There would be a ton of hero memorabilia to be displayed as well, making the expo a must-see for every hero fan. Or, in Izuku's case, Quirk superfan. "Are you going, Yagi-san?" "It's after the end of the term, so I'm definitely going," Izuku says. "I hope they have Quirk demonstrations. It'll be a good chance to observe them without the dangers of being close to fight." "Yes, I'll be attending," Yagi says idly. "Perhaps we can even go together. I'm old friends with some of the pro heroes, so I could probably introduce you if you'd like." "Really?" Izuku gasps, slowing to a stop. Yagi pauses beside him as well. "You would do that?" "Of course," Yagi says. "Someone like you definitely deserves to be up there with the heroes." Time passes quickly. Izuku gets into even more shenanigans with or without Yagi. He gets through. Term ends. And now, Izuku, 1 hour before the expo, is rushing towards Kimi's house with a battery-powered blow-dryer, cursing his bad luck for even owning one. To be fair, Kimi has a legitimate reason for needing it. She's about to have her first audition at a modeling agency, and against all odds, her own blow-dryer had broken down just the night before. There had been no time to procure a new one, and Kimi knew that Inko owns one, and so, well, here he is. Izuku thinks, is this still even part of my quirk? Am I rescuing Kimi from a bad hair day? Izuku stops momentarily just a block away from Kimi's house. Logically he knows he has to hurry, but he'd messed up his stretching routine this morning and now his legs were killing him. What the hell? He bends over to catch his breath, the evil contraption still in his hand. That's when he feels it. His quirk, going into overdrive. And there's no time to react before something thick and heavy swallows him whole and blocks out the entire world. Young Midoriya is running a little late, Toshinori thinks. The expo starts in about an hour, and he'd told the boy to come early in order to enter the expo discreetly with him. He's still in his lanky form, but he's wearing his costume. He's wearing his costume as All Might, symbol of peace, aka the most exhausted being in the universe. He should probably also add desperately looking for a successor to his titles. Today is the day he plans to tell Izuku the truth. The truth about who he is, the truth about his power, and the fact that he too, like young Midoriya himself, had once been quirkless. That there is a way for him to be a hero, to become the hero he is born to be and the hero Japan, no, the world needs. He doesn't exactly know how to overcome Izuku's apparent dislike of the hero industry itself, but let it not be said that All Might doesn't know how to improvise on the spot. The truth is, Toshinori sees so much of himself in the kid. No, he sees himself and more. The kid is everything he had been and better. There's so much raw potential in him, an almost endless potential to shape the world and make it a better place, if only he's given the way to do so. Toshinori knows he has a way. And he knows it might be his duty to give it to Izuku, to allow him to rise up for himself. He only hopes he can be persuasive enough. All of Izuku's senses are smothered by the dark, viscous liquid trying to force itself into him. Luckily, he'd had the foresight to immediately clamp his mouth shut, but now it's trying to work its way into his nostrils. Open up, it hisses menacingly. Izuku closes his eyes tightly, heart hammering and lungs aching as he tries to find a way out. It'll only hurt a bit if you make this easy. So this wasn't some random goopy encounter. This was someone with a quirk. Most likely a quirk that affected their whole body and kept them in this state most of the time. If they were trying to enter Izuku's body, maybe they were trying to take over. My old body got destroyed, the goo whispers, confirming his theory. You'll give me yours, won't you? Izuku shakes his head, even knowing that it's futile. He struggles and struggles, but the slime wraps tighter around him, threatening to crush the life out of him. This is bad. At this rate, he'll eventually be forced to open his mouth or inhale deeply, and that'll be the end. Belatedly, he curses his quirk. You F'd up, he tells it, speaking to some non-distinct personification of the force that's brought him to this. I can't handle this. You F'd up. Slowly, arduously, Izuku tries to move his limbs. His legs are basically stuck, and his arms only move a little, the right one even less because of the blow-dryer still in his hand. Izuku's heart leaps. I'm so dumb. Slowly, with a shaking finger, he presses the button that turns it up all the way to 100%. Grah! The slime screams and recoils, enough that Izuku's face and arm is freed. Izuku immediately gasps in a lungful of air, then shuts his mouth in case the villain gets any ideas. With his now mobile right arm, he swings the blow-dryer at the villain, trying to cover as much of them as possible. The villain screams and writhes, and they pull further away from Izuku. He spots 2 eyeballs floating around in the slime, and isn't that a pretty sight, and aims for them, and that is the final prompting the slime monster needs before slinking away and pouring into the nearest drainage. Izuku collapses to his knees, chest heaving. He takes several moments to simply recover, willing himself to come down from the adrenaline of almost dying. What the hell? It was only 9:30 in the morning. In the midst of his shuddering breaths, he registers the time. 9:30. F-. Izuku shouts out loud, getting shakily onto his feet. Kimi. No, the expo. No, Kimi's audition. No, Yagi was waiting for him. With heroes. Izuku sprints the rest of the way to Kimi's house, preparing a lecture on maintaining electronics and a short 5-sentence version of his most recent near-death experience, in which said electronic just basically saved his life. Katsuki walks into the expo, eyes narrowed practically into slits. None of the usual losers who followed him around at school are with him today, mostly because he'd threatened to explode them into the next century if they so much as tried to ruin his image while he was at the expo. Course, the expo was full of FING nerds anyway. Shitty hero wannabes and stupid geeks who spent their time fawning over heroes and their quirks. He figures he'd get used to it early on, considering he'd be the one they'd be fawning over in the near future if he has any say about it. Mom, look! A small child rushes past him, almost bumping into him. He considers picking on her but wisely decides not to, as her mother passes by shortly thereafter. The girl has long red hair and immediately rushes towards the statue of Torchwick, the incense hero. It's Torchwick? She's so cool, she gushes. You really like Torchwick, huh, Akari? Her mom says brightly, picking her daughter up. Katsuki scoffs. Torchwick's FING weak. Plus she was, what, one of a bajillion FING fire-themed heroes? Boring. He makes to walk off when the girl's next words stop him dead in his tracks. Izuku Nai says if I keep practicing, I'll be as cool as her. Maybe cooler, she exclaims. Her mother laughs encouragingly at her words, but they couldn't be less funny to Katsuki. There were tons of Izukus in Japan, weren't there? Thoughts of the DMN nerd pop unbidden into his mind. There's only one Izuku he knows, anyway. F-. He hasn't seen him in what? 2 years? He'd moved to a dormitory closer to his shitty school, and while it was less than ideal, he'd soldiered through it. He wondered, a little apprehensively, if the nerd would be here today. Of course he would, Katsuki thinks. Little Sheet hates heroes but shove a quirk in front of him and he'll come drooling like a dog. Well, he could always tell him to pieces off if they ever encountered each other. Besides, in this Big Butt Expo, what were the chances they'd even pass each other? Young Midoriya is really late. There are only 5 minutes left before the start of the expo, and once it starts, Tashinori won't be able to talk to him before assuming his hero form. And assuming that he uses up all his time today, won't be able to prove his declarations. This is bad. Surely Izuku hasn't gotten into another encounter today, has he? Of course he has. This is Izuku he's talking about. Tashinori has never met a person so prone to getting into incredible situations since, well, himself. But there's something in the purely selfless way that Izuku moves, the way he seems to brush off thanks as if it embarrasses him, and the way he always treats it as nothing, as if anyone could do what he does. The world needs someone like him. For the world, Tashinori must convince Izuku to accept his destiny. Just thinking on possible ways he can convince Izuku, possibly a lengthy PowerPoint, if he could get someone to make it for him, when he hears commotion and screaming outside of the expo venue. Like instinct, he expands into his hero form and rushes out. Civilians everywhere are running screaming from the scene, while various pro-heroes surround it, seemingly frozen. All Might follows their gaze and finds a horrific scene. A boy, probably in middle school, is bent over in midair, suspended and surrounded by a dark, viscous goo. From what he can see, it's trying to force its way into the boy's body, trying to enter through his mouth, nostrils, and even ears. The boy is struggling, but not for much longer. The slime has enveloped his whole body, and if he doesn't die from whatever the villain is doing to him, then the suffocation will do it. It's all right now, the words fall from All Might's lips even as he crouches down in preparation to leap into action. Around him, the pro-heroes stand frozen, unable or unwilling to assist. All Might lurches forward but, before he finishes his sentence, before he reaches the boy, before the boy cries out, "Izuku is there." No, 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 Izuku chants frantically in his brain, even as his feet carry him faster than he would have thought possible to the location his gut is pointing to. He passes by civilians running in the other direction, and what he wouldn't have given in that moment to simply be one of them. It's not this, Izuku pleads. Please don't be taking me to a villain attack. Let this be a theft. A petty robbery. I'll save 50 kids from speeding trucks if I have to. But his quirk takes him unceasingly to the center of the action, the very scene that everybody is running from. He slows down to a stop just outside the sparse ring of pro-heroes surrounding the scene. Excuse me, he shouts, shoving his way in between two heroes, just barely missing hitting the spikes jutting out of their costumes. He ignores shouts of, "Hey kid, it's dangerous," and, "Is that a kid?" A civilian, as his jaw drops in horror at the sight he sees. It's the slime monster again, only this time it's got someone else. Izuku makes eye contact with the person trapped within its confines and his blood freezes and boils over all at the same time. If it had been anybody else at any other time, if it had just been anything else, he could have swallowed his pride and instead turned to one of the heroes to ask them to help. If it hadn't been Kaken, if he hadn't looked into Izuku's eyes, if he hadn't seemed so terrified, then maybe Izuku wouldn't be where he is now, shoes pounding on gravel as he ignores the calls of the heroes and runs for all he's worth towards his childhood friend. "Kaken!" he screams. The slime monster's eyes reconvene together in front of him, and it seems to recoil slightly at the sight of him. "You," it hisses, barely heard over all the noise around them, but Izuku's close enough now to hear everything. He doesn't even have the blow dryer now, he's practically helpless. Kaken, on the other hand. "Kaken!" Izuku yells. Even after 2 years of radio silence, the name sits easy and familiar on his tongue. "Kaken, can you hear me?" A sort of muffled screaming emerges from within the slime, so Izuku grits his teeth and claws away at the goo enveloping Kaken's face. The slime monster hisses, trying to creep up Izuku's wrists and arms, but Izuku shakes it off even as he slowly uncovers Kaken's face. "Kaken! Kaken, you have to use your quirk," Izuku instructs. He's freed the other boy's eyes and nostrils, and he's looking up at him with the same hunted, wide-eyed look in his eyes. He's terrified. He can't think straight. "Kaken, it's weak to heat. If you explode it, you can run it off." Kaken's face contorts with pain and effort, and beneath him, under all the struggling, Izuku feels the telltale heat indicating that he's using his quirk. The slime villain shudders and groans, but it does not let up on Kaken, even beginning to coat Izuku's arms with itself. Izuku doesn't know if it can take over both of them, but he's firmly decided on not wanting to find out. Instead, Izuku yanks his arms out of the slime as hard as he can and begins to rip at the goo covering Kaken's hands. He winces when he starts to feel the explosions stinging his hand the more slime he pulls away. Kaken sees this and momentarily stops using his quirk, but Izuku turns fiercely to meet his eyes. "No. Keep going, Kaken. I'm fine. If you don't use your quirk, then we're both going to die." He's cut off as the slime sneaks up to cover his face, pushing itself into his vulnerable mouth. Through watering eyes, he sees Kaken's own eyes widen. As the slime enters deeper and deeper, filling his nostrils and throat with itself, Izuku yanks at the slime on Kaken's hands one more time and blindly reaches out, grasping Kaken's hands in his own as his vision darkens. If this is the end, he thinks it's somehow fitting that he'll die because of his quirk, the quirk with which he saved so many and yet ultimately couldn't save him. In fact, maybe he'll see Grandpa again. As he feels his consciousness drifting away, his last coherent thought is, "I hope nobody says that I died a hero." And that's when he feels the explosions. Kaken uses not only his hands but his feet as well and literally blows the slime monster into pieces. The slime in Izuku's airways are expelled almost immediately, giving him free rein to scream his lungs out at the stinging burns suddenly covering his palms. He lets go of Kaken, but this unfortunately causes him to fall to the ground, now lacking the support of the slime villain to hold him up. He falls on his back, knocking the air out of him, tears falling freely from his eyes as his hands scream with excruciating pain each time he tries to move them. Vaguely, he hears Kaken yelling bloody murder and the sound of more explosions. He closes his eyes and sees lights dancing around behind his eyelids. His palms are burning. He's tired. So tired. He barely moves when the area is racked by a deafening boom. The entire area falls silent. Well, almost. Izuku registers the sound of Kaken still cursing, weaker, but definitely going strong. Blearily, he struggles to open his eyes and gingerly leans up, supporting himself with his elbows and nearly falling when he accidentally clenches his hands in the movement. He sees Kaken, hunched over, but standing. He's panting, breathing heavily through his mouth, and he's barely keeping himself from toppling over. Around him, bits of the slime villain are spread out, vaguely alive but too torn apart to reform. He couldn't possibly have done that himself, could he? A large hand slowly braces Izuku's back and gently pushes him into an upright sitting position. He turns around and looks up to see who it is. He does not expect to see the number one hero, All Might. Let alone All Might with a sorrowful expression on his face. That's who blew the monster apart. All Might, Izuku croaks. His throat is dry and painful from the slime, not to mention all the screaming he's done today. Shoo, All Might says gently. His rough face is hooded in shadow, and the sadness evident on it does not suit him at all. Izuku feels like crying looking at the hero's face like that. It's all right now, young man. You're safe. Izuku tries to get out, before coughing violently onto the side. All Might supports him through it. When he recovers, turns his face forward, searching. Kaken. Is he okay? All Might follows his gaze. Kaken has regained his stance and is now looking around. The part of the sleeves near his wrists have been burned off. So have the soles of his shoes. His eyes finally land on Izuku and All Might, and at first his expression battles between shock and disbelief. Eventually he snaps out of it and limps towards the two of them, impeded slightly by his bare feet. All Might, he rasps, looking like he can't quite believe it. Then he looks at Izuku, and his eyes naturally fall on the hands he's trying very hard not to move. Sheet. Your hands. You were effing holding on and Izuku shakes his head, cutting him off. No. I told you to do it, Kaken. We both would have died if you didn't use your quirk. Strange how, even after 2 years of separation, there's still inevitably Kaken and Deku. Izuku looks at him and thinks not much has changed in the way he talks, walks, and carries himself. In the way he fights. Even the way he calls him Deku lacks any added aggression. But he's cut off once again, this time by the sound of sirens wailing in the background. The sounds of police cars and ambulances intermingle in the distance. Kaken and All Might turn to see the various vehicles approaching them. Someone else draws up to them. Izuku looks around. As a huge shadow falls over him, and he recognizes the large figure of Boulder, the mountain hero. He looks sheepish, almost shamed. The police and paramedics are coming, he informs them, as if they hadn't heard the sirens. As they should, All Might says, seeing as 2 civilian children have just been injured. Boulder winces. He steps aside as All Might rises slowly and lifts Izuku gingerly into his arms, cradling him tenderly like he's something precious. Can you walk? He asks Katsuki. He nods curtly, eyes still focused on the boy in the hero's arms. All Might starts walking towards the waiting ambulance. Izuku feels himself being lulled into calmness by the steady strides he's taking. His hands still hurt something awful, but he knows they'll heal. Might, he whispers, throat itchy. What is it, my boy? Asks the hero. Who else? He coughs. Who else is hurt? All Might frowns. No one else was injured besides the 2 of you, my boy. And your friend seems to be all right, just some minor injuries that can easily be treated. You got off the worst, young man. Izuku stares into space. Let's see. All Might reaches an ambulance, where a team of paramedics is anxiously awaiting him. He has burns on his palms, he informs them as he gently lays Izuku down on the stretcher. And who know how many other injuries. Please, take care of him. We understand, All Might, says a stern-looking man, who's obviously the head of the team. He looks at Izuku's palms, and his eyes soften in sympathy. We'll take care of him. I'm riding in the ambulance too, Katsuki cuts in bluntly. I'm effing injured if you haven't noticed, and someone has to keep an eye on the shitty nerd. The paramedic looks at him, ready to refuse, but All Might intervenes before he can do so. Please, he says. They've been through a terrible ordeal. The man hesitates, but eventually lets it go. Be careful inside, boy, he says to Katsuki, as the others load Izuku inside. Kaken glares. What do you take me for, a 5-year-old? He says, but he has the good sense not to say it louder than a whisper. Izuku keeps his eyes on All Might as he's lifted inside the ambulance. The hero's face is knitted with concern, and something else, something that looks conflicted. It's so familiar. Izuku can't place where he's seen it before. All Might holds his gaze even as Kaken enters the ambulance alongside him, even as the paramedics begin to do an assessment of his injuries. He keeps looking at Izuku until the very last moment before the ambulance doors close, and Izuku drifts off into a muddy world of unconsciousness. When Izuku awakes, there's no sign of either of them. Instead, he wakes up in a hospital bed with bandages over his remarkably stiff hands. Scratch that, his whole body is stiff. He tries to move his body but groans immediately when it refuses to let him do so. A rustling sound off to the side draws his attention. He looks and is amazed but not surprised to see his mother, Kimi, and Yashiro, all three of them asleep. Inko and Kimi share the couch beside his bed, while Yashiro sits on the floor with his head leaning on the side of the sofa. Izuku's groaning and shifting quickly caused Inko's eyes to flutter open, and as soon as her gaze lands on Izuku, she gasps loudly. Izuku! She cries. Kimi's head, which had been resting on Inko's shoulder, falls to the couch with a soft thump as Izuku's mother rushes to his side. Izuku says or tries to, his throat still a little dry. His mother looks ready to cry when she hears his voice, but she makes a brave effort to hold her tears back and instead smiles at her son. Izuku's up? Yashiro asks, yawning as he wakes up as well. Kimi's sitting up, grumpily rubbing at the side of her head. She's still wearing her audition clothes, a flowing white dress and beige heels, and there are telltale signs on her face of her makeup getting smudged in some places. Hey guys, Izuku rasps, grinning. What time is it? It's like 9 in the evening, Kimi says as she stretches, cat-like. She and Yashiro yawn again, almost in sync, and she glares blearily at the other boy. Did you? He breaks off when his voice seems to completely run dry, and he's quiet for a few seconds. Inko gently runs her fingers through his hair, telling him not to rush it. Did you come right straight after your audition? Yep, says Kimi, popping the pea. Got the internship, so don't worry about it. The blow-dryer was a lifesaver. She looks at him meaningly as she says this, having been privy to his first encounter with the slime monster. Izuku wishes so bad that he could laugh. He settles for smiling as widely as his facial muscles will allow. You pulled some crazy stuff today, you know? Yashiro says, shaking his head as he gets up from the ground. Kimi told us you fought that thing off twice today. You had no choice with the first one, Kimi concedes. But there was absolutely no reason for you to rush into a full-scale villain attack like that. Weren't there pro-heroes at the scene this morning? Inko asks fretfully. Why did you rush in like that? We know your, situation may have put you there, but it was too dangerous even for you, sweetie. Izuku looks at them, the slightest movement feeling heavy to him. Did they tell you who the boy was? Who the slime villain was attacking? They all look at each other and shake their heads. No. Only that there were 2 of you, both middle schoolers, who'd been rushed to the hospital after the attack, Inko explains. Izuku leans back in his pillow, closing his eyes. It was Katsuki. It was Katsuki. Yashiro's eyes widen. As in Katsuki, I'll murder anyone who touches me? That one? Bakugo Katsuki? The only Katsuki we know, Yashiro, Izuku says, frowning. As in the Katsuki who ate the sugar gummies I got for you? The Katsuki who blew up Yuchan's desk in 6th grade? Katsuki who? But think we're all aware which Katsuki he's referring to, Yashiro. Kimi dryly cuts in, but she looks just a touch amused. Just making sure we're all talking about the same guy here, Yashiro says, holding his hands up appeasingly. Inko looks back at her son and takes his hand in her own. Is that why you rushed into action like that? Because it was Katsuki? Not just that, Izuku says, a little hesitant. There was a moment where we made eye contact, just for a bit. And his eyes looked so terrified that before I knew it, I was running to him. Bakugu? Terrified? Yashiro repeats. Like a deer. Izuku's voice cuts off again, and he swallows forcefully. He waves his hands around in a vague you get it gesture. Inko's eyes look incredibly sad. So, the burns? The doctors told us you had terrible burns on your hands when you were brought in. A whole team worked on them as soon as you got here, and they say they were able to alleviate most of the damage and scarring, but they were terrible burns, Izuku. She takes a deep breath. Did Katsuki give you those burns? Izuku's face falls. Slowly, hesitantly, he nods once. Immediately, Yashiro's expression is filled with anger. That BS sturdy, he growls. Almost simultaneously, Kimi's face twists with disgust. After you saved him? She asks. Izuku shakes his head quickly and implores them with his eyes to stop. Inko understands his message and gently gestures at them to stop. The slime monster is weak to heat, Izuku begins. I told him to use his explosions so that the monster would be forced to let go. I kept clawing at the slime to help him get free, but while I was shouting, my mouth was open. Vulnerable. The slime poured in almost immediately, and I was reaching out blindly to free his hands. I think he saw the slime monster about to get me, so he used his hands and his feet to explode the monster. He cuts off here, throat protesting at this extended use. I was holding onto his hands at the time. He looks at each of them in turn, eyes pleading. It's not his fault. Yashiro and Kimi still look angry, as if they're willing to take arms and ambush Katsuki right this minute, but Inko shoots them both a scolding look. Okay, sweetie, she tells Izuku, a small, comforting smile on her face. Why don't I get you some water for now, and then we can all go back to sleep? The doctors say they'll need to keep you in for another day at least to monitor the condition of your hands. Kimi settles back into the couch, distaste still barely concealed on her face, but doing a remarkable job of keeping her temper in check. Our parents are letting us spend the night here, she informs him, then groans. I should have packed face wash. My face is gonna be all broken out tomorrow if I sleep in makeup. At least it's after your audition, Yashiro snickers, but is silenced yet again by Kimi's powerful glare. I have some cleansing wipes in my bag, Inko says consolingly, diffusing the tension. Are you hungry, Izuku? Izuku shakes his head. He doesn't feel hungry per se, just a pervasive stiffness that makes any movement more painful than usual. Like shaking his head. Is it painful? Yashiro asks, noticing the way he'd winced. Izuku makes a non-committal shrug, then says, just a little. Too painful for a cuddle bunch? Inko says, extending her arms. Behind her, Yashiro and Kimi perk up, twin smiles on their faces as they raise their arms towards him as well. Izuku fights the color flooding his face, as well as the powerful urge to roll his eyes. Ever since Yashiro had jokingly named their group hugs as cuddle bunches some time ago, the term had unfortunately stuck, and all of three of them were prone to shouting cuddle bunch whenever Izuku got back from a Quirk incident. They're actually very pleasant, and Izuku secretly likes being in the middle of them, but the name has never failed to make him feel embarrassed. It doesn't help that Inko's the only one of the three who uses the term unironically. Sakai, he mumbles reluctantly, and that's all the permission they need before they crowd Izuku and gently wrap their arms around him. They've mastered the art of four-way group hugs, and their limbs settle comfortably all around him. Izuku closes his eyes and basks quietly in their affection, feeling his body go boneless with content. For a few moments, everything is peaceful. Izuku forgets the events of the day and focuses on Yashiro's heartbeat, the softness of his mother, and Kimi's long hair tickling the side of his ear. Eventually, when they've all had their fill, they let go. Yashiro's the first to step back. That was nice, he says, stretching. I could totally fall asleep right now. We should all get back to sleep, Inko says, stepping away to rummage in her handbag. She pulls out a pack of wipes which she hands to Kimi, who takes them gratefully. You don't need anything, Izuku? Maybe water, Izuku says. Oh, how could I forget? Inko says, clasping her hands together. She rummages once more in her bag, pulling out a small water bottle. I packed a bag as soon as the hospital called me, she explains, handing the bottle to him. Izuku winces. He doesn't want to think about his mother's reaction to the call. The last time the hospital had called her had been nearly 3 years ago. And he refuses to think of what had happened then, refuses to think how the exact same thing had almost happened today. By the way, Inko says as she and Kimi settle back into the couch. Yashiro's already passed out, breathing puffs of frost in the air. Izuku has noticed before that he sometimes uses his quirk like this when he falls asleep. It's hilarious. And also convenient as hell during the summer. A very tall and thin man came over sometime today, asking to see you. He looked very worried, she says. His name I can't quite remember. Toshinori. Yagi Toshinori? Izuki supplies. Only one man he knows fits that description. Yes. Inko says. I feel bad for forgetting his name. The doctors told us that he'd pulled some strings to get a professional healer to come in and help with your hands. Really? Izuku supposes that if the man knew several heroes personally, then he should have other connections. That's kind of him. Your stay in the hospital is being covered as well, Inko says happily. Yagi-sen must be an important man if he can do such a thing. I wish I could have thanked him properly, but he left before I could say much. I see. Izuku would have to thank him as well. He doesn't know how Yagi could have possibly known that he's here at this particular hospital, but considering that he'd asked Izuku to meet him at the expo, he must have seen the incident and recognized Izuku. Still, to do all that, isn't it amazing how kind people can be? Inko says brightly, shifting her arms to gently support Kimi, who's dozed off. You're very lucky, Izuku. Izuku knows. He has a wonderful mother and 2 amazing friends. Despite everything else he pretty much hates in his life, these people make it worthwhile to push on. He really has to thank Yagi. The man in question visits the very next day, just after Yashiro and Kimi had left. Inko jumps up from her seat the minute Yagi walks in, and seems determined on shaking his hand until his arm falls out of its socket. Thank you so much, Yagi-san. Inko cries, tears already spilling over. Yagi doesn't know what to do besides waiting for her blubbering to stop. Izuku, who's already accustomed to his mother's tearful displays, smiles. Good to see you, Yagi-san, he says, his throat already much improved. Yagi smiles back, but his eyes look serious. Inko finally manages to compose herself and lets go of Yagi's embattled hand. Again, you have my sincerest gratitude, Inko says. We can't possibly thank you enough for everything that you've done. Yagi holds up a hand. It's the least I could do after all your son has gone through. Speaking of which, how is he recovering? Izuku holds up his hands. The doctors had carefully removed the bandages this morning, revealing scarred palms. The burns had healed remarkably well after the immediate treatment, but Izuku was advised to be careful with them. He had been warned that most of his sweat glands had been destroyed, and his nerves had been affected. They had only been able to lessen the effects. The damage had been too severe to completely reverse. They're a little numb, Izuku explains. But I'm lucky that only my palms are scarred. I can move them around and everything. They told me I just have to pay special attention to the skin, especially for the next few months. He sets them down and looks at Yagi, his eyes sparkling. Speaking of which, they told me that recovery girl herself came to heal me, he said enthusiastically. Were you the one who contacted her? Yagi's expression is fond. Yes. She's an old friend of mine. I asked this small favor of her and she graciously agreed. You should thank her, not me. I wish I could meet her myself, Izuku says wistfully, looking at his hands. But since you seem close with her, do you mind giving her my thanks for me? We owe her so much. Inko nods emphatically. Yes, mine as well. We're eternally in your debt, Yagi-san. Please, Yagi says, raising his hand again. It's nothing. Still, you must be quite important if you were able to do all that, Izuku says, beaming. Can you tell me how you met her? And all the other heroes that you know? I've been dying to ask you ever since you told me. Yagi's face adopts a serious, almost haunted expression. About that, he begins, but then turns to look at Inko standing by the bedside. She meets his gaze, slightly nonplussed by the sternness in his eyes. Madam, I'm terribly sorry, but would it be possible to speak with Izuku for a bit? He asks her. Alone. Izuku's face knots in confusion. But, does she have to go? Are your meetings confidential? Mom can keep a secret, so it shouldn't be a problem even if she listens in. No, Yagi says firmly, but apologetically. What I'm about to tell you is substantially more important than that. And I'm sorry to say that I cannot yet allow your mother to know about it. Izuku's expression darkens, and he opens his mouth to protest further when Inko speaks. I understand, Yasen, she says, but she looks guarded. Gone is the welcoming face she had put on when Yagi first entered the room. For the sake of what you've done for my son, I'll respect this, but please know that I'm placing my trust in you. I hope for your sake that this secret of yours won't put my son in unnecessary danger. Yagi looks miserable. He nods once. Inko looks at him, gaze steely. Then she turns to her son and smiles. Will you be okay without me, Izuku? Izuku nods once, hesitant. Yeah. Will you be okay? Oh, don't mind me, Izuku, she says dismissively. I'll take this time to go home and get some more of your stuff to make you more comfortable here. I should probably get some more supplies as well. She looks at Yagi. That should give you ample time to talk, yes? More than enough, Yagi says. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Inko says, and Izuku remembers that for all her gentleness and timidity, Inko is a mother first and foremost, one who would lay down everything to protect her son. The gratitude and appreciation she so clearly felt for Yagi is laid aside the minute he implies that her son could be placed in danger. He feels a surge of affection for her, and is sorry to see her back as she leaves with a final wave to him. Once she leaves, he turns to Yagi, who seems uncomfortable. Well, he prompts. What's so important that you had to send my mom away to tell me? Yagi is silent for a moment. Perhaps it's better if I simply show you. Izuku watches, confused as Yagi walks around the room, pushing various objects up against the walls. It looks almost as if he's making room for something. I'm getting a little scared, Izuku jokes, but he's genuinely a little nervous. Are you gonna summon a demon or something? Is that how you know so many heroes? Nothing so dramatic, Yagi says, and then literally inflates. Izuku's jaw falls open. Only the very fresh memory of the slime villain forcing itself into him prompts him to snap it shut almost as quickly. Because where Tashinori Yagi had been standing, All Might has just appeared. All Might? Izuku stutters, then promptly cuts himself off before he does something like scream, eyes wide. Better not to alert anyone that All Might, the number one hero, the symbol of peace, is here in his hospital ward, and holy shit, did the doctors put something trippy in his medicine? Where did Yagi-san go? All Might laughs his signature laugh, robust and booming and a little too loud. Fear not, young Midoriya. I may look different, but it is still I, Tashinori-ya. He's cut off as he dissolves into a violent fit of coughing, and yep, there's the blood. The All Might is Tashinori Yagi case is getting a lot stronger. It still doesn't make any FNG sense, though. How? Izuku asks, because that seems like the most logical question at the moment. All Might laughs again, only to disappear in a cloud of smoke? Steam? Izuku turns away from the vapors and only looks back once he hears Yagi's familiar coughing. Thankfully, he's assumed his normal lanky form again, suddenly taking up a lot less space than just a moment ago. Yes, well, Yagi says, looking uncomfortable once again now that he's back to his smaller form. I understand that this is a lot to take in. You don't say, Izuku cuts in blandly, still reeling. But allow me to explain. You understand, of course, that me revealing this to you is nothing short of monumental? Yagi continues. He walks away to retrieve a chair he'd moved in order to place it closer to Izuku's bed. You understand the magnitude of the secret I just shared with you? You telling Mom to leave makes a whole lot more sense, yes, Izuku says. His mind is still going at 100 thoughts per second. If Yagi is All Might, and Izuku's been talking his ear off all the time about heroes' quirks, then Yagi's inputs, holy shit, they must have come from first-hand observations. And if All Might is Yagi, then that's how he'd known which hospital Izuku was taken to, how he probably managed to single-handedly cover all the expenses, and, most importantly, how he knows Recovery Girl, the youthful hero, in the first place. A lot of puzzle pieces are falling into place, but as they do so, more are only being thrown into the mix, raising even bigger questions. Perhaps I should start by explaining why my civilian persona looks so different, Yagi says carefully, sitting down. He coughs briefly, holding his hand up when Izuku begins to lean towards the tissues on the table. No, I'm fine, these coughing fits are part of it. Yagi leans back and slowly lifts the hem of his shirt. Under the fabric is a horrific mess of scars, dark and purple-like bruises, extending out from one central point at the side of Yagi's abdomen. I received this scar in a terrible fight nearly 3 years ago. The encounter left me nearly dead, and was promptly hushed up before the public could learn about it. To this day, almost no one knows that I was involved in that battle. Pictures have been doctored, witness accounts have been debunked as false sightings, and every news media outlet has been paid a considerable amount to make sure I'm not mentioned in the fight. Only the internet remains unchecked, but it's easy to write off anything published there as a simple conspiracy. Izuku's brow wrinkles. Can I ask which fight that was? He asks slowly. Yagi hesitates. I'll tell you the rest of what I have to say before I tell you more about the fight. Is that fair? He says. Izuku thinks it over, then nods, prompting him to continue. The wounds I sustained in that fight took a terrible toll on my body. I underwent several surgeries, but many of my internal organs suffered damage too severe to heal completely. Some even had to be removed. To my doctors, I'm considered a medical miracle. Anyone else would have died straight away at the fight itself. He puts his shirt down, covering the scars. The stress of the medical procedures I went through reduced me to this lesser form that you're more familiar with. Currently, I'm only able to perform my hero duties 3 hours a day. He grimaces. For 3 hours a day, I'm able to posture as the All Might you and everybody knows, before the stress becomes too much for my body. Past that time limit, I'm forced to drop the ruse and revert to this form. Izuku ponders this. So, the overall lesser activity of All Might, but increased sightings in Mizudafu. Did you settle down somewhere here? Yagi nods. Yes. Recently, my doctors have advised me to settle down in one locality and refrain from going around too much in order to lessen my exertion. Even for only 3 hours a day, going around Japan like I used to be able to is too much for my body to handle. He shakes his head bitterly. I've become a fragile shell of the man I used to be. Izuku frowns at the expression on Yagi's face. Despite that, you persisted, Yagi-san, he says quietly. You don't have any illusions of your own greatness or your capability. You accepted the truth and moved on in spite of it. You continue to do what you can even after what you've been through. He looks down and smiles sadly. That's still a lot more than I can say about most heroes. When he looks at Yagi, the man looks incredibly sad. Thank you, young man, he says. I suppose that I never thought of it that way. Izuku smiles gently at him before asking, why are you telling me all this anyway? Yagi-san. He tilts his head slightly. Like you said, this is a massive secret you're revealing to me. I'll keep it safe, of course, but I don't see the reason why I needed to be informed of this. That is going to be partially answered by another huge secret, Yagi says. What is it? Izuku prompts, already wary. Once upon a time, I asked you why you didn't want to be a hero, and the first reason you gave me was that you're quirkless, Yagi begins. He meets Izuku's eyes, expression stormy and intense. What if I told you that I had a way to give you a quirk? A powerful one at that? Izuku blanches. You don't mean? He trails off. I can give you my quirk, young Midoriya, Yagi says. With it, you can do great things. Well, dear men, if that statement isn't textbook heroic, Izuku doesn't know what is. But as for what he's actually saying, hold on, Izuku says, waving his hands frantically around. First of all, I don't know what your quirk is. Nobody knows. Do you know how many internet forums I've visited that are dedicated solely to theorizing what your quirk is? Do you know how many of those were written by me? And secondly, no quirks can be passed on between two people like what you're implying. Do you even know how dangerous that could be? What if someone tried to take it? What if someone... Slow down, young man, Yagi interrupts, breaking into a small laugh. I'll explain all that if you'll allow me. Izuku flushes and closes his mouth. He's about to learn what All Might's quirk is. Everybody on the All Might forum would be foaming at the mouth if they ever knew what he was about to learn. My quirk, on a superficial level, appears to be a strength quirk, Yagi begins. Or a superior muscle augmentation quirk. I believe that is that most popular theory, yes. Yes, Izuku mumbles. Many threads theorized him having outlandish quirks such as radioactive blood that powered his whole body, or even photosynthetic qualities that allowed him to draw power from the sun, but Occam's razor usually prevailed against those theories, favoring the idea of a simple yet freakishly powerful strengthening quirk. It is slightly more complex than that. My quirk, you see, is more like a gigantic reservoir of energy, an unquantifiable and almost endless amount of energy that sits in my body, waiting for it to be used. In terms of use, it's quite flexible. I can use it to harden my body against attacks, strengthen the muscles I use in combat, or simply as an energy source to heighten my endurance and stamina. Izuku's face contorts into one of incredible concentration. Amazing! So it's like this amazing power you can enhance every aspect of your body with. And it's endless? How do you know? He asks, just barely keeping from dissolving into a mumbling fit in favor of prodding All Might's quirk further. Because my quirk is, specifically, a stockpile quirk, Yagi says. One that essentially grows the more it is cultivated. A stockpile quirk? Izuku repeats. One that gets more powerful as it's developed, so, no way. Yes, Yagi says, confirming Izuku's unsaid thought. I'm not the first to hold this quirk. I'm the 8th holder, in fact, the holder of the most powerful iteration of One for All thus far. This quirk, as far as I know, is the only quirk that can be passed on, and it can never be taken against the holder's will. It has to be given willingly and not through force. One for All, Izuku breathes out. Is that the name of your quirk? Yes, says Yagi. And if you agree, it could become your quirk. That statement effectively cuts off all of Izuku's brain activity. The reason I'm telling you all of this is because I have been looking for a successor, have been doing so, in fact, since I suffered this injury, Yagi says. And I believe that I may have found that successor in you. He looks down. From the very first moment we met, you exhibited a selflessness and heroic side that I've rarely seen in other people, even other heroes. The way you moved and handled that situation spoke volumes to me in such a profound way. When you told me that you were quirkless, I thought it was too perfect. Every single user of One for All, including me, was quirkless before receiving it. I thought I had found the perfect successor, and yet you promptly and quite firmly told me that you didn't want to be a hero. Even with his face downcast, Yagi's face visibly softens. And yet, as I got to know you and spend time with you, I bore witness to more and more your deeds. To the way you rescue people without a second thought. To the incredible way you would rush to the aid of others without any expectation of reward. You were, without a doubt, someone who simply couldn't help but help others. He raises his head and injects conviction into his voice. The world needs someone like you, Midoriya Izuku. You can be a hero. No, you already are a hero. With that one final statement, Izuku knows he can't keep the charade up any longer. Yagi-sen, he says quietly, refusing to meet the man's eyes, which hold so much trust and belief. I have something to tell you in return. What is it, young Midoriya? Yagi asks nervously. This is not exactly the reaction he'd been expecting after his passionate declaration. It's only fair that I tell you, after everything that you've told me, Izuku begins. It's something I also have never told anyone, only 3 other people know. My mother and my 2 best friends. He turns to face the window and says, without preamble, I'm not actually quirkless. Before Yagi can react or intervene, he presses on. My quirk basically acts as a trouble sensor, or a radar. It alerts me to any situations where, I guess, aid is needed. When I was younger, it was just small things, rescuing cats from trees, or stepping in when someone was being bullied. As I got older, it became more and more dangerous. And I've been getting into the kind of situations you saw me in. That time at the convenience store? My quirk. The time at the bakery in the park? All my quirk. That granny I helped, that girl and her dog, that pizza DLVY guy? I was only able to help them because of my quirk, Izuku says. He speaks blandly, unemotionally. He hates this. He hates having to talk about his quirk like this, and possibly losing Yagi's admiration and respect for good. I don't tell people about my quirk for several reasons, but one of the biggest is that if people knew, they'd try to put me in the hero industry. Or if not, count on me to solve their problems. If I ever fail to save anyone, the blame will rest on my shoulders for not being able to act accordingly. He closes his eyes and imagines the day his grandfather had died. He's long since made the connection between that incident and the stabbing pains in his gut he'd mistaken for stomach cramps at the time. That's more than I can handle, to be honest. He finally turns his head to look at Yagi. I'm really grateful and glad that you trusted me enough to share this secret with me. It can't have been an easy decision. I hope I'm making something clear. I'm not the hero you think I am, Yagi-san. I'm just a boy who may as well be quirkless, someone who can only help other people out because of quirk I never asked for. I can't be a hero, Yagi-san, he concludes, with a clear air of finality. The air is thick and silent after that statement. Yagi's expression is unreadable, but obviously tense. He searches Izuku's face, but the boy knows he will find nothing but conviction there. Even if he wanted to, someone like Izuku will never be suited to being a hero. He's praised and thanked for the way he saves people, and nobody even knows how undeserving he actually is of their gratitude. Thank goodness, Yagi says. I thought I was going crazy. Izuku tilts his head, confused. Yagi-san, I have never in my life met anyone who got into the kind of situations you do as frequently as you do, Yagi says. I'd say the only person who even comes close is me, and me being me, that's kind of my job. You having a quirk suddenly makes things a whole lot clearer. He stands up from his chair. As for everything else you've told me, I see that I won't be convincing you to take my quirk anytime soon. If it caused you any additional stress, I apologize. I completely trust that you'll keep anyone from finding out. He smiles at Izuku kindly, but the boy sees through it immediately. It's fragile, brittle, just barely managing to show up on his sunken face. Nothing you've told me changes my opinion of you. You're still a kind, helpful, and courageous young man. He pauses, then appears to think better of what he might have said. Instead, he ruffles Izuku's hair. Get better soon, you hear? I'll be waiting for you to join me for a jog again. As he moves to leave the room, Izuku calls out to him just before he exits. Yagi-san. The man turns back. Yes, young Midoriya? That I'm sorry, he says lamely, not knowing how to communicate the regret he feels at causing the disappointment evident in the man's face, manner, and voice. Yagi smiles slightly. Don't be, he says, his voice sadder than Izuku could bear. It's not your fault. He is not the only visitor that Izuku receives. Soon after his mother returns to a quiet and pensive Izuku, someone else knocks on the door. Or, more accurately, bangs on it until Inko rushes to open it. Oh, Katsuki, is that you? Inko says incredulously. Izuku, for the first time since Yagi left earlier, snaps to attention. Katsuki is standing in the doorframe, obviously uncomfortable, but doing a good job of covering it up with hostility. Yeah, he says, clearly attempting to rein in his normal tone in front of Inko. Come in, come in. Inko says, ushering him frantically through the door. It reminds Izuku of the way she had welcomed Yagi in just this morning, and he hopes this won't turn into an intense conversation like it had then. However, judging from the way Katsuki's looking at him, he's pretty sure it won't be the case. "How are you, Katsuki?" Inko asks as soon as the blonde boy's seated on the sofa. "We heard you'd been rushed to the hospital with Izuku here yesterday as well. Have your injuries healed?" Katsuki nods curtly. "Yeah, I wasn't too banged up," he says. He holds up his arms, covered lightly in bandages. "I just got some cuts and burns from using my quirk too much." He freezes slightly, then looks at Izuku. "Speaking of that, that's weird. I'm just gonna keep calling you Deku, okay?" "Okay," Izuku says, laughing softly. He holds out his palms. "If you wanted to ask about my hands, Kaken, here, they're scarred, but basically healed. Kaken, I can call you Kaken, right?" Katsuki flushes and looks like he wants nothing more than to vehemently refuse, but Inko is watching the conversation with hopeful, starry eyes. She was never made aware of the reason behind Izuku and Katsuki's fallout nearly 2 years ago, and was greatly saddened by the sudden loss of one of Izuku's closest friends. Katsuki visibly restrains himself from saying no outright, but Inko's pleading look is too powerful. "Yeah, whatever," he eventually mutters. Izuku smiles. Maybe they haven't changed too much, the two of them. After that, however, things get slightly awkward. It's evident that Kaken came in order to talk to Izuku about something, but Inko's oblivious. She sits there with them, wondering why they don't talk more. Surely, after 2 years of not seeing each other, not to mention sharing a near-death experience, they've got a lot to speak about. Eventually, Izuku takes the initiative. "I'm sorry for asking this again, but would you mind if I talk to Kaken?" Inko beams. "That's more like it." "Not at all. Please, go ahead you two." Privately, Izuku clarifies. "Is it okay if you left the room for a bit?" Inko claps her hands over her mouth. "Oh, so that's why, goodness. This conversation wouldn't progress while she was still around." "Oh my. Of course, Izuku. I'm sorry, you know I'm terrible at reading the air," she says apologetically. Her precious son smiles. "It's all right, Mum. It's just, we haven't talked to each other in such a long time." Of course. "You two must have so much to catch up on," Inko says. She gets up in a hurry. "I think I'll go down to the cafeteria and see if they have anything for snacks," she says. "Do you want anything?" Katsuki? "No," they say in unison. They catch each other's eye briefly, and Inko swells with happiness. Maybe they'll become good friends again, she hopes. "I'll be going now, Izuku. I have my phone with me, so call me if you need anything, okay?" she says. Izuku nods, and watches his mother practically bounce on her heels as she leaves the room. Even when she leaves, the two boys stay silent. Things didn't get any less awkward at all. "So, you're all healed up now?" Izuku asks lamely, a poor attempt at a conversation starter. Apparently, Kaken thinks so as well, because he doesn't dignify at his response. Kaken will obviously speak in his own time, so all Izuku can do now is wait. Just before the silence gets too unbearable, Kaken finally deigns to look at him and ask, "Why don't you want to be a hero?" His voice and question is blunt and undeniable. Izuku won't be able to deter him. "I thought we've discussed this when we were kids, Kaken," Izuku begins, but is cut off by Kaken. "Don't give me that bullshit about being quirkless or you don't have to be a hero to help people, Kaken," he says, his voice turning up mockingly on the last part of the sentence. He sneers at Izuku. "We both know those are just FING excuses. You sure as shit didn't need a quirk to jump in there and save my butt." Izuku cannot reply, for one, because he doesn't know what to answer, and two, did Kaken just willingly admit that Izuku had saved him? "So I want you to tell me the real reason you FING hate heroes, got it, dipshit? And then I'm effing right off and leaving you the hell alone. It's not like we'll have any reason to continue talking after all this," Kaken says, crossing his arms and looking sternly at him. Izuku looks down. After this, Kaken will enroll at UA and go on to become a hero. Maybe even a top hero. And Izuku will return to his life, enroll at some prestigious university, and find a job while he rescues cats on the side until he dies. Before that happens, they need closure. And so, maybe he can't tell Kakin about his quirk. But maybe after everything, he at least deserves to know this. You probably don't remember my father, do you, Kakin? He asks. When Kakin's only reply is to tilt his head, Izuku continues. You probably don't. We were both only 2 years old when he died, and even I don't have that many memories of him. But did you know that he was a pro-hero? For real? Kakin asks in disbelief. When Izuku nods, he says, F-. I didn't know. His hero name was Salamander because of his fire breath. Grandpa used to tell me all the time that he was really, really powerful. He was naturally good at any offensive encounters, but flexible in any other situation. When Dad was active, crime rate in Mizudafu really dropped. Dad met Mom when he rescued her from a train crash, Izuku says. He pauses to smile fondly but sadly at the memory of his mother telling him all about how she had met his father. According to her, she had fallen in love at first sight. And they got married and had me. Only thing is, I don't think Mom really understood how busy being a pro-hero could get. She was understanding, of course. Have you even met her? But raising me practically on her own took its toll. Dad could be gone for days or weeks on end without any word from him. Grandpa and Mom told me that I used to get really mad but clingy with Dad whenever he came home. They said that I would cry at the sight of him, but as soon as I calmed down I would latch onto his leg and refuse to let go. Those times were the only times I got to spend with him, before he inevitably got called off to some mission again, so I wouldn't leave his side at all. Of the 2 birthdays I had while he was alive, he couldn't attend either. He was busy fighting crime, I guess. Kakin snorts. So are you telling me that your whole grudge against heroes is founded on your FING daddy issues? He says. Because let me tell you right there, that's effing petty. Pettier than screaming at your best friend for helping you up after you fall off a bridge? Izuku shoots back immediately. Kakin acknowledges the barb with nothing more than a nod and a slightly deeper scowl. Whatever, Deku. Izuku smiles slightly. He knows when Kakin can't come up with a decent comeback. My grudge was definitely founded on those daddy issues, if that's how you want to put it, but it really started to grow once Dad died. The news outlets reported the incident as a massive scandal. Apparently, Dad was out on a mission with his teammates. Not just temporary partners from other agencies, his teammates that he's been in the business with practically since his debut. They came up against a really, really strong villain. Is this sounding familiar yet? Kakin shrugs non-committally. Dunno. FNG, get to the point already. Well, the short story is that Dad got caught in the attack while he tried to defend some civilians who'd strayed into the area. And then he got captured by one of the villain's helpers. He called out for help from his teammates, but Izuku's face darkens. They abandoned him. Dad had been the strongest member on that team. Without him and his leadership, they quickly fell apart. They had no idea what to do. Eventually, more hero agencies had to get involved because the villain couldn't be contained. The scandal came up when it was revealed that Dad's teammates essentially fled the scene. They hadn't been the ones to contact the hero agencies, nor did they stay to try and contain the villain. When they saw that their leader had been captured, they turned tail and abandoned him. By the time the other pro-heroes got there, Dad had already been killed. He was just mingling with the other corpses at the scene, Izuku says dispassionately. He'd cried his eyes out when Grandpa had first told him this story, but it has since become fuel feeding into his hatred of the hero industry. After the incident, his teammates retired from the business. Couldn't handle the media firestorm that followed, I guess, and they had no real leader to follow. Dad's body was retrieved, returned to us, and buried with a gold medal for his service. That's when I first realized that heroes aren't everything they're cracked up to be. He looks at Kakin, who's still listening intently. You already know how Grandpa died. It's really FANG similar to how Dad died, except he was an innocent civilian. I didn't tell you about Red Eagle and Duodenum attending his funeral though, did I? Kakin shakes his head. Well, they did. And from what I hear, Red Eagle's retired from the hero industry as well. I think she's making support items now. I'm a little glad. I don't think she was prepared for the reality of being a hero. He chuckles a little bitterly. Well, anyway, there you have it, Kaken. That's it. That's my sob story. My hero grudge is founded not just on my daddy issues, but on my grandpa issues as well. He looks away. That I guess it all still sounds kind of petty, huh? Kaken stares coolly at him. So basically, what you're telling me is that you find the heroes fake, he asks flatly. And that they pretend to be FING perfect when actually they're cowards once things get dangerous. Izuku meets his gaze levelly. I don't think all of them are, he says quietly. Not even most of them. I'm fully aware that selfless, true heroes exist within the industry and are making the world a better place in their own way. But you've never lost a loved one to this industry, he ends up saying. You've never had your world shattered in front of you, let alone twice. He stares at his hands, twin scars resting on each of them. How can I feel anything but hate for something that took so much from me? Kaken is silent. Then he scoffs and stands up from the sofa. I get it, Deku, he says, walking towards the door. I won't FNG pester you about this anymore. We probably won't see each other again after this, anyway. He pauses, just as his hand rests on the doorknob. I'm going to be a hero, he says slowly, face turned away from Izuku. And not just any shitty hero, the best hero. I don't care about All Might, I'll earn my license and FNG beat him out from the #1 spot, fair and square. And I'll blast the sheet out of any hero or villain who gets in my way. And not once will I ever run away from anything, he declares, and he turns to meet Izuku's eyes. Izuku sees quiet conviction and determination in those red irises, a far cry from the usual egotistic pride that resided in them. Not from a shitty villain. Not from a civilian who needs help. Not from anyone or anything, when I know I can effing help. He chuckles sharply. I'm gonna be 1,000,000 times better than those BSs, so you don't have to FNG worry about hating me when I become #1 hero, Deku. No, Izuku says quietly. I suppose I don't. Yeah, you don't, Kaken bites out. His face twists in concentration, then abruptly floods with color. As quickly as it happens, he turns away to face the door. I'm only gonna say this once, so get the FING cotton out of your ears and listen, because I'm not repeating it, he grits out, the effort of saying what he's about to say obviously painful. He takes a deep breath and turns around once more to really look at Izuku. Thanks for saving me, he says. Not just yesterday but 2 years ago too. And I'm sorry I was such a gigantic D to you, okay? Kaken, Izuku begins, but the other boy silences him with a truly powerful glare. Not another word, he says murderously. He promptly opens the door and leaves, shutting it loudly behind him. Izuku can only stare. He's still for just a moment, before falling into his pillow. Maybe Kaken has changed. The old Kaken he knew would have never, in 1,000,000 years, admitted to being saved. Or apologize. Or acknowledge being wrong in any way, really. Izuku thinks back to his declaration. Not from anyone or anything when I know I can help. Kaken, Izuku whispers. Kaken, then what does that make me? When Inko returns, she's distressed to find that her son has cried himself to sleep. Tashinori sits on the wall of Dagoba Beach. The piles of trash and junk rise as high as ever, blocking out what could potentially be one of the most beautiful coastal views in Japan. When young Midoriya had first seen it on one of their morning jogs, he'd stopped in his tracks and dissolved into a passionate mumbling fit about the dangers of such pollution and different heroes who could solve it, if they could be bothered to do so. Izuku. It seems that no matter what he does, Tashinori cannot stop thinking about the young boy. If he could turn back time, he would go back to that room in the hospital and take back everything he had told him. It was unfair of him to offer such a terrible responsibility to someone so young. Tashinori knows firsthand the incredible burden that comes with accepting one for all. But in his excitement at finding such a perfect successor, he'd assumed that Izuku could eventually be convinced despite his words. After all, he was a textbook hero. An ideal one. You're so much better at all this people stuff, Nana, Tashinori thinks wistfully, remembering his charismatic mentor. Would have handled him so much better. Instead, Toshinori had endangered a 14-year-old boy by bestowing upon him a monumental secret he hadn't asked to know, and in the process dragged out old wounds and mental struggles that the boy had probably never wanted to discuss in the first place. It's been almost a week since that day. He knows from the doctors at the hospital that Izuku had been discharged the day after. After all, he's the one who paid for his treatment. He'd also paid for the treatment of that other boy. Bakugo, he believes his name was. Since then, he hasn't encountered Izuku once. That might have to do with how he's avoiding the places he knows Izuku frequents. Toshinori doesn't quite know how to face the boy after everything that's happened. He knows he needs to apologize to him at some point, but he can't quite muster the courage to do it. Funny how he never once backed down from the most terrifying of enemies, but a simple, "I'm sorry," becomes the most daunting task he's ever faced. He's so lost in thought that he doesn't notice the by now familiar sound of red sneakers crunching on gravel, until a boy with messy green hair sits himself right beside him. "I thought I might find you here," Izuku says, and Toshinori will never admit in a million years that he just barely keeps himself from jumping right off the wall in surprise. "Young Midoriya?" Izuku smiles. "If you're so easily caught off guard, I don't see how you survive to be the #1 hero for this long," he says, chuckling lightly. It's quite true. Over his extensive time as a hero, Toshinori has developed his senses and intuition many times over. He's normally hyper-aware and alert of his surroundings. He's always had to be. "What can I say?" he shrugs. "I suppose I've gotten used to your presence." "That's nice," Izuku says, like he isn't sure that word actually applies. "I haven't run into you for a while." "That's pretty strange, considering how often I used to see you before." Toshinori grimaces. "It's odd, yes," he says, unwilling to admit that he'd been afraid of finally confronting the boy. "It's pretty inconvenient since I've been wanting to talk to you, Yagi-san," Izuku says. He brings his knees up close to his face and holds them. "I've thought a lot about what you told me back then." No. Toshinori won't be able to handle Izuku's sadness again. He absolutely does not want to ever be the cause of it again. "Young Midoriya," he says hurriedly, trying to cut him off before he tells Toshinori how distraught he had made him feel. "Before that, I want to apologize to you. I was completely out of line. I see now how unfair it was of me to push my expectations on you. Heroic or not, you're still a child. It was wrong of me to ask you to shoulder this burden, and to expose you to such a terrible secret." Izuku smiles at him, and his expression is terrible to behold, fond and yet miserable at the same time. He looks like someone whose heart has been broken and yet continues to hang on to his foolish feelings. "I wasn't looking for you just to hear you say that to me, Yagi-sen," he says. "I came to tell you that I've changed my mind." What? Toshinori says out loud. Izuku stares out at the piles of junk, his gaze probably reaching further than that to the horizon just beyond them. "Like I said, I've been thinking a lot. About your quirk. About my quirk. About everything that I've done so far. I realized for the first time that my quirk was for life. That no matter what I did, the only way to escape it would be to die." "Young Midoriya," Toshinori interrupts, worried by that train of thought. Izuku shakes his head lightly. "I'm fine, Yagi-san. I have a wonderful mother and 2 friends who worry about me more than should be normal, so I don't entertain those thoughts anymore," Izuku says dismissively. "Anymore," Toshinori thinks, and is filled with a fresh wave of regret at what he must have put this boy through. "Anyway, after you left, a friend of mine visited me as well. It was the boy I rescued from the slime monster. You see, it's always been his dream to become an outstanding pro-hero. He's got the drive and determination to back up his powerful quirk, so I've no doubt he'll definitely achieve his dream. But something he said to me while he was there stuck with me. He told me that when he becomes a hero, he would never run away, never from a villain, never from a civilian who needed help, never from any situation in which he knew he could help. And I realized that that was me. For as long as I've had this quirk, not once have I denied it. I've always rushed headfirst into all sorts of situations the moment I realized I had the capacity to help in any way," Izuku says, eyes distant. "As long as I have this quirk, I will never have peace. Sure, I can try to live a normal life, but, he chuckles bitterly. This quirk will follow me until the day I die. So, I figured. He smiles at Toshinori. I figured I might as well save as many people as I can along the way, right? No, Toshinori wants to say. Wants to scream. No, young Midoriya, he murmurs, eyes downcast. No, this isn't right. You're a child. It's not right. You shouldn't. I should never have asked you to even consider taking this burden. Izuku is silent. Then he stands up and kneels in front of Toshinori, forcing the man to meet his eyes. Yagi-san, he says. Thank you for crying for me. But I've long since accepted this fate. Meeting you and rescuing Kaken only solidified that acceptance. I will never escape it. I will never have the peace that I want. This is the best path that I can think to go on. So don't worry, Yagi-san. I've made up my mind on this. You're not forcing me into anything. That is a lie and they both know it. Young Midoriya, Toshinori says, tears coursing down his cheeks, humbled by the display of sheer strength of mind and misery in front of him. I'm sorry. Izuku laughs. Don't be, he says shakily. It's not your fault, Yagi-san. That afternoon, the golden sun cast its rays over Dagoba Beach like it had countless days before. But that day, its light also fell on the silhouette of two heroes, both weeping over the incredible weight of the world on their shoulders. Of course, Inko, Kimi, and Yashiro all have to be informed of Yagi passing his quirk onto Izuku. The three of them know that Izuku already has a quirk, after all, so it would be really hard to explain the sudden appearance of another quirk, let alone one as powerful as All Might's. But it's a testament to the bonds between all four of them that they absolutely do not take the news well. Okay, first of all, Yashiro says once Yagi's finished talking. He's the first one to react. I want your autograph. Secondly, please leave this house and don't come back again. I'm all for him leaving, Kimi seconds darkly. Without even getting an autograph. The sooner he leaves, the better. No, he should give us at least 2 autographs each, Yashiro argues. One to keep in frame, one to sell. And then he can leave and never come back. You do realize he's right in front of you, right? Izuku says dryly. Yagi has been watching the exchange with increasing discomfort, due in part to Kimi and Yashiro's obviously hostile tones, but mostly due to Inko's continued silence. If he'd thought that Izuku had been hard to convince, Yagi still has the Izuku protection squad to win over. Well, yeah, Yashiro shrugs. But obviously he's crazy if he thinks we'll actually let you go through with this. In fact, he turns to Izuku. What's gotten into you? You're the one person in the world that he shouldn't have been able to convince. You can't possibly expect us to believe that he won you over in one conversation. 2, actually, says Yagi, regretting it immediately when Kimi shoots him a dark look. Okay, 2, whatever, Yashiro says dismissively. Had they met in different circumstances, Yashiro would definitely have approached All Might with stars in his eyes and gushed over him like any other All Might fan. However, there's nothing but wary suspicion in his face the moment Yagi tells them what Izuku has agreed to do. Kimi is more openly hostile. I'm sure you're well aware by now of Izuku's lack of concern for himself, she says, ignoring Izuku's weak protests. She looks sternly at Yagi. And I'm sure you're also aware that he can never turn away anyone in need. So how do we know you're not simply playing into his unfortunate tendencies? How do we know you didn't influence his decision? Yagi looks miserable. I can't say. He begins, I don't know myself, so. Yagi-san didn't force me into anything, Izuku interrupts, coming to his rescue. He figures he had better defend his case before his mother joins the fray. The first time he talked to me, I refused. And the second time, I'm the one who seeked him out to tell him that I'd changed my mind. So he didn't influence me at all, I came to this decision on my own. But why? Kimi asks. You've never once showed an interest in becoming a hero. What changed? Izuku, Inko interjects. Her face is knotted with concern, but also a quiet resignation. Are you sure this is completely your own decision? Izuku looks at her, but her face is mostly unreadable. Her verdict will make or break this decision. If she vetoes this, then Izuku cannot enroll in UA or any other hero school. In short, it's all up to Inko. Yes, Izuku says. I've made up my mind on this. On the sidelines, Yashiro and Kimi grimace. They know this tone of voice. It's the same voice he used to use when he told people that he didn't want to be a hero. A resolute, unshakable conviction. There's no arguing with Izuku once any person hears this voice. Inko searches his face, long and slow. Then she sighs. I suppose I can't say I'm surprised, she says sadly. You've never been able to help helping people. It's not just your quirk, you've never been able to resist a cry for help. She smiles sadly. Do you remember when you first met Katsuki? Izuku frowns. Nope. You told me that you first got us together when I was 3 months old. I'm pretty sure I was too young to remember anything. Inko's smile turns fond. Well, you sure wasted no time. He was throwing a fit when you met him, and your first instinct was to pat him until he stopped crying. I'm almost 100% sure that Mitsuki has it on video somewhere. Anyway, my point is that it's always just been your nature to help people. The emotional impact of the nostalgic story is lessened when Izuku sees Yashiro's sheet-eating grin. His dislike of Katsuki aside, Yashiro will never pass up on teasing material on both Kimi and Izuku. Izuku's only consolation is that nobody at their school knows Katsuki and won't understand the significance of the story. And your father? I don't think you remember this either, but when you were a baby, your dad would read to you from storybooks whenever he was home. You always liked the hero ones the best. You'd always doodle Hisashi in his hero costume and come running to me as soon as you finished. I could tell that deep down, you wanted to be a hero too. Maybe it was because you admired or missed your father. I don't quite know. Then your father died and it was like your dream died as well. Your grandfather was the only one keeping you interested in anything, keeping you happy even as your quirk started getting more and more out of hand. And then he was gone too. Inko paused. She looks down at her hands, which have knotted tightly together. Sometimes I feel like I failed as a mother. I could never quite get you out of that slump you fell in after you lost both your father and grandfather. I couldn't get you to stop living life as if you were just going through the motions, like nothing was really worth living for anymore. I couldn't. Didn't help. All I did was try and watch over you. Mom, Izuku breaks in, but Inko holds up a hand to stop him. She smiles at him, clearly trying her hardest to stay steady. This though? Helping people has always been your thing, so to speak. I know how much it meant to you to save anyone, before you got that silly notion that the only reason you were able to help people was because of your quirk. Don't fight me on this, Izuku, it is a silly thought, she says sternly when she sees him trying to interrupt. Your friends and I have been trying to get you to see that for so long. Your quirk may be alerting you to those situations, but you're the one doing the saving. That part has always been all you, she concludes, smiling with incredible strength. You've always been a hero, Izuku. Like we've always said, you having a quirk or not hasn't and will never change that. There's not a dry eye in the room after Inko's statement. Izuku gets up to walk into his mother's already open arms, heart too full to speak. For a while, mother and son embrace each other while the most important people in his life look on. Eventually, they pull apart reluctantly. However, Inko says once he's pulled away, just because I give you my permission, it doesn't mean that I approve or like this situation. You are still my son, and this is still an incredibly dangerous occupation. You having your quirk only makes it doubly so. Mom, I haven't even taken a hero course yet. I haven't even applied yet, Izuku says, laughing. What are the chances I even make it as a pro hero, anyway? Oh, I have no doubt you'll make it, Inko says dismissively. Between all your brains and your quirk and Tashinori-san's quirk to boot, you're practically guaranteed to become a hero. What I don't see you becoming is a responsible hero. However, you're far too nonchalant about your personal safety. When you're rescuing someone, all you think about is their well-being and not yours. If you're going to be a hero, please promise me that you'll outgrow that mentality of yours, all right? That I'll try, says Izuku, but is met with not one, but 3 stony glares. Yagi only looks back at him, helpless. That I mean I will, he says meekly. Good, Inko says. And as for you, she says, turning to look sharply at Yagi. Izuku has never seen a grown man look so cowed before. While I'm grateful to you for what you have done for Izuku and his future, you've also endangered him recklessly. My son never asked to be included in the trouble you're in, and it was incredibly irresponsible of you to involve him, especially considering his age. Right? Yagi says, too scared to defend himself. Inko glares at him some more. Then she composes herself and turns to Izuku. Izuku, sweetie, would you mind if you three left for a bit? I have some choice words for this man which I'd rather you not hear. Yagi looks positively terrified at the prospect, and seems like he's seconds away from begging Izuku not to leave him with a 5-foot-tall embodiment of pure, motherly rage. Yashiro, on the other hand, looks like he wants to stay and see the absolutely brutal dressing down Yagi is sure to get. Sure, Izuku says, looking apologetically at Yagi when the man shoots him a betrayed look. You're on your own, he mouths. Out loud, he says, do you need the shopping done? We can get groceries while we're out. No, thank you, Inko says, shaking her head. Why don't the three of you head down to that new ice cream shop down the street? Bring me back a flavor you think I'd like. Izuku groans as he stands up, Kimi and Yashiro following. But you only like matcha, he complains. Surprise me. Inko calls out as they leave. She smiles in their direction for a short moment, before turning back to Yagi with steel in her eyes. Shall we, Yagi-san? For the first time in a long time, Yagi finds himself genuinely praying for his safety. So. What is it? You and Whittle baby Kakenha? Oh, shut up, stop it, stop laughing, Kimi, it's not funny. When Izuku and his friends return, Yagi and Inko have finished talking. Yagi looks a lot less meek than they expected, and Izuku feels like he got the short end of the stick with the amount of scolding and pestering Kimi and Yashiro bombarded him with before they even ordered anything. Instead, Yagi looks more resolute than anything, as if he'd just undergone an inspirational speech rather than aggressive motherly scolding. He's uncomfortably intense as he watches Izuku come in, and he doesn't really want to know what eternal vow of protection Inko has made him swear. I got you vanilla matcha, Izuku says to his mom, holding out the cup of ice cream that's just starting to melt. He turns to Yagi. I didn't know what flavor you like, Yagi-san, so I just got you strawberry. Kimi suggested it. Thank you, young lady, Yagi says seriously as he reaches for the ice cream. It is indeed one of my favorite flavors. DMN, Kimi grimaces. I picked it because I thought you wouldn't like it. Izuku gapes at her, astounded by her statement, while Yashiro just claps her on the shoulder. You tried, Kimi. I told you we should have gotten him pistachio. Nobody likes pistachio. That's too obvious, Kimi says at the same time that Izuku protests. Hey, pistachio's okay. All Might, whatever you do, never let Izuku pick your order at an ice cream parlor, Yashiro advises him. Vanilla's the best you can expect from him. He lowers his voice conspiratorially. He still believes cherry is a real flavor. That's it, Izuku says. Ice cream flavor discussions are banned. Nobody's allowed to comment on my personal tastes anymore. Well, you probably won't be eating too much ice cream anytime soon, Izuku, Inko says. She holds up a sheet of paper, which contains a comically large amount of figures and nutrient content. Tashinori-san just gave me this. It's your prescribed diet for roughly the next 10 months, which you have to follow to the letter. It's almost completely protein-based and almost completely non-sugar. Izuku looks at Yagi in horror as Yashiro dramatically whispers, Hurry! Get out while you still can. We'll have to strengthen your body before I give you my quirk, young Midoriya, Yagi says apologetically. My quirk requires a high baseline strength to be accommodated in one's body, let alone for it to be used. Think of it like pumping a water balloon full in one blast. With a fire hydrant, the consequences would be rather unpleasant. We've got to strengthen the vessel in preparation for the incoming power. And that means, Izuku says, trailing off in growing apprehension. Yagi grins, cheerfully pulling out a brightly colored sheet of paper. He gives it a shake, and it unfolds to its full length, reaching almost to the floor. It means, Yagi says, welcome to 10 months of hell training. The new diet isn't the worst part of hell training. It isn't even the training itself. The worst part of training is how Izuku can't find a single error in All Might's hellish training regimen. It's all, unfortunately, scientifically accurate, which means he cannot try and get out of it. When Yagi first brings Izuku to the cluttered Dagoba beach, his first reaction, after a week of grueling pre-exercises, is to ask, "Are you going to make me swim to America or something?" Yagi laughs heartily. "Of course not. It'll take many years before you can swim a distance that wide," he says, patting Izuku's shoulder consolingly, like it's a great loss or something. "No, for your training, you're going to be clearing the Dagoba beach coastline." "Literally why?" "I'm thinking the area from there," Yagi says, ignoring him and pointing at a spot on the coastline. "All the way over there," he finishes, indicating an area that easily spans 60% of the entire coastline. "You do realize that there's a literal car over there, don't you?" Izuku says, pointing at the ancient remains of what had once been a fully working vehicle. "Functional or not, it still probably weighs the same. I'm going to clean this all up myself?" "You have 10 months, Yagi says serenely. "You can start today or tomorrow, if you wish, as long as you make the deadline." Izuku groans and trudges down the steps towards the beach, resigned to an exhausting afternoon. "You know, there are other, less convoluted ways of getting me to do community services," he gripes. Yagi looks far too pleased with himself as Izuku begins picking at a moderately sized junk pile. Even the start of the new term doesn't excuse Izuku from hell training. He balances exercise and studying, just barely managing to keep everything straight on top of his quirk, deciding that he apparently didn't have enough on his plate to deal with. To be fair, his quirk has been less active than usual, but activity is activity, and it's just another big chunk in the melting pot that is Izuku's. Sunday is Izuku's one-off day. Yagi had offered 2 rest days per week in order to let him keep up with classes, but keeping top of the class is practically second nature to him. It helps that his teachers adore him, and ever since he'd turned in a concrete plan for a future to Mrs. Honda, she'd been supporting him 100%. She writes off his occasional late arrivals and absences without even asking for a concrete explanation. "I trust you, Midoriya-kun," she had said, when Izuku came to her office to apologize for the umpteenth time. "I know you don't neglect your studies, nor spend your time frivolously. I'm just so happy to see you actually working for something you want to achieve instead of just going through the motions in life." She had smiled at him, looking so proud that Izuku felt obliged to thank her an excessive amount of times as he left the room. Shirsho had had a similar reaction when he'd come to the dojo to tell her that he could probably only come on Sundays, and only every other week or so. "You're already one of my best students, Izuku, so don't worry about not attending classes," she says in her trademark booming voice, accompanied by her trademark bruising claps on the back. "As for the kids, well, they'll miss you of course, but you can't sacrifice your future just so you can teach them." This sentence is vehemently opposed by the group of children currently congregated around Izuku, with Akari clinging to one leg and Yuto on the other. Apparently one kid had overheard their conversation and promptly made it their duty to alert the other children. "No!" Akari cries. "Izuku has to come every day." Now, children," Shirsho says, adopting her stern voice, which is actually pretty threatening. "Is that any way to behave? How can you be so selfish? Izuku has taught you all so much and helped you to become better than you ever were. Now it's his turn to pursue his dreams. You should support him the same way that he supports you." The children all look ready to burst into tears, with the exception of Akari, who's already crying. Yuto stares tearily at the stern face of their instructor, before looking up at Izuku. "You have to come back, okay?" he demands. Izuku laughs. "I'll be here every 2 weeks. You'll still see me. And you still have to think of exercises for us, okay?" pipes up another girl. Izuku nods, patting her on the head. "And you have to make sure I get to 15 meters, okay?" Yuto interjects again, stretching his arms to wrap themselves around Izuku several times over. "Izuku and I." Akari wails. How will I become a cool hero like Torchwick if you don't teach me? She dissolves into a fit of sobbing which sets all the other children off, and for a while, every other session in the dojo is paused to watch the amazing sight of one boy surrounded by a throng of crying children. Yes, yes, Izuku says soothingly, gently detaching Akari and Yuto from his legs so he can get down to their level. Izuku is studying to become a hero, okay? He explains softly as they calm down to quiet sniffling. I'm going to the greatest school for heroes. Aren't you excited for me? We are, Akari says, stomping her foot childishly. But we want you here. We want you teaching us. We'll never love another teacher more than you, Izzy. Never, never, ever. Hey now, Shursho jokingly interjects, but it's lost in the fresh wave of crying that Akari's heartwarming statement triggers. Izuku, unable to speak, simply gathers the nearest children into his arms and lets the rest pile on top of him. When they're all done crying, Izuku leads them in their training activities for the last time in a long while. Just because he can visit doesn't mean he'll actually have time to train them. The children all seem to instinctively know this, because they're all extra focused during the session. They spend an additional 5 minutes just hugging Izuku at the end of the session, even going so far as to initiate a queue, ensuring that each student gets a solo hug with their beloved assistant teacher. They're all crying as they finally leave, and Izuku himself is finding it a little hard not to join them. He waits for Shursho to lock up, like usual. In her normal outfit of a smart blouse tucked neatly into a skirt, she looks more like a matronly mother than a strict dojo instructor. You take care of yourself, you hear? She tells him once she's finished. Her voice sounds suspiciously choked up. You gotta come back every now and then. You've really spoiled those kids. Now they won't listen to any teacher other than you. Yeah, I'll definitely make sure to visit, Izuku says, voice oddly scratchy as well. Shursho looks at him, tender and motherly, then pulls him into a tight, warm hug. I like that light in your eyes. You keep it there, you hear? Work hard but not too hard. And if you ever need a place to relax or escape to, the dojo is always open to you. We're all your family too, and we're supporting you every step of the way. She pulls back and aggressively muses Izuku's hair, laughing at his scrunched up face. Chin up, Izuku. I can't have you becoming an outstanding hero and representing our gym with that kind of face now, can I? Izuku's only reply is a muffled, unintelligible mumbling, so Shursho laughs again and pulls him into another of her back-breaking hugs. He's insanely grateful for the time he'd spent at the dojo, because it means that Yagi doesn't have to teach him the basics of hand-to-hand combat. Instead, they work solely on strengthening Izuku's body, building it up to be a vessel worthy of one for all. Slowly but surely, more and more of the coast is being uncovered. He still hasn't touched the ruined car, though, and probably won't for some time yet. As with most other things he's pursued in his life, which is a depressingly low number, Izuku becomes absorbed. He gets used to the meals Inko faithfully prepares for him, gets used to the feeling of every single muscle in his body aching, and tries to get used to the mind-numbing idea that he is, in fact, training to become a hero. That last bit gets to him some 5 months in, as Kimi and Yashiro witness when they come over to visit him on a Saturday before he goes to his morning training. They find him comically splayed out on the floor, eyes glazed over as he stares at the ceiling. Oh my God, he mumbles. I'm training to enter UA. I'm training to go to a school for heroes. I'm training to be a hero. Holy shit, I'm training to be a hero with the number 1 hero, All Might the hero. That's too many hero s in one sentence, and oh no, I just said it again. Kimi and Yashiro take one look at the depressing existential crisis unfolding right before them and promptly carry him onto his bed. He doesn't even resist or stop mumbling. After that, they go downstairs to wait for Yagi to arrive. When Yagi opens the door after knocking, Kimi is standing waiting on the doormat, preventing him from even crossing the threshold. Nope, she says firmly. Izuku isn't training today. Yeah, he's kinda. Yashiro makes some vague gestures around his head before shrugging. We're making him rest today, so none of that hell training, okay? Yagi, in all honesty, is only too happy to oblige. Izuku's gone above and beyond what he'd expected at the start, managing to keep the top rank in class while fulfilling the demanding regimen that had been set for him. On top of that, he still finds time for minor muscle exercises, visiting the dojo and entertaining Quirk incidents. Thankfully, his quirk's only been alerting him to cat rescues and attempted thefts. For the first time in his life, perhaps his quirk is finally getting the memo that its owner is actually, human. Although it did take him through that alley full of drag users and smugglers once, so maybe it glossed over the fine print on that memo. Of course, please take care of him. I'll come back on Monday, Yagi tells them. He should rest up tomorrow as well. He hesitates briefly, then adds, ice cream is okay for today. Yashiro grins. You're not all bad, All Might. Yagi finds himself returning the smile. Maybe, in time, he'll be allowed to claim his rightful place in the Izuku protection squad. When Izuku snaps out of his stupor, he finds himself in the exact same spot that Kimi and Yashiro had put him. Except now, they're sitting on his floor, playing on his console with 2 convenience store bags beside them. Oh goody, look who's up, Kimi says dryly, once she hears him shuffling around. Yo, Yashiro greets him cheerfully. We told All Might that you basically fell into a fatigue coma, so you don't have training today. You don't have training tomorrow either. Izuku stares blankly at them. But, he blubbers weakly. The regimen? Absolutely not, says Kimi. Today's regimen includes at least 5 cuddle bunches, a movie marathon, and your favorite, boring, vanilla ice cream. Inko-san is preparing you katsudon as we speak. Izuku's mouth automatically waters at the mention of katsudon, but makes one more attempt at protest. But I have to follow the diet. Not today you don't, Yashiro tells him, pulling him from the bed and down to the bean bags they'd arranged on the floor. Today's your official cheat day. One rest day won't hurt, you'll be back to hell training on Monday, and won't that be fun? But, Izuku says, but Kimi shushes him. Less argument, she scolds him. More ice cream and hugs. She shoves a tub of ice cream into his hands and starts to sift online for something mediocre to watch. When Inko comes up to call them to brunch, she finds Izuku passed out between Kimi and Yashiro, an empty tub of ice cream rolling slowly away from them. The credits of Sharknado scroll past on the TV screen. They see her, and quickly beckon her over. Quick, Inko-san. Yashiro whispers. Hug him while he's vulnerable. Inko laughs and joins the pile, hugging him just long enough that Izuku wakes up. Disoriented and sleepy, he doesn't protest as they snuggle closer to him, only closing his eyes once more. He doesn't know how he missed the sheer number of people who care about him like this, from Mrs. Honda to Shursho, but Izuku's finally coming to terms with just how lucky and loved he actually is. 2 months before the UA entrance exam, Izuku inexplicably finds himself at a ridiculously large photography studio. He's not there for himself, though, nor is he there on his own. Inko, Yashiro, and Kimi's mother and Kimi herself are all in attendance for a modeling workshop that the latter is attending. The only reason he's there is because Yagi had called ahead, saying he had a previous engagement on this same day. He'd invited Izuku to join him if he'd like, but Kimi had asked him to join them for her workshop and he'd chosen to go support her instead. Agents circle around the venue like hawks, eyeing prospective models. Kimi's easily one of the most eye-catching girls there, due in large part to how she keeps changing her hair color every minute or so. It's a little embarrassing that some agents are also looking at Izuku, or more specifically his biceps, which are considerably thicker and more toned than they were before Hell training. Even though this is a workshop for female models, 2 agents have already approached Izuku asking if he wanted to be a catalog model, quickly assuring him that only his torso and not his face would be photographed. If that isn't a backhanded compliment, Izuku sure as hell doesn't know what is. Kimi's standing beside all of them near the walls instead of joining the other girls who are congregating in the middle of the room, all trying their best to be noticed. Dressed in a loose white top and stylish black joggers, Kimi looks effortlessly beautiful. Her graceful stance and constantly changing hair color attract stares from all around, and agents are looking critically at her and nodding approvingly, some making check marks on lists and papers. Misaki, Kimi's mother, is chatting quietly but incessantly by her daughter's side. Aren't you excited, Kimmy? Look at all these other girls. They're all so beautiful. I'm sure they're all really talented too. This is going to be so interesting, isn't it? I guess, Kimmy says, turning her profile ever so slightly in the direction of a particularly big-name agent. Meanwhile, Yashiro, for once, isn't staring at every pretty girl passing him by. Instead, he's very pointedly staring at some random point on the floor by his shoes. What's wrong? Izuku asks, inching closer. Inko is drawn into a cheerful conversation about the other participants with Misaki, two ditzy mothers in their element. Why aren't you gushing over all the girls here? Yashiro looks sharply at him, expression pained. There's too many, he whispers furtively. It's way too much. What? Izuku laughs. Too many? I thought you'd be over the moon at the thought of seeing all these models. I can only handle seeing 2 to 3 pretty girls at a time, Yashiro says helplessly. It's too scary. How are they all so tall and pretty? How is it possible for these many beautiful girls to be gathered in one place at one time? And they're all our age. I'm teasing you about this later, Izuku informs him, deadly serious. I'm going to tease you so bad, and I'm telling Kimmy. Yashiro's grimace deepens, but he must know on some level that he's had this kind of retribution coming for ages because he doesn't say anything in reply. Quiet, please. A statuesque woman in a blood-red jumpsuit enters the room. Her ebony hair is styled in a high, slicked-back ponytail, and her lips match the color of her outfit perfectly. Will all the participants please come over here? Family members and other accompanying people should move to the edges. About 40 girls approach the woman, who moves to stand on a small circular platform. The rest of the people scatter to the walls. Izuku finds himself pressed between Yashiro and a grandmother who smells strongly like apple pie. The tall woman clears her throat, immediately commanding the attention of the entire room. Thank you all for coming today, she says. Her voice is smooth, alluring. I'm Chatora Nagisa, you may know me better by my stage name, Tigress. The room explodes into hushed whispers, apparently knowing who the woman is and what she does. The name means nothing to Izuku and Yashiro, who understandably are not as caught up on show business as Kimmy is. The surname is vaguely familiar, but he can't place it. I will be leading today's workshop. As you all know, this is not only an event aimed to improve your skills as models, but also a career opportunity. You may have noticed several agents roaming around. They are all representatives from top modeling agencies and could potentially be a ticket to a successful career in this industry, Tigress explains. She looks seriously at them, feline eyes surveying them carefully. I hope I don't have to tell you all how serious this is. I will not tolerate any frivolous activity. If I find that you aren't giving your all, I will not hesitate to send you home. Understand? A terrified chorus of "Yes, ma'am" rings out. Good, Tigress says. She licks her lips once, looking for a moment, absolutely feral. Let's begin. By the time the second activity begins, Izuku is convinced that he will never make it in the world of catalog models. For one thing, the exercises are extremely complicated. They're designed to force the widest range out of the girls as possible. The first session had the girls pose with a 5-foot bamboo pole devoid of any embellishments, tasked to utilize it in their picture any way they wanted to, provided they used it in an engaging and unique manner. The exercise, and all the rest after that, take place inside a large studio room with wide windows for family members and companions can look inside. The windows are made of a special glass that acts as a one-way mirror. The people outside can see the models, but not vice versa. Izuku supposes this is to lessen the pressure on the girls somewhat, but some of the more timid ones look longingly out at the windows wishing they could see their companions, who probably came for support. Kimmy, however, is completely in her element. Izuku and Yashiro are only vaguely aware of Kimmy's interest in fashion and her moderately successful fashion blog. They know that she's serious about her career choice, but they never seen her do her thing, so to speak. Kimmy shines above and beyond the rest of the participants, slipping easily into whatever character they're asked to portray. Many exercises prohibit the use of their quirks, which easily becomes a problem for the girls who've become dependent on their quirks, but not for Kimi, who only shrugs and turns her hair back into its natural shade of black. Izuku realizes that, although Kimi uses her quirk to enhance her modeling, all the real talent is actually coming from her. The last exercise concludes, and the girls collectively let out sighs of relief. Tigress paces in between them before placing herself on another elevated platform. "Well done, models," she tells them. Throughout the whole day, her voice never loses its stern and cool tone even when she's praising the girls. "You've all done better than I expected you would. As a reward for your performance, you will all be getting the opportunity to meet and speak with a special guest that we've invited. I'm quite certain that you will all appreciate this chance." The girls look amongst themselves, probably whispering and wondering who the special guest would be. Izuku and Yashiro have no guesses, seeing as they don't really know any professional models who could possibly be invited. However, as they've contacted us to inform us that they're running a little late, we have time for another activity, Tigress says. The girls tense up once more at the mention of yet another exercise, and it's completely understandable. All Izuku had done today is just watch them, and he feels exhausted. It is not, however, compulsory. You may choose not to participate in it if you'd like, Tigress explains. The girls perk up. "One of the former members of my modeling team has come to drop in and observe you all today. She's a highly skilled animal trainer and handler, and has come with a special guest." She turns to a side door. "Ashley." A tall blonde woman enters the room. She's tanned with bright blue eyes, and is clearly foreign. She's kitted out in a comfortable-looking casual outfit, and she's got a gigantic FING snake wrapped around her neck and arms. "Hi, girls," the woman, presumably Ashley, beams. Her Japanese is surprisingly good, with hardly any accent. "This is Ashley," Tigress explains to the dumbfounded girls. "She's an old friend of mine, and as I've said, she's come today to see you all. And I brought little Yuna here with me today," Ashley says, stroking the decidedly not little head of the snake. Izuku recognizes it, with some trepidation, as a boa constrictor. While not too dangerous when properly trained, it's still a snake, meaning the girls, who probably don't know it's mostly safe, are probably terrified out of their minds. She's going to be helping out with this final activity. You're all very lucky to take a picture with her. She's got the most beautiful scales out of all the boas I work with. At the mention of the word boa, many of the girls pale. They may not have initially known what kind of snake it is. Many of them visibly step back, which isn't missed by Tigress. "Like I said, you're not required to do this activity," she reassures them. "If none of you will do it, I'll photograph with her, and we can use it as a learning experience. It just isn't often that Ashley is able to visit, let alone with Yuna." The girls relax slightly when they hear that. So do the parents and companions outside of the studio. One particularly uptight parent had even been on the verge of storming in and pulling his daughter out. That is, until one girl raises her hand. "I'll do it," Kimi says. Every other girl's jaw drops. So does about 80% of the people outside the room. Izuku mostly succeeds in not joining them. Yashiro is not so composed. "What is she doing?" he whispers, agitated. "What the literal hell is she doing? Didn't that lady just say it's a literal boa constrictor?" Izuku, while aware that it's not such a dangerous situation, finds himself agreeing with Yashiro. This is rather reckless and unprecedented of Kimi, who's more likely to dissuade risk-taking than encourage it. However, as he watches, he sees Kimi turn and pointedly look out at each window. When she looks out at the window that Izuku is standing in front of, she comes very close to making eye contact with him. "Kimi, what are you doing?" Izuku wonders. "Well, looks like we have a brave one over here," Ashley says enthusiastically. Tigress eyes Kimi, looking vaguely approving. "What's your name?" "Kimi. Tachibana Kimi." "Well, Kimi, I'm glad you volunteered. I would have been really disappointed if no one got the chance to take a picture with Yuna here," Ashley says. She motions for Kimi to come closer. "Here, let's get you acquainted with her before you take the picture." Before she does so, Kimi makes one last sweeping look at the windows leading outside. Again, she very nearly meets Izuku's gaze before passing over him and eventually turning away. That's when it clicks. Kimi knows that Izuku is out there. And that he can see her. And that he's very, very near. In short, Kimi's counting on Izuku and his quirk to rescue her if anything goes untoward. That's a lot of faith you have in me, Kimi, Izuku thinks, watching nervously as Kimi approaches the boa constrictor. She strokes it lightly several times, barely flinching when Ashley brings it closer to her and almost to her face. Deep down, Izuku knows he will never let anything happen to her. And so he watches. Beside him, Kimi's mother is getting fidgety. "Kimi, be careful," she whispers, even knowing that her daughter can't hear her. She must have utmost faith in Kimi. She's merely here to support and encourage her daughter's dreams, not to inhibit them in any way. Inko approaches Izuku. "You'll be alerted to any danger, right?" she asks anxiously. Izuku nods once, eyes never leaving Kimi. Ashley has begun draping the snake around her. "I'll run in the minute I get even the slightest hint that she'll be hurt," he promises her. Yashiro overhears and swallows nervously. Like Izuku, his eyes are trained on Kimi. "Let's begin then," Tigress says, once the snake has settled comfortably on Kimi. She herself is doing an amazing job at seeming calm, or maybe she does feel calm. It may be because she feels secure in the knowledge that someone will intervene if she's in any real danger. The first few photos go uneventfully. Kimi poses gracefully, expertly weaving the snake between her arms. The snake itself seems docile enough. It doesn't move too much, content with the amount of contact it has with Kimi. The rest of the girls watch with more than a little awe, many knowing they could never be brave enough to be in such close proximity with such a large snake. It goes smoothly until Ashley, who watches quietly for a few photographs, comes up and asks, "Kimi, would you mind if we got Yuna a bit closer to you?" The room goes silent. Kimi looks out searchingly at the windows again, quicker this time. When nobody comes rushing through the doors, she turns back and nods. "Okay." Ashley's smile couldn't be wider. "That's what I like to hear. I like you, Kimi." "Okay, let's get Yuna up around your arm, okay? Be still, she can get a little skittish sometimes, but you should be fine if she isn't jostled too much." Kimi does a wonderful job of not reacting to that statement as the snake winds itself around her arm. Potential danger aside, it really is a docile creature. It settles its head comfortably on the back of Kimi's hand, watching placidly as she moves it cautiously around. "We'll make this quick, so that you can step back and see your amazing photos," Ashley reassures her. "Plus, I hear the guest is already in the building, so we really should be wrapping up." She signals at the photographer. "Okay, let's keep on going." Like before, Kimi continues to pose with no hint that she's currently terrified out of her mind. Her poses come out natural and beautiful, and there's absolutely no question now that Tigress is eyeing her as a prospective model for whatever agency she runs. After several photographs, Kimi looks ready to call it a day. There are only so many ways you can work with a snake draped around your body, after all. She looks like she's about to ask for a break when Ashley waves at her and says, "Can you put your hand by your face? It's the final picture, I promise." Izuku and Yashiro have half a mind to storm in and tell her that under no circumstances will Kimi be putting a boa constrictor anywhere near her face. However, they're still outside of the room and Kimi can't see them. With the same calm face she's worn the whole day, she nods and slips into a simple pose, turning her body sideways with her face forward. She brings her fingers up to her face, the snake's head along with it, and as the camera shutter sounds, the snake inches forward mere centimeters from her face. That's when Izuku's gut twists. All activity in the studio halts as the door is swung open and a large crash resounds in the space. Izuku, panting, is on his knees, adrenaline coursing through his body. A few feet away, Kimi stands, shell-shocked, the snake still curled around her arms. Ashley and Tigress stand motionless, staring at Izuku. Beside him, the model he'd pushed aside is stirring feebly. They're only a few feet away from the giant light fixture which had dislodged itself from the ceiling, only barely missing the girl as Izuku had pushed her away from its path. A very potent and awkward silence takes hold of everyone. The dazed model looks from the fallen light, to Izuku and back again, then blanches, looking very close to passing out. Just then, another door off to the side slams open. "Never fear," yells out a booming voice, promptly accompanied by an equally booming laugh. "Fry, so dear." All Might glances around at the room, looking first at the wreckage of the light, then at Izuku, then at the still prone model, then to Kimi, who still has a gigantic snake wrapped around her body. "This is the right building, right?" he asks uncertainly. There is a beat of silence before Izuku falls back on the floor and starts laughing. Outside, Yashiro can be heard doing the same thing, his voice floating in through the open. It turns out that Tigress had gone to UA in the general department at around the same time that Yagi had been a Hero Corps student there. While it does throw Izuku off for a moment, wondering just how old Tigress actually is despite her youthful appearance, it does explain how she was able to invite All Might here in order to host a little meet and greet with the models. Presumably to give some inspirational advice and maybe take a few pictures with them here and there. That's thrown out the window as the rest of the models are dismissed while the studio is examined for more faulty equipment, thanking them for their participation and apologizing for the incident. The parents of the girl that Izuku had rescued come up to thank him profusely, the girl herself still seeming a little too out of it to acknowledge him when he asks if she's okay. Yuna the boa constrictor is retrieved by Ashley, who pats Kimi and congratulates her on a job well done. She gives her a calling card, instructing her to hit me up if you ever want to work with Yuna or any other animals again. Kimi takes the card and thanks her professionally, stroking Yuna one more time at Ashley's insistence. Tigress thanks Izuku for intervening. "You moved so fast," she praises him, face still never once losing her stony expression. "Your reflexes were better even than mine, and that's saying something. It's almost as if you knew it was going to happen before it did." Izuku can only laugh nervously. Kimi is informed discreetly that she'll be getting a call from the agency in the near future, and then they're all let go. All Might thanks Tigress for inviting him and apologizes for being late, before laughing and leaping out an open window. Not a single person in the room reacts. When Izuku and the rest get outside, Yagi is waiting for them. He introduces himself politely to Kimi's mother, pretending he hadn't seen her scant moments before, then accompanies them all home. The way home is filled with talk about the workshop, and scattered congratulations on Kimi's imminent modeling deal. Even when Yashiro, Kimi, and Misaki separate from the rest of the group to go to their own homes, Yagi accompanies Inko and Izuku all the way to their doorstep. They're absorbed in talking about what they can do in the last 2 months before the entrance exam when they notice someone leaning outside their apartment door. "Oh my!" Inko gasps. "Katsuki?" For a moment, Izuku thinks he's hallucinating, but there's no denying that Kaken is there, leaning against their locked apartment door for who knows how long by now. He tenses up when he sees them, then looks at Yagi with confusion, before settling on Izuku and nodding once. "Yeah," he says. "How nice to see you again." Inko gushes, rushing forward to grasp his hands. Kaken jumps and just barely manages not to yank his hands out of her hold. "What are you doing here? Are you here to visit Izuku again?" Kaken looks like he wants to leave, but then nods. "Yeah, I'm here to talk to Deku," he says, politer than Izuku suspects he would have been had 2 adults not been around, especially one he doesn't know. "Oh, then I'll let the 2 of you talk," Inko says happily. She sees him looking at Yagi with some confusion, then claps her hands together. "Oh, how rude of me. You haven't met him yet, have you? This is Yagi Tashinori-san." "Definitely Yagi Tashinori-san." She laughs nervously, similar to the way Izuku had just an hour before. "He's the one who paid for our hospital bills," Izuku says by way of explanation. "Back at the full, you know." Kaken doesn't usually do gratitude, so he just coolly looks Yagi over and nods. He must be trying really hard to remain polite, since nods are doing most of the talking for him. "Well, we should all go inside," Inko suggests, ushering everyone through the door. "I can go ahead and prepare dinner, and you 2 can chat up in Izuku's room in the meanwhile." "You will stay for dinner though, right?" she asks. She turns to Yagi. "You as well, Yagi-san?" Says Yagi, who looks like he might refuse. So does Kaken. However, Inko fixes them both with her trademark pleading look. which has the capacity to move mountains and the hearts of 1,000 men. And also make one feel very, very guilty for refusing her anything. Yes. We'll stay for dinner. Wonderful. Inko says happily. It's a good thing I bought enough pork cutlets yesterday. Yagi-san, you join me in the kitchen while the boys talk. She beams at them, obviously expecting some magical reunion to occur between the two of them. Right? Izuku says. We'll be upstairs. Inko smiles at them before leading Yagi into the kitchen, practically bouncing on her feet. Izuku's worried she'll subconsciously start making things float towards her along the way. He shrugs when he sees Kaken looking. Come on. Was that your FING stepdad or something? Kaken asks as they make their way upstairs. Izuku pauses at the top of the stairs, actually speechless. What? He asks, in pure and utter disbelief. Kaken takes one look at his face and snorts. It was just a FING question, nerd, no need to get all bug-eyed and defensive, he says, shoving Izuku to get him to move again. Inside the room, Kaken immediately sits on Izuku's bed, by far the most comfortable seat in the entire room. Izuku sighs and resigns himself to sitting at his desk. So why are you here this time, Kaken? He asks. As far as I'm aware, we haven't been in any life or death situations recently. Or are you here to take back your apology? He holds up his hands. No judgment if you do. Kaken gapes at him, looking from his face to the glaringly red scars still on his hands. You got a sick sense of humor, you know that? He says. Izuku chuckles. It might have to do with how tired I am right now and like all the time, so you're gonna have to deal with me being a smartass for the entire duration of this conversation. Smarts, huh? Kaken repeats. Is that why you somehow got it into your little brain to apply for the FING heroics course in UA? Izuku winces, then frowns. First off, he says dryly, my brain is not little, thank you very much, and secondly, how do you even know about that? Kaken glares. Saw your name on the list of registering students. Thought I was FNG hallucinating or something, but there it was. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm actually pretty FING good at remembering shit that I say. You might not be, seeing as you're enrolling in a hero course after telling me in detail how much you FING hate the hero industry. Izuku is silent for a beat, then laughs. You need to use some better curse words, Kaken, he giggles. You used F like 3 times. Stop changing the FNG subject, Deku, Kaken growls, still using the same curse word probably in defiance of Izuku. You and I both know it'd take a goddamn miracle for someone like you to actually change their FING mind. Especially because I'm pretty sure you being quirkless and your shitty dad and grandpa issues aren't the only reasons you didn't want to be a hero. Oh, Izuku says. And what do you think is the other reason? Your mom, Kaken says bluntly. You don't want your mom going through another death. Izuku freezes, genuinely taken by surprise. Know how I know that? Kaken asks, noticing the dumbfounded look on his face. Because the summer before 4th grade, when we were having a sleepover, you woke up in the middle of the FING night crying for your mom after you had a nightmare. You wouldn't stop crying, so we had to get your mom to come over and take your butt home. When you saw her, you ran up to her like a effing madman and hugged the shit out of her. Remember what you said? Izuku remembers. He stares at the floor, eyes distant. Yeah, he says quietly. Yeah. I do. I told her that it's okay, Mom, I'm here, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not gonna go with Dad. Right? Kaken says. And I heard Mom talking with your mom before you went home. Your mom had a pretty good idea what your dream was, and then you didn't want to leave your house at all for the next few days. I had to write notes for you from the days you were absent, you a-hole. Izuku snorts. Those were the worst notes I ever saw, he says, smiling slightly. I can't believe you still remember that. It's hard to forget waking up in the night with some snot-faced gremlin clinging to you, Kaken says. So what the hell gives? Why the actual F are you enrolling in the heroics course? Because let me tell you, he says, eyes narrowing dangerously, if it's some shitty half-butted reason, then you better drop out right now. You already said that the industry's full of fakes, you don't need to come along running and become one of them. Izuku frowns. Things happened, I guess. He says simply. I met someone and they told me their story. And someone else just happened to remind me a lot of myself. You're not making any FING sense, dipshit, Kaken complains, oblivious to the magnitude of that last statement. A lot of things changed, Kaken, Izuku says. But I guess it's also partly because of something I realized. The way I was before, I was just complaining about the hero industry passively. It's all well and good for me to say those things, but I really wasn't doing anything. This way, at least this way, I can bring about some change even if it's really small. He shrugs. I guess you could say I realized I was being hypocritical. That I was being fake too. Huh, is all Kaken says. So you finally realized. That's mean, Kaken, Izuku says jokingly, grimacing. At least praise me for growing some ball, as you would put it. Well, life-changing realization or not, you still realize you're FING quirkless, right? Kaken says. How the F do you think you're going to survive the practical examination? Izuku winces. Well, actually, it's funny that you should say that. Izuku. Katsuki. Inko says brightly, pushing the door open before stopping in her tracks, looking at the two boys. Oh dear, am I interrupting something important? I'm so sorry. I can come back later if you want to keep talking. Behind her, Yagi peers in, hair covered in something that looks suspiciously in flour. Dinner's ready, he says, then grimaces. It probably would have been better if I didn't help. Nah, we're hungry, Izuku says, answering for Kaken. He looks at the other boy. You are too, right? Kaken regards him coolly for a beat, then stands up. Yeah. I can eat. Inko beams. Wonderful. Come on, let's all go down, she says, with the same cheerful tone she always gets when entertaining guests. As it turns out, Yagi had been in charge of observing the tonkatsu while it cooked, and had regrettably overlooked his duty while in conversation with Inko. He graciously claims the most burnt slices for himself, which isn't saying a lot because all of them are burned. Still, it's an enjoyable meal, as enjoyable as it could get anyway when you're eating with your excitable mother, your mentor the #1 hero, and your former best friend / childhood friend who you're still not sure if you're actually friends with now. God, today has been weird. Yagi leaves first, after Kaken and Izuku volunteer to do the dishes. More accurately, Kaken had monotonously said he would do the dishes before promptly glaring at Izuku as if trying to see if he would dare make a guest do all the work by himself. Thank you for the wonderful dinner, he says, bowing politely. I'll see you tomorrow, young Midoriya. Ah, yeah, Izuku says absently, busily drying the plates that Kaken hands to him. Kaken is silent for a moment before he speaks. If he calls you young Midoriya, does that mean he calls your mom old Midoriya? As she passes by, Inko is simultaneously concerned and overjoyed by the sight of Katsuki cursing as Izuku chases him around the kitchen, smacking him with a damp dish towel. Come visit again, okay? Inko says when Kaken moves toward the door. His clothes are a little damp, but it's nothing compared to Izuku's soaked clothes after Kaken had splashed a glassful of water on him in lieu of exploding him with his quirk. You're enrolling in UA too, right? Make sure you're careful, okay? Yeah, Kaken says. To Izuku he says. You better shape up, DM and nerd. Don't effing embarrass yourself. Yeah, Izuku says, rolling his eyes, but he's smiling. See you in 2 months, I guess. If Inko gets any happier than she is now, she'd probably burst. The day before the entrance exam, Toshinori goes for his usual wake-up call at Izuku's house, only for Inko to tell him that Izuku has already left. She doesn't know where her son is, had in fact assumed that he would already be with Yagi. Maybe he's getting some extra training in, Inko suggests. He's been getting skittish the closer the entrance exam gets. Perhaps, Toshinori says. He figures the boy would be training. In fact, he's most likely at Dagoba Beach. For the last 3 weeks, Izuku had asked Toshinori not to show up there while he was cleaning. Most likely he wants to surprise his mentor with the amount he's cleaned by the time the entrance exam comes. He shakes his head fondly. He'd only been joking when he'd pointed out the area for Izuku to clean, A sort of logical ruse, one might say. He'd picked that up from Aizawa, and he'd decided to see what kind of effect it would have on such an earnest boy as Izuku. Well, knowing him, he'll absolutely try to do it, Toshinori thinks, starting to walk to the beach. I wouldn't be surprised if he's already cleared what I told him to. He stops dead in his tracks. Hold on. What he's seeing absolutely cannot be right. Because what he sees is a perfectly pristine beach, the white sand that had been covered for so long finally visible. Nothing interrupts his view of the horizon, where a truly beautiful sunrise is glowing, as if in celebration of the restored beach. Oh my goodness! Toshinori exclaims, astounded beyond belief. Never, in a million years, had he expected Izuku to actually clean the entire beach. The area that he pointed out, perhaps, yes, but this? And speaking of young Midoriya, where is he? Toshinori jogs down the stairs to the beach to find that it's not as pristine as he'd originally thought. One final piece of junk mars the otherwise flawless landscape of sand. There, seated on the hood of the ratty car he'd pointed out on the very first day, is Izuku. He's breathing heavily with his tattered shirt resting beside him, his chest bare. And what a difference it is from before training. While he'd been toned from his martial arts training, he'd still been a skinny boy with little mass to speak of. Now his body is something else. Defined muscles ripple with his every move, his entire torso sculpted and just screaming strength. Toshinori approaches him. Young Midoriya? Izuku snaps to attention, looking at him. Oh, Yagi-san, he greets him casually, as if he hasn't just finished clearing a beach of tons of scrap metal and junk. You're early. Did you just finish cleaning today? Toshinori asks, wonder in his voice. Izuku snorts. No, I've been finished for days. I just came back from a run, which is why I'm all worked up. I figured you'd come by before the entrance exam, so I've been waiting for you. You've been finished for some time? Toshinori repeats, disbelieving. This boy, why haven't you informed me? I wanted to surprise you, Izuku says, grinning. He pats the hood of the car that he's sitting on. And I left this one for last because I wanted you to see me put it away. Toshinori remembers how Izuku had pointed the car out 10 months ago, complaining about its weight. Now, as Toshinori watches, Izuku nimbly hops off the hood and starts dragging the car like a sack of potatoes, if not with ease then with much less effort than one would expect. His face is knit in concentration, the muscles in his arms bunching, but it takes him less than 3 minutes to haul the car up the stairs and place it near the other junk he's cleared up. He dusts his hands off and looks at Toshinori as if he hasn't lugged more than 1,000 pounds of steel and wire up a set of stairs. Well, I'm finished, he says quite unnecessarily. What happens now? The entrance exam is tomorrow. Toshinori stares at him for a few seconds, before shaking his head and smiling fondly. You never cease to amaze me, he says under his breath. Now you're ready to receive my quirk. Izuku's eyes widen, and he practically runs downstairs to return to Toshinori. How are we gonna do it? He asks excitedly. Are you gonna, pass it on telepathically? Or do you just touch my forehead like and boom, I have it? Toshinori doesn't know what an ET is, but he does know it won't be easy as just touching Izuku's forehead. He plucks a single golden hair from his head, then holds it out to Izuku. Eat this, he says, abruptly morphing into his all-might form for extra impact. It works, judging from the look on Izuku's face. The boy gapes at him, staring at the shiny hair in between his thin fingers. But that doesn't have any protein. Toshinori's eyes going comically wide is the only warning Izuku gets before the man bursts into steam, reverting to his normal form. He dissolves into hearty laughter, unhindered even by the spots of blood that spatter onto the fist he raises to cover his mouth. Oh no, he says, trying to contain his chuckles. Oh no, it looks like I've trained you too well, young Midoriya. He remembers his own reaction when Nana had told him to eat her hair. His concerns had been much less mundane than Izuku's. Yes, you're correct, he says, giggles subsiding. He wipes the residue of blood away from his mouth with a tissue. Between Izuku and Inko, he's never short of wipes and napkins. This doesn't have protein, in fact, it doesn't have any nutritional content at all. However, this is how the transfer of one for all works. You must consume something that has my DNA in it. Izuku's face involuntarily scrunches up. But couldn't I eat something else? You know what? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Hair is the only option. Toshinori sympathizes with him. He too had once asked Nana if there was no other way, but she told him that unless he wanted to drink her blood like some kind of vampire or eat a bit of her skin, hair was the way to go. Nana would have absolutely adored Izuku. So, I eat it and then what? Izuku presses on. Do I suddenly have all your powers? Will you not have your powers anymore? The power will manifest itself in your body in a few hours or so, Toshinori says. Remember, it's going to weave itself into every fiber of your body. It's possible that you won't feel everything until this afternoon. As for myself, well, I'll retain a great deal of the residue that one for all will leave. I'll also still have my natural body strength. So I can masquerade as All Might for some time yet. Izuku visibly relaxes in relief. Oh good. I thought you'd be forced to retire or something. Toshinori laughs. No, young Midoriya, as the symbol of peace, I must continue my hero work for as long as I am needed, or for as long as I am able to. And of course, I still have to stick around as your mentor, don't I? All you've taught me is how to strengthen every muscle in my body beyond breaking point, and how to lift with my knees, Izuku retorts, but it's lighthearted. His joking manner quickly disappears when Toshinori brings his hair closer to his face. Does it really have to be DNA? He asks, face wrinkled in disgust. Just eat it, young Midoriya, Toshinori instructs him. The sooner you consume it, the sooner you'll obtain my powers, and the more time you'll have to adjust to it. He grimaces slightly. Just because your body can accommodate it, doesn't guarantee that you'll actually be able to use it right off the bat. Izuku eyes the hair with trepidation, for more than one reason. Eventually, he seems to steel himself, grabbing the strand and swallowing it in one fell swoop. Ugh, he says. Ugh. How do you feel? Toshinori says, straining not to laugh. Like a crazy stalker at some crazy stalker shrine, conducting a voodoo ritual with your hair, Izuku deadpants. I didn't taste anything, thank God, and whoa, there we go, I'm feeling it, what the hell? Toshinori's eyes widen. You feel the energy already? He says, alarmed. Izuku looks at his hands, eyes widening in horror. Listen, he stammers, his hands beginning to shake. Yagi-sen, I don't feel so good. Toshinori is concerned, extremely concerned. This is unprecedented. You shouldn't be feeling its effects for hours yet, are you? Absolutely sure you're feeling it, young Midoriya? He's cut off as Izuku suddenly falls to his knees, clutching his stomach as he doubles over with laughter. You bought it, he says in between fits of giggling. You actually believed me, you didn't even get my reference. You should have seen your face. Toshinori looks at him, laughing on the sand, tears tracing their way down his face. This boy, who has gone through so much, who's lost so much and lives with the universe constantly hounding him, for this boy to stand there with the scars that he bears and laugh, so loudly and so joyously. Nana, Toshinori thinks, as Izuku stands up to apologize for the joke. His smile is bright and genuine, his green eyes alight with something that hasn't been there before. For once in my life, I've gotten something completely right. Do you care about Izuku? Toshinori freezes, obviously not expecting the question. What do you mean? He asks. Inko sighs, but her smile is patient and kind. I have no question about why you would choose Izuku as your successor. Despite how much he claims to hate the hero industry, I know his actual feelings towards it are more complex and deeper than simple hate. Deep down, he can't help but be drawn to the life and ideals of a hero. She looks sadly off to the side. It's in the blood, I suppose. She turns back to him. Well, going back to my question. Do you care about Izuku? Toshinori regards her seriously, before nodding once. Yes. I do, he says. A small smile comes unbidden to his face at the thought of the boy. He reminds me a lot of the way I once was, only 1,000,000 times better. He can become everything I am and more. I won't list all his admirable qualities, since it would take too much time, and you obviously already know all of them. But his face grows soft. I care about him. About his wishes, his health, his life. I know I only met him recently, but I want to see him grow into not just a fine hero, but a fine man. His face floods with color, and he ducks his head. Sorry, I got rather sentimental there. Does that answer your question? Inko is silent for a beat. Then she laughs gently. I have no doubt you care about him, Yagi-san. Nor that you'll do everything in your power to keep him safe. He looks up to see her face open and loving, suffused with an indescribable depth of love for her son. Izuku will definitely become an amazing hero. This is new. This energy is new. It's almost too much to handle, but if that's his wish, muscle fibers and bones are altered and made anew. The energy becomes the key to its control. Slowly and yet all at once, the universe shifts. The pieces fall into place. Izuku wakes up to the familiar sound of his alarm clock. What's not familiar, however, is the way he reaches over to turn the alarm off, grabs the clock, and promptly crushes it into bits and pieces as he presses the button. He's so sleepy he almost nods off again once the room is silent, but abruptly sits up when he feels the shrapnel gathered in his hand. What the F dash, he whispers. He looks at the shattered remains of his clock, all sad and useless bits of metal and wire. The LED screen is smashed beyond recognition. What the F dash? What the F? He looks at his hand, which looks normal enough, despite now having the strength to crush a steel clock into literal pieces. He makes a fist and focuses. That he can feel it. Faintly, beneath the surface of his skin, he can feel a quiet thrum of something. Power. Energy. He flexes his arm, then tries to imagine energy pooling around his hand. To his great horror, sparks of what looks like green electricity begins to surround it, lighting his skin up. His hand feels supercharged. He feels it could go supernova at any instant. Fearing for the safety of his room, he desperately tries to imagine the energy turning off, like a switch. To his relief, the lights die down. The buzzing static that had collected in his arm dissipates. It is, once again, a perfectly normal human arm. Izuku, comes the muffled voice of his mom. Izuku, are you up? Aren't you leaving early today for the entrance exam? Breakfast is ready, so come eat. I'm up. Izuku replies, still transfixed on his arm. He's got to eat fast if he wants to test his newfound powers out. There's no telling what would happen to him if he went into the practical exam blind. I'll be down in a bit. Okay. His mother's footsteps fade away as she presumably goes to the dining room. Izuku cautiously stands up from the bed, afraid that if he steps too hard, he'll stomp a hole right through the floor. The floor seems to hold his weight, meaning that as long as he keeps conscious control of his new quirk, things will be fine. Hopefully. But is it too late to get Yagi to eat his hair and take the quirk back? At the dining table, Inko is simultaneously anxious and excited. You haven't neglected studying for the written part, have you? She asks, as Izuku ravenously shovels food into his mouth. I know you and Yagi have been training for the practical exam, but the written part is just as important, right? Mom, I'll be fine, Izuku says, meticulously picking a fried egg apart. I graduated top of the class without even trying. Oh, but those are already students, you know, she says. These are a whole new bunch of kids. Ooh, honey, you gotta keep calm, you gotta keep calm. I'm already such a nervous wreck just thinking about it. Izuku laughs through a mouthful of rice. Mom, I don't think you're the one who's supposed to be nervous, he says. I'm the one who has to go through a physical exam with a quirk that I'm just now getting. Inko claps her hands together. That's right, she gasps, anxiety doubled. What about the quirk? I know you told me that you got it yesterday, but it hasn't set in yet, right? Or has it? Have you felt it? What is it like? Is it uncomfortable? Izuku smiles privately. It's clear where he gets his mumbling habit from. I woke up this morning and crushed my alarm clock into pieces, he says bluntly, reaching out to inhale his miso soup. Inko's shock is palpable. You crushed your alarm clock? She repeats, her chopsticks clattering to the table. That's terrible. What if you can't control your quirk? What if it's too much for you to handle? Privately, Izuku doesn't really know the answer and feels that it might be horrible once he finds out. Out loud, he says, I'm sure I'll be fine, Mom. That's why I woke up earlier today, so that I could test things out and get a feel for it before I go to the entrance exam. Inko hardly looks reassured, but she lets it go with a sigh. Just please be careful, hey Izuku, she pleads. I don't want you going off injuring yourself with that new power of yours. Neither would Toshinori-san, I'm sure. Izuku grimaces, keeping quiet in favor of loading his bowl up with more rice. He hopes he has enough time to properly test it out before he's thrown to the dogs. Wearing a light parka to guard against the chill of the early morning, Izuku jogs briskly to the dojo. Shirsho had entrusted him with a duplicate key some time before, when he'd once asked permission to train in the privacy of the gym. It's too early for anybody to be there yet, even Shirsho, which is perfect. Once he arrives, he unlocks the door and quietly creeps inside. The grandeur of the Quirk training gym never fails to make him feel reverent whenever he remembers the hard work that went into acquiring permission for it, constructing it, and now utilizing it. He's never thought he'd ever get to actually use it for a quirk of his own. Barring the time his original quirk had alerted him to one of the kids straying into the path of an advanced student, but Izuku feels that that doesn't really count. Before doing anything, he goes through his usual routine of stretching, careful not to let any of the power in his body seep to his skin, where it could possibly escape and do damage. Even though he's keeping it together, it's definitely making its presence known, strengthening his body and pumping him full of energy until he can barely keep still. He wonders if this is what it's like to be on steroids. When he's finished his routine, taking longer than usual, apprehensive of what could come next, he takes a deep breath and stares at his hands. It's a pretty good place to start, considering he just murdered his alarm clock with one of them. He fetches a training dummy and places it in the middle of the room. As he does so, Yagi's parting words to him from the previous day ring in his head. Be very, very careful, young Midoriya, he had cautioned. Even with your improved body, there's no guarantee that you will be able to use the power. You may still end up injuring yourself, so exercise the utmost caution. Okay, baby steps, he mutters to himself, trying to calm the jittery feeling that's taken over his body. Interestingly enough, it doesn't feel like nervousness, it feels more like adrenaline. He punches the dummy without using his quirk first, pleased to see that it swings way back with the amount of force he puts in. The Hell training has definitely done its job. His baseline strength has jumped way up. Taking another deep breath, Izuku starts to get used to the feel of the energy pulsing through his body. He lets it pool first around his arms, trying not to stare nervously at the sparks of green electricity that appear, before letting the rest of it gather down through his torso and then to his legs. The feeling is intense, almost uncomfortable, but not quite. He feels like he could run 1,000 miles without stopping. He spends the next few minutes turning the energy off and on again, focusing on making it instinctive. He probably wouldn't have time to let the energy pool naturally in the midst of the practical exam. Izuku knows he's at a disadvantage, going up against people who've used their quirks for most of their lives, but he's determined to shrink that gap to as little as possible in the time that he has. After repeating the process almost a dozen times, he checks the clock on the wall of the dojo. There's only a little under an hour before the entrance exam, with the written exam coming before the practical one. He's studied for it in his free time, so he's really not worried about the written exam. He looks at the training dummy again, imagining punching it with one for all. The thought sends shivers through him for some reason, so he spends another 20 minutes testing what else he can do with the power. He's well aware of the concept of Newton's third law, and he knows that in order his body to withstand any impact, he'll have to learn to strengthen his body against the forces it'll endure. As he repeats the processes over and over again, a nagging little voice at the back of his head keeps asking, is it supposed to be this simple? This easy? He hasn't injured himself or anything yet, in fact hasn't felt any pain or noticeable discomfort from using the quirk. He decides not to question it too much, though, lest he jinx his chances of learning to control it. Finally, with just 30 minutes left, he turns back to the training dummy. He quickly reinforces his entire body with one for all, assumes a fighting stance, and prepares to punch the dummy with his superpowered fist. At least, he'd planned to, until his gut abruptly twists in the middle of his practice. Panicked, Izuku lets one for all disperse and quickly runs out the dojo, looking wildly around for anything that might have caused his quirk to activate. He looks at the roads for any speeding vehicles, at the nearby windows for any dangling people, and finally at the trees to see if there are any cats stuck up there. Nothing. There's nothing dangerous around. Strangely enough, as he stands there at the entrance of the dojo, the feeling in his gut dissipates without him doing anything. He looks at his surroundings one more, confirming that there is truly nothing out of the ordinary. That's weird, Izuku mumbles. His quirk hasn't been wrong before. It wouldn't act up like that unless maybe he's the one that had been doing something dangerous. He looks down at his fist, unaided by any extra strength. Did his quirk just stop him from using one for all in the dojo, because it could have had disastrous results? His mind flashes back to how he destroyed his clock without even being aware. If he tried to unleash a full-on punch without holding back, he suddenly realizes how much damage he could have caused, both to himself and his surroundings. Close call, he says to himself, going back inside to collect his things. While he's glad he didn't accidentally destroy the dojo in the middle of training, he still hasn't fully tested the quirk out. Well, he guesses he'll either sink or swim in the practical exam. However, as he leaves the dojo after locking up, a new thought enters his brain. Punching would be out of the question, but what if he used one for all to strengthen his legs and sprint to UA? Stronger legs would mean longer strides, after all. This could theoretically work, right? Carefully strapping his bag to his back and shaking his legs out in preparation for running, he lets one for all course through his entire body, focusing most of it on his legs. Feeling no warning in his gut, Izuku allows himself a small grin. Either this is going to go very well or very, very bad. He takes one step forward, then another, then several. As he runs through the just-awaking neighborhood at practically jet speeds, Izuku finds it very hard not to scream, "Wee!" at the top of his lungs. Izuku arrives at UA in just over 10 minutes, which is a minor miracle considering he would normally need to take a train to get there. His hair and clothes are a complete mess when he gets there, but his breathing is light and he feels more like he came from a brisk jog rather than a high-speed run that spans several districts. Around him, other exam takers eye him apprehensively. He must be a sight to see, clothes and backpack askew, an exhilarated smile on his face. It's obvious that he just ran from somewhere, and they're not too keen on finding out. This quirk is amazing, Izuku thinks to himself, still feeling the adrenaline even though he's let the power fade away. His thoughts are going a mile a minute as he starts walking to the entrance, making a vague attempt to tidy himself up. And so versatile, like Yagi-san said. Now I see how he could do all those amazing things as All Might. I wonder how powerful it really is, and didn't he say it would get even more powerful as it's passed on? So shouldn't this mean that I could potentially get even more powerful then? His thoughts are abruptly interrupted when his sneakers get snagged on a crack in the pavement. Falling forward, he remembers going through the exact same thing in the dojo while avoiding one of Shirsho's powerful arm holds. He lets himself pitch forward and tumble, rolling once and then landing on his feet, propelling himself to standing position in one smooth motion. Ah, comes a high voice behind him. He turns around. A girl with rosy cheeks and short brown hair stands there, her hand outstretched towards him. Her brown eyes are wide, her mouth slightly ajar. "Oh, are you okay?" she asks. "Yeah, I just tripped," Izuku says, shrugging. He notices her still outstretched hand and nervously offers his in turn. High five." She lets out what sounds like a squeal before practically yanking her hand away. "Oh no. No, I saw you fall and I thought, I'd use my quirk on you so you wouldn't hit the ground," she finishes lamely. Only now does Izuku notice the pink circular pads on the tips of her fingers. He immediately moves in close to get a better look. "May I?" he asks politely, pulling her hand close to his face to examine the pink spots. He ignores the quieter squeal she releases, absorbed in examining the fascinating little dots. What is your quirk, by the way? Z0 gravity. The girl stammers, shrinking under Izuku's intense scrutiny. I can completely negate the gravitational pull affecting objects or people. I see, Izuku says, releasing her hand. So you would have used it to keep me from hitting the ground. Yes, the girl says, smiling slightly. But you didn't need it at all. You were so cool, you tripped and I thought you would fall, but then you went whoosh and rolled, and then you stood up and I was like, wow. Excuse me. A booming voice interrupts their conversation. A tall young man with dark hair and square glasses approaches them. Well, approach seems like too tame a word. He marches over to them, his hands swinging at his sides like a soldier's. Please do not loiter outside the examination venue. There is only a little time left before it starts, so please refrain from frivolous exchanges. The girl looks absolutely nonplussed, not to mention terrified of the boy's loud voice. Izuku, who spent hours in close proximity with the likes of Kaken, Shursho, and most recently, an overenthusiastic Yagi, is not as fazed. He's also had extensive experience in making said loudmouths leave him alone, which is often as simple as giving in to what they want. Sure, we'll move along, Izuku says placatingly. He throws in an extra, we're sorry, for good measure. The boy looks extremely gratified. Well, thank you for listening. Good luck on the exam, even though we are competing for the same spots. He appears to realize the contradiction in his words, short-circuiting for a brief moment until Izuku pokes him gently. We should get to the orientation venue, right? Of course, the boy exclaims, shaking himself out of the conundrum he locked himself in. Come, let us make our way to the venue post-haste. He power walks his way to the entrance, his long legs pumping furiously despite not actually running. Izuku shakes his head. Yashiro would get a kick out of that guy. Oh yeah, speaking of Yashiro, he would be somewhere here on the same campus. Those applying specifically for the general course are directed to a different venue, however, so Izuku probably wouldn't be seeing him until after the exam. Hello, the girl pipes up. She leans in front of him, waving her hand in front of his face. You look like you're getting lost in thought too. Oh, my bad, Izuku says, startled. I'll catch you later, yeah? Good luck on the exam. Good luck to you too. The girl barely manages to get this out before Izuku crouches, then springs forward using his quirk, leaving a gust of wind in his wake. The girl blinks, spitting out a lock of hair that had flown into her mouth. I didn't even catch their names, she says, disgruntled, settling for walking to the entrance like a normal person. Izuku doesn't want to brag, but he absolutely aces the written exam. He does make sure to read his answers over twice in order to avoid getting complacent, but like he'd thought, the written part is far from the greatest challenge he'll have to face today. The students who've applied for the heroics course were told after the first phase to change into their P uniforms, which they'd been advised to bring beforehand. Izuku's wearing the simple red and white tracksuit from his junior high school. It's decidedly less eccentric than the kitted-out uniforms some of the other students are wearing. One boy has even gone so far as to bedazzle his entire outfit with sequins and rhinestones. Izuku does not want to know the backstory on that one. They're gathered into a large auditorium for the pre-practical orientation. There's a low buzz of conversation throughout the room, which immediately cuts off when the lights abruptly dim. To all you examinees turning in right now, comes a loud, energetic voice from somewhere on the stage in front of them. A whole host of spotlights suddenly come on, full blast, focusing on the figure on stage. Welcome to my show. Izuku leans forward in his seat to see who it is. The spiky blonde hair and the speakers set up around the man's neck indicate easily that it's Present Mike, the voice hero. Izuku's always admired his quirk for its practical and offensive uses, but the man himself is a little extra. Everybody say, "Why?" he shouts, proving Izuku's point. Absolutely nobody replies. In the silence that follows, Izuku thinks he hears someone snort and looks down 2 rows below to see Kaken sitting with his feet up on the table before him like a delinquent. Izuku shakes his head. Present Mike lets the deafening silence resound for about 2 seconds, before smoothly recovering and declaring, "What a refined response." Let's not waste any time then. I'll give you the rundown on the practical exam. The screen behind him flashes into life, following present mix words with various visuals. Now, like it says in the application requirements, you all will be participating in 10-minute mock battles in special urban landscapes created especially for this purpose. You may bring anything you want with you. After this, you will all proceed to the battle arena designated on your applicant card. Izuku checks his and sees that he's been assigned to Battle Arena B. According to the visual on the screen, there are 7 battle arenas in all. He wonders who he'll encounter in his area. Furthermore, 3 types of mechanical foe villains are stationed in each arena. You earn different amounts of points for each one you destroy based on their level of difficulty. 3 silhouettes of robots appear on the screen, each one accompanied by their respective point value. Your goal, examinees, is to utilize your quirks in order to gain as many points as possible by destroying these foe villains. He gestures grandly at them. Of course, attacking other examinees and other unheroic actions are absolutely prohibited. "Excuse me," comes an equally loud and somewhat familiar voice from somewhere in the crowd. Izuku resists the temptation to groan at the volume of his voice. "May I ask a question?" "Go ahead," allows present Mike. Izuku recognizes the boy who stands up as the dark-haired boy who'd scolded him and the girl before the exam. He's not really surprised that it's him, though. On the printout that you have given to us, there are not 3, but 4 types of foe villains. If this is a misprint, then UA, one of the most prestigious schools in Japan, should be properly ashamed of this foolish mistake. The other students watch his impassioned rant with growing horror, but Izuku just zones out until the end. He discreetly practices some more with One for All, until he hears the boy's sharp intake of breath indicating that he's finished. Great message, examinee number 7111. Present Mike congratulates him, clearly having ignored the boy's rambling. As for your question, the 4th foe villain indicated on your printout is worth 0 points. Absolutely nothing. It serves more as an obstacle for you guys, so to speak. Another silhouette pops up on the screen, this one several times larger than the other robots. The words 0p pops up beside it, indicating its point value. There's one in every battle arena, a robot that basically goes crazy in narrow spaces and will make it overall harder for you guys to score points. It's not impossible to beat, per se, but it's also worth 0 points, so it might be a better tactic to avoid it during your battle. You only have 10 minutes after all. "Thank you very much," says the dark-haired boy. "I apologize for the interruption." He sits back down without much of a fuss. "That's all from me," present Mike declares. "As a final message, I present to you the motto of UA, the school of your dreams. Napoleon Bonaparte once said that, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. To seriously at all of them, before making a grand, sweeping gesture. Go beyond. Plus ultra." Izuku clenches his fists, incredible power coursing through his veins. It's time. Inside the observation room, Toshinori stands in his all-might form, his usual bright smile on his face and his stance powerful. It's all he can do to contain the debilitating nervousness that's taken hold of him. The numerous screens on the wall display different areas of all 7 battle arenas. However, he's focused on the screen that's panning over the examinees gathered in Battle Arena B. He spots Izuku easily enough, his dark mop of hair standing out amongst the crowd. He chuckles slightly at the sight of his red tracksuit, as it gives the boy a distinctly tomato-like appearance. Among the other examinees in the same arena, the only other student he recognizes is the spiky-haired blonde boy from the slime incident. His relationship with Izuku intrigues him. There's obviously history between the two of them, and he's aware that they've been friends since they were practically newborns, but the air between them is strange and tense. There's a clear undercurrent of respect and perhaps even admiration. It all makes it harder to qualify their interactions. Beside him, Principal Nizu draws near and asks quietly, "Which one?" Currently, only 7 other people know that Toshinori has found and chosen a successor for One for All, Naomasa, Chio, Gran Torino, Izuku's mother and his two friends, and finally Nizu. Even if Toshinori hadn't told the Chimera about Izuku, he would have worked it out himself simply by watching today's mock battle. He's well aware that Toshinori has been looking for a successor ever since he got injured in that fight almost 4 years ago. Toshinori waits until a screen focuses on Izuku again, then points him out. That one. The one in the red tracksuit. Nizu hops over to the screen to peer closely at him, to the bewilderment of the rest of the faculty in the room. He looks at Izuku intently for a few seconds, before skipping back to Toshinori's side. His body is well hidden underneath his uniform, but he seems strong. Has he gotten accustomed to it yet? Toshinori bows his head, sheepish. I only gave it to him yesterday. Nizu's beady eyes widen slightly. Yesterday? And you're allowing him to go into such a wild environment. He shakes his head. Either he wreaks havoc on his surroundings, or he'll break himself into tiny pieces trying to use his newfound power. Toshinori grimaces, Nizu's words projecting horrific images into his mind. I know, but I couldn't give it to him until his body was ready. My hope is that his previous training in martial arts and his intellect will allow him to get a feel for the quirk and use it well. Well enough? Intellect. Nizu repeats. Interesting. A smart student can learn. He has potential? Boundless, Toshinori affirms. I can't believe I found a successor like him. Not to mention with his original quirk, young Midoriya was practically born to be a hero whether I found him or not. I see, says Nizu. Then I hope, for his sake and yours, that he performs well today. Toshinori laughs nervously, knowing his only hope for today is that Izuku doesn't blow himself apart using One for All. Standing in front of the massive gates of Battle Arena B, Izuku hypes himself up by doing his usual warm-up routine. Kaken's been assigned to the same arena as he's in, and so is that girl from this morning. Unfortunately, the loud boy is also with them, and he's going around shushing anyone who would dare engage in casual conversation. Izuku has One for All fully activated, running through his entire body. He makes sure to limit it enough that green sparks don't start flying from his skin, lest he alarm everybody in the vicinity. He stares up at the gigantic structure of the arena and shakes his head. UA definitely is something else. He's poised in a crouching position when the energetic voice of Present Mike rings out. Okay, start, yells the man from atop an observation tower. Everyone is stunned. They'd been expecting a countdown, or a signal, any sort of warning before the actual exam. Izuku, however, has trained under Shursho, a woman who starts and ends battles entirely on her whim. He leaps into the arena, strengthened legs pumping furiously as he runs over gravel. Behind him, it seems like the others are only just starting to realize that the practical exam has indeed commenced. What's wrong, what's wrong? Present Mike laughs gleefully, as the other students begin to run in after Izuku. There are no countdowns in real fights. Examinee number 2334 has the right idea. Even with the rest of the examinees running in after him, Izuku still has a massive head start. As he runs, he notices the mechanical whirring that's heading his way. A whole host of 3- and 2-pointers are rapidly approaching them, and he's got the pick of the lot. He can't afford to waste this chance. He skids to a stop a few meters from the closest robot. Dozens more are following after it. His gut is calm. It's not signaling at him to stop. Before, he might have had to hold back in the confines of a neighborhood dojo, but here, in this concrete landscape, he is absolutely free to test his powers. Izuku grounds himself and assumes his normal fighting stance. He hears the footsteps of the other examinees already drawing near, Kaken's furious shouting mingling among them. He draws his fist back. He throws a solid punch, powered by One for All, and promptly destroys an entire group of robots, a shockwave of pure force sweeping the entire arena. Toshinori looks at the screen in absolute shock. Judging from the sudden silence that takes hold of the observation room, he's not the only one. Did that boy just take out all those robots, with one hit? Midnight asks, faintly, eyes glued to the screen focused on Battle Arena B. All the other screens show that the examinees in other arenas have already begun, but nobody's paying attention to them at the moment. Hell of a powerful quirk, says Snipe, quite unnecessarily. If only you knew, Toshinori thinks, still dumbfounded. On screen, the smoke that had fogged up around Izuku begins to clear. The boy himself is standing there, fists still raised, but intact. Wholly, completely, blessedly intact. He draws his hand back and stands still, apparently just as shocked as the rest of them at what he's just done. Toshinori wonders, over and over and over again. When he'd seen Izuku charge all those robots, he'd nearly gotten a heart attack. And yet, Izuku had channeled one for all like it was nothing, using it at what had seemed like almost 100% right off the bat with no visible ill effects. Izuku stands stock still, even as his eyes water from all the smoke that his shockwave produced. His shockwave? He'd done that. He'd done that. All activity behind him screeches to a halt, as every other examinee stops in their tracks to gape at the wreckage in front of Izuku. At least 20 robots are completely decimated, reduced to mere piles of rubble by Izuku's punch. Beyond them, the robots that had been farther away are damaged with varying levels of intensity. Even farther away, several groups of new robots approach, indicating that the exam is far from over. Maintaining some level of composure, Izuku takes stock and counts how many robots he'd destroyed. There are definitely at least 20, considering how the group had been almost completely made up of 2- and 3-pointers. The lowest score he possibly could have gotten is 40 points. Taking into account the scores of passers from before, that's practically guaranteed to get him a spot in UA. Standing between a large pile of metal rubble and a whole legion of stunned examinees, Izuku does the logical thing. Off, Izuku swears. The curse word practically echoes in the silence. Oblivious, he shakes his sore hand, his knuckles slightly raw. Maybe he didn't reinforce it well enough with one for all. He turns back to the still dumbfounded examinees and walks towards them, away from the robots he's murdered and the robots still coming in new waves. You guys go on ahead, I think I got enough points, Izuku tells them, ignoring their hanging jaws. Good luck. They stare at him with a mixture of awe, confusion, and absolute terror, until Kaken screams, "God damn it, Deku," and blasts himself out of the group and towards the other robots. This seems to shake the other students out of their stupors and reminds them that time is running and they still haven't gotten any points. As one, they run in the same direction as Kaken, activating their quirks in order to engage the still-standing robots. Izuku watches them fight, lightly massaging his hand. Yagi probably wouldn't take it too well if he spent the rest of the exam doing nothing, even though he'd already gotten the points needed. Something about not being heroic enough. However, he doesn't want to be that guy and steal kills off of the other examinees. He supposes that if a robot strays off the main fray and into his path, then he'll destroy it. He'll have to be careful about his power output though, considering there are more people around now. His previous punch had been aimed forward where there had been nothing but robots and concrete in his path, but now that there are people in his line of fire, he'll have to be more cautious about where and when he lands his attacks. He spots a 1-pointer wandering away and figures that it's safe enough to attack, since nobody seems to be paying attention to it. He makes sure that no one's targeting it, before casually jogging over. That plan goes to shit when his gut twists and prompts him to turn just in time to save some hapless examinee from falling debris. The panel of teachers have returned to paying attention to each screen, since they do still have a job to do. They very well can't be awarding rescue points if they aren't actually watching the students. After all, even if they'd much rather watch the action unfolding in Battle Arena B. However, Toshinori and Nisa's eyes are still very much focused on the screens showcasing the said arena. From the looks of it, the rest of the students have finally sprung into action following Izuku's massive display of strength, the practical exam looking a little bit more normal. Toshinori's focused on the silhouette of Izuku, who'd walked away from the wreckage that he'd left in his wake. Even with the clearer image, there's simply no evidence that Izuku had injured himself in any way, aside from the casual way he shakes his hand. How had he done that with absolutely no ill effect? Granted, Toshinori had also been able to use one for all at full power right from the start. But he'd been building his body up for years before Nana even met him, and the version of One for All he'd received was considerably less powerful than its current form after he spent years developing and strengthening it. Izuku, with only 10 months of training, should definitely not be able to wield it that naturally. He shakes his head. He needs to stop with the negative thoughts. He should be glad that Izuku's fine, right? It almost sounds as if he's disappointed that Izuku didn't hurt himself using his quirk. On screen, Izuku stands a little ways off from the action, watching his fellow examinees duke it out with the remaining robots, which are considerably more plentiful than in other arenas. Toshinori had informed Nizu beforehand that his successor had been assigned to Battle Arena B, information he'd gotten from the applicant database. Although Nizu hadn't yet known who Toshinori's successor was or how well they could handle One for All, the Chimera was definitely familiar with its power and had responded accordingly by assigning a greater population of robots in Izuku's arena. The decision is proving to be wiser and wiser, considering the spiky-haired blonde boy's almost enthusiastic decimation of the faux villains. He's racked up a total of 59 points, Nizu tells Toshinori. He destroyed a total of 15 3-pointers and 7 2-pointers. That's not counting the robots he only damaged, but are still functioning. If we counted the ones that are barely standing, his score would go up even more. He strokes his non-existent chin with a dainty paw. Even without rescue points, he could quit now and realistically still end up among the top 10 passers. I had the staff bring me his written exam, and he's achieved a perfect score on that as well. There's no question he'll become a top student. Nizu looks up at Toshinori, deep interest simmering in his black eyes. Where did you find this boy? In a convenience store when I, in a moment of weakness, was buying instant ramen, Toshinori thinks shamefully. Out loud, he simply smiles knowingly and says, I told you he has potential. That's putting it lightly, Nizu says, returning his gaze to the screen. Oh, look at that. Midnight pipes up, pointing. Toshinori, Nizu, and the teachers near her look where she directs them to. On screen, Izuku seems to literally leap from one spot to the next in less than a second to push an examinee out of the way of falling debris. He carries the boy to a safer spot, before setting him down and seemingly talking to him. Bring me an earpiece now, Nizu says, usually cheery voice unusually sharp. Someone quickly hands him one, and he puts it in. Increase volume on screen number 401. He watches the screen with startling intensity, apparently listening to the exchange of Izuku and the boy. Toshinori watches nervously, wondering what the two of them could possibly be talking about. All of a sudden, Nizu lets out a high, delighted laugh. Someone get me another earpiece, he demands, and is promptly handed another one. He gives it to Toshinori. You're going to want to hear this, he says, smiling deviously. Toshinori stares at the contraption apprehensively, before taking it and jamming it into his ear. He can just barely make out Izuku's voice over all the fighting that's going on in the background. Aim for the joints, that's where they're weakest, Izuku's saying, patting the examinee on the head as if he's just another kid from the dojo. Your quirk is better for precision shooting, so you shouldn't be trying to blow it up like others are. The boy stares at Izuku with no small wonder. Thank you, he stammers out, barely audible. No problem, Izuku says. You only have, 7 or so minutes, so you better hurry up. Oh, she gotta go, nice talking to you. Izuku leaps away, disappearing from the screen. Have drone number 401 zoom in and follow examinee number 2334, Nizu commands. His tone is dangerously pleased. I'll be taking over observing him and assigning his rescue points. The other teachers look questioningly at him, but know better than to challenge him on this. Besides, Nizu is the toughest when it comes to handing out rescue points, so really, it's a disadvantage for whichever examinee it is that's piqued his interest. Meanwhile, Toshinori is covering his face, barely keeping from laughing out loud. That boy, instead of trying to get more points, he says, shaking from the effort it's taking not to laugh. He's encouraging the other examinees. He's helping them get points. He's doing a lot more than just encouraging, Nizu says. Look. Screen 401 is permanently trained on Izuku, who by now is zipping back and forth across the field, rescuing numerous examinees from falling debris, exploding robots, and occasionally from other examinees themselves. Be careful where you're aiming that, for God's sake. You could have really hurt someone. Izuku yells at someone off-screen as he pulls a girl from the path of a powerful energy beam. Toshinori can't help it. He dissolves into booming laughter, which startles everyone else in the room. It's just so. Izuku. Nizu allows himself a smile as well. It's not just his actions, however, he says, still watching Izuku. It's how he does them as well. He seems very accustomed to rescuing people. It's in the way he carries them as he pulls them away, how he's very gentle in handling them. And look, he says, pointing when Izuku, left with no other choice, punches a robot into pieces right before it could trample over an examinee. Look at how he aimed that punch. He made sure to angle and limit it in such a way that no shrapnel would injure surrounding people, or even damage the structures around him. Be more careful, okay? Izuku says, pulling up an examinee by their hands and helping them dust off. You could get really injured if you don't pay attention, so keep your guard up. Nizu's beady eyes flash. It's all so very heroic. He turns to the side. How much time is left? 1 minute and 24 seconds, sir, someone calls back from in front of the monitors. Nizu nods. Excellent, he says. Send in the 0-pointers. Izuku pulls the umpteenth examinee away from a 3-pointer that's falling over. You over there with the pointy teeth, he shouts, seriously done. I see you. Didn't you even check to see that no one was behind the robot before you hacked it into pieces? The examinee he's yelling at winces. Sorry bro. Won't happen again. Goddamn, Izuku mutters, then turns to the girl he's pulled out of the way. And you, seriously, pay attention. Don't zone out in the middle of battle. Alright, she says nervously. Izuku's expression softens, before he pats her sympathetically on her shoulder. Okay, now get back in there, you can still get more points, there's like a minute or 2 left. What the actual hell is that? Someone screams. Izuku and the girl turn around to see a gigantic metal abomination lumbering towards them, black steel glinting menacingly in the light. All the examinees collectively draw back, the exam forgotten as they gape at this mechanical monster slowly approaching them. As it approaches, the other robots seem to notice its presence and quickly move away, spreading out into the landscape. This isn't missed by the students. Hey, I think we should leave that thing alone, one of them pipes up nervously. Present Mike told us to avoid it, right? A wave of assent seems to go through the entire crowd as they start backing away, following the robots they could still destroy for points and avoiding the massive, creaking 0-pointer that's still steadily making its way towards them. It comes to a stuttering halt, before letting out a rusty groaning sound and swinging its arms, promptly leveling the buildings in its immediate vicinity. Well, that sends the students running. Let's go, someone shouts as they collectively turn as a group and begin sprinting away. In the midst of the action, Izuku spots Kaken glaring at the 0-pointer, no doubt assessing if he can destroy it or not. He apparently decides it's not worth it, because he catches Izuku's eye and motions for the two of them to go back and follow the running students. Izuku turns back once to the 0-pointer, watching it crush everything in its path. Granted, he could probably take it down if he really tries, now that he knows how powerful One for All really is, but all he'd be doing is showing off. He turns away to follow the examinees who'll no doubt get into more trouble now that they're all panicked, when his gut twists harder than it ever has all day. Help, someone, please come back. Comes a small, weak, and familiar voice. There, mere feet away from the oncoming robot and stuck under a distressingly large boulder, is the girl from before the entrance exam. She seems to be at her limit, struggling to even raise herself from where she's fallen. She meets Izuku's gaze and, through her tears and tremendous pain, mouths, "Help." It's really no decision at all. Izuku runs to her, and smiles in what he hopes is a reassuring way. "Just hold on, okay? You'll be fine," he tells her, before channeling One for All and leaping towards the 0-pointer. She follows his movement as best as she can, neck straining against her position as she and the countless other examinees freeze where they stand to watch this boy, the boy with the messy hair who'd destroyed 20 robots in one blow and who's pulled practically all of them out of danger at one point, Draw his fist back, swing it in a solid arc, and blow the zero-pointer into literal pieces. The robot explodes, the resulting shockwave causing another gale of wind to sweep through the arena, knocking little bits of debris into the air as well as another huge cloud of dust. Izuku notices this and winces, knowing he didn't control that attack too well. That's evidenced as well by the renewed stinging on his knuckles. As he falls, his eyes land on the girl under the rubble, watches her watching him and hopes that he didn't injure her further with that attack. As he nears the ground, Izuku braces his body with energy to absorb the impact, when he suddenly feels a sharp smack on his cheek and a deeply disturbing feeling of weightlessness. "Thank goodness," the girl says breathlessly, her arms still outstretched towards him. Somehow, she's actually managed to free her ankle from the debris and limp towards him, even as her foot twists painfully. Her face abruptly turns green, and she covers her mouth for all of 2 seconds before emptying the contents of her stomach. Meanwhile, Izuku is still floating, grimacing in sympathy as she tries to clean herself up. Around them, the other students begin to approach, many staring in awe at the ruins of the zero-pointer. Face scrunched up, she recovers gradually. "Oh, right, hold on," she says once she's done, before clapping her hands together. Izuku slowly sinks onto the ground as his gravity is restored, and he instantly moves forward to support her before she can fall. "Are you all right?" he asks her, gently helping her up and supporting her weight entirely. "I'm sorry I didn't pull you out right away, but the robot was already too near." She looks at him with something close to wonder, before shaking her head. "No. Thank you. Thank you. You came back for me and you saved me and I—" "Time's up," comes present mix booming shout. The examines jump in surprise, some sighing in relief, others groaning in disappointment. A siren-like wail begins to play, signaling the end of the exam. Izuku supports the girl as she gingerly tests her leg out. "Anything broken?" he asks her. She gently taps her foot on the ground and grimaces. "I think I sprained my ankle," she says, careful not to move anymore. "But aside from that, I think I'm fine. I just used my quirk too much, I think." Okay, comes a sweet elderly voice. The crowd parts as a small granny wearing a nurse's uniform and yellow goggles comes forward to approach Izuku and the girl. My, you twisted your ankle quite badly, didn't you now?" she says, peering closely at the girl's limp foot. The students dissolve into quiet whispering, most of them wondering who this little woman is and why she was allowed into such a dangerous environment. Izuku, however, knows exactly who she is. "Our recovery girl?" he stutters, eyes wide. Recovery girl looks up at the sound of his voice. Recognition dawns on her face. "Oh, it's you," she says excitedly, her wrinkly face breaking into a wide smile. "You're that boy I healed all those months ago. How are you? Izuku laughs, pleasantly surprised that she remembers him. "I'm fine," he says. "But I think you should really take a look at her ankle. She got stuck under a huge chunk of debris." Yes, recovery girl says fussily. She asks Izuku to gently lower the girl nearer her before planting a kiss on her forehead. As one of the students go, the girl's leg begins to glow with a soft green light. Before their eyes, her ankle straightens and relaxes, and as soon as the light fades out, she begins to move it normally, tapping it out on the ground. It's healed," she exclaims, letting go of Izuku to hop on the ground. "It is now, but don't you go trying to run a marathon or anything, you hear?" Recovery girl scolds her. The girl nods and bows respectfully. "Thank you very much." Recovery girl's quirk enhances healing and basically speeds it up, Izuku explains. "But it draws energy off of the person being healed. You only twisted your ankle, so it won't affect you too much, but she's right when she says you should take it easy." Recovery girl turns to Izuku and beams. "Right you are. And what about you? Do you have any injuries?" Izuku pats himself all over, the stinging in his knuckles mostly gone. "None," he tells her. "Take some gummies anyway," Recovery girl insists, shoving a handful of all mite-shaped gummies into his hand. He laughs and takes them, popping them into his mouth, suddenly feeling a lot more energized. She gives some to the girl as well. "Those who are injured should come forward now," recovery girl calls, turning to the rest of the examinees. They check themselves for a moment before calling out disjointedly that no one was injured. Really? Only one injury? That's quite rare, she remarks. She reaches into her bag and begins handing out more gummies. Here, take some of the gummies. Eat up, she tells them, radiating a grandmotherly aura. After handing them out to everyone, she waves farewell to them. I'll be making rounds in the rest of the arenas. You guys will be exiting soon. Good luck to all of you. I look forward to seeing you in UA. To Izuku she winks. Then she turns around and leaves the arena. Izuku rubs the back of his neck. Boy, what a mess that was, huh? He says to no one in particular. Tell me about it, sighs the girl beside him, still stretching her newly healed ankle. Oh, that's right. I never got your... Deku. Kaken growls, stalking forward. The examinees hastily make way for him, apprehensive. He is, after all, probably the examinee with the highest number of robot kills. After Izuku and the zero-pointer, he's probably the most terrifying thing they've seen all day. He grabs Izuku by the neck and takes him into a chokehold, giving him vicious noogies to the head. What the heck was that stunt for? You playing the hero again? Ow, 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 Izuku says, trying in vain to push Kaken off. He knows he could do it easily with one for all, but he will absolutely never risk hurting someone with it. Ow, that hurts, let go, Kaken. Not on your effing life. Kaken says, moving one hand to aggressively tickle the living hell out of Izuku, who squirms and laughs, trying to get out of the other boy's hold. You just had to go and effing show off, didn't you? The other examinees simply stand there, watching as the strongest examinee in the arena is reduced nearly to tears by a combination of noogies and tickling. Off to the side, a dark-haired boy watches contemplatively. Nizo finally moves back from the screen, taking his earpiece off. Unbelievable, he murmurs. Simply unbelievable. Toshinori's extremely inclined to agree. While he'd had no doubt that Izuku would go back for the girl, destroying the zero-pointer at point-blank range like that was never something he would have expected. Izuku simply never ceases to surprise him. He gained an additional 7 points while destroying robots that could have harmed the other examinees, Nizo says, once again stroking his chin. Which brings his total villain point count to 66. As for his rescue points, I can't even begin to quantify his performance. He shakes his head, laughing disbelievingly. You sure have brought me an excellent student, All Might, he says, a mad gleam glinting in his eyes, which worries Toshinori just a bit. I simply can't wait to see what he'll do in UA. 1 week later, the UA applicants received the letters informing them whether or not they had passed. The holographic device arrives at Izuku's house while he's still asleep, knocked out from a night of Mario Kart with Kimi and Yashiro, the latter of which only knows how to play on Rainbow Road, it seems. The sound of Inko's ecstatic yelling promptly wakes them all up, but it's easily beaten in volume by the combined shrieking of Kimi, Yashiro, and Inko as All Might, in holographic form, informs them that with 66 villain points and 70 rescue points, Izuku's taken the top rank in the UA entrance exam by a mile. His friends scream until they're hoarse, bombarding him with hugs and affection. Izuku can barely think straight amongst the tangled limbs surrounding him. When Yagi comes to visit later that day, the smile on his face transforms him from a gaunt and sickly man to a radiant, beaming person. Despite himself, Izuku returns that smile 100-fold. Congratulations! The sound of 3 glasses clinking together ring out in the dining room. Inko, Mitsuki, and Masaru all push their glasses together, cheering loudly for their sons. Izuku watches them fondly. Kaken not so much. Kaken, with 80 villain points and 17 rescue points, is right behind Izuku in second place for the entrance exam. He's not mad per se, but he's not thrilled either. Izuku watches as Kaken eyes the adults murderously, glaring throughout the entire duration of their toast. Okay, maybe Kaken is a little sad. After getting the exam results, Izuku's been practically showered with congratulations. First Inko had thrown a celebration dinner, with Kimi and Yashiro, of course. The dinner had also been for Yashiro, who'd passed not for the general course like they'd expected, but for the business course. Between you and Kimmy, I brag about your accomplishments so much that I might as well make a living off of it, right? Yashiro says cheekily, when asked why he'd applied for the business course instead. No, but really, I've always wanted to work with heroes, but not as a hero, you know? So I got thinking, and that's when I decided that I wanted to go into the business side of the industry. He'd scratched his neck self-deprecatingly. I know, it's a pretty boring choice, he'd said. Kimmy and Izuku's tight embrace had proven to be a resounding no. After that celebration, Shirsho recruited the entire student population of the dojo to help plan a party for Izuku after they'd heard the news. Akari had almost burned the dojo down on 3 separate times due to how excited she was. Even his alma mater had gotten in on his success. Embarrassingly enough, Izuku's been placed in the Hall of Fame, which is really just a glass-encased corkboard in the hallway where his picture has been tacked on. Underneath it, they'd put up his entire school record, showing his unbeaten first-rank streak from first to third year. He's also the only student in the Hall of Fame, which just adds a whole extra layer of embarrassment. Back in the Midoriya's dining room, Kaken abruptly stands up from the table. Bathroom, he says curtly, when his mother looks questioningly at him. You better hurry back here, you hear me? Mitsuki calls to him. I know, Dimen Harpy. Good. Kaken yells back, stalking off to the hallway. Mitsuki shakes her head. God, the temper on that little fucker, she says, oblivious to the irony of her statement. Anyway, Masaru and I are so glad for you and Izuku. You must be over the moon, huh, Inko? Inko flushes with pleasure. It was quite a shock, she says honestly. I've never doubted that Izuku would do well, but we never dreamed that he would actually take the top spot. You should have seen it coming, Masaru says kindly. Izuku's always been very intelligent. His quirk is nothing to laugh at either. Yeah, it's one hell of a quirk. Mitsuki agrees. You're a real late bloomer, you know that? You almost had us thinking you were quirkless. Ha, Izuku says nervously. The official story they'd worked out is that his quirk had emerged during the slime monster attack at the Hero Expo. His quirk had been triggered by the extreme stress he'd undergone at the time, and since then he'd been training his body in order to properly use it. It's the same story they give to anyone who asks, including Kaken. Somehow, lying to Kaken in particular leaves a bad taste in Izuku's mouth. Inko claps her hands together. Oh, I forgot, she gasps. I prepared a special dessert for tonight. Hold on, let me get it. Do you need help? Izuku says, half rising from the table. No, she says, smiling. I'll be back in a jiffy. You're a good kid, you know that? Mitsuki tells Izuku as Inko leaves for the kitchen. Inko's lucky you're her son. Izuku smiles. I'm lucky she's my mom, he says simply. It's one of the fundamental facts of his life. Kaken must be a great son too. He was incredible during the entrance exam. Oh, that boy can fight well, but his people's skills? They're terrible, Mitsuki says dismissively. Dear, Masaru says. What? It's true. Our son has the emotional range of a teaspoon. He's only got 2 moods, either angry or furious. She shakes her head again. He always got to stick up his but whenever we'd mention you, she tells Izuku. I'm pretty sure you two got into a fight or whatever, and I sure as hell don't know what it was about, but I'm glad you chose to forgive him. I didn't choose to forgive him, Mitsuki-san, Izuku says, not denying that the two of them had indeed fought. He came to apologize on his own. Mitsuki blinks. Well, how about that, she says impressed. He's actually improving. You know, if he spends enough time with you, he might actually become normal someday. Dear, Masaru says again, pinching the bridge of his nose. What? I'll admit, in some aspects, we didn't raise him well enough, Mitsuki says bluntly. But it's really only recently that some of his bad traits came to light. When he was younger, sure, he screamed and kicked at anyone who came close, but he never picked fights the way he does now. She looks off to the side. I don't know what caused it, but he's just so much angrier now. Izuku listens quietly. He can only guess that this started after their fight, and the fact that Kaken, alone in a new environment, probably didn't have supportive friends who could curb his unfortunate tendencies and keep him in check. In a looser school like the one he'd gone to, the teachers probably did little to reprimand him whenever he got too aggressive. It's no wonder that Kaken would grow violent and entitled. Still, the Kaken he knows now is different from the Kaken from 2 years ago. He never would have apologized to Izuku for what he'd said, nor would he have made that kind of declaration about becoming an upstanding hero. It had always just been about being #1 hero. Somehow, Izuku feels he's changed as well. He hopes it's also in a positive direction. I think Kaken's still growing, he pipes up quietly. Mitsuki and Masaru look at him. He's always been the best, no matter where he is, so of course he'd get vain at times. It's natural. But he's already starting to change for the better, and I think being at UA will be good for him. There's all these strong and talented people he'll have to compete against, who won't just let him have his way and will force him to actually grow up. Mitsuki is silent for a beat, then smiles. Katsuki's lucky too, she says kindly. Watch over him, okay? Somehow, Izuku feels that Kaken would be out for blood if he heard the conversation that had just taken place. Especially if he learns that his mother has just asked Izuku to look out for him. Nevertheless, he nods. Yeah. I will. Are you fuckers talking about me? Kaken growls, as he stalks back from wherever he's come from. Strangely enough, it seems like he's coming from the kitchen, not the hallway. You better not be. And so what if we are twerp? Mitsuki demands. Kaken glares at his mother, expression mutinous. But before things can escalate, Inko's bouncing back into the dining room. Sorry I took so long, she apologizes, wiping a stray tear from her eye. She must have accidentally closed the fridge on her finger again. She's holding a tray covered in dessert. Here we go. It's brownie à la mode, a special treat for our passers. Each slice of brownie has a scoop of vanilla ice cream on top, except for one, which is chocolate. She smiles. Of course, I didn't forget your favorite flavor, Katsuki. Kaken grunts as he accepts his brownie, earning a smack up the head from his mother. What do we say? She asks him, purposefully speaking as if she's talking to a toddler. Kaken's expression is absolutely livid, but he manages to grit out a slow, thank you. Inko just laughs and cuts into her own piece. Yep, Kaken's changed are it. The weekend before the first day of school, Kimi, Yashiro, and Izuku have a sleepover. It'll probably be their last sleepover in a while, considering that Kimi's going to be living in the dormitory of the all-girls school she'll be going to. Not much sleeping is actually going on, with all three of them lying awake and staring at Izuku's ceiling. Kimi speaks first. God, I'm going to miss this, she says, voice thick. Nope, Yashiro says. Nope. Kimi, you are not allowed to cry, because if you cry, then I'll cry. Kimi giggles, but it's not her usual laugh. But you're not the one who's going to a different school. God, why didn't I just enroll in UA? Because your school is more supportive of your modeling schedule, and it's the alma mater of many famous models, Izuku says, just parroting the reasons she'd cited when asked the same question. I know, Kimi says. That doesn't mean it's going to SCK any less. I know, Izuku says. For a few minutes, they're silent. At least once a month, we should meet up for ice cream, Yashiro says. Yes, Kimi says, already choked up. Every weekend if we can, she adds, even though they all know they probably can't do that. When UA hosts the sports festival, you have to come and watch us, Izuku says. My mom will pick you up from your school if she has to. We'll come along if we have to. And you have to tell us if you're on TV, or if you're on a magazine, Yashiro says. So we can buy the magazine in the dead of the night when no one's watching. Just buy it at daytime like a normal person. Kimi says, her laughter serving as the catalyst to her tears. Yashiro had been right. Once Kimi, usually the most reserved of the three of them, starts crying, all of them start crying. We'll text every day, Kimi says. If I have trouble with a subject, you guys have to help me with it. How are we going to remember to wash our faces every day? Yashiro wails. God, That's pathetic, Izuku says, hiding a particularly large sob. Eventually, the talk dissolves into full-blown crying, which dissolves further into one of their cuddle bunches. I'm going to miss you too, Kimi says, embracing them tightly. Take care of yourselves, all right? You take care, Izuku says. I won't be around and you… Oh, Kimi says thickly. Oh, Izuku no. It's nearly another hour before they calm down enough to sleep, their whispers of, I'll be fine, and you'll be fine, slowly morphing into, we'll be fine. On the morning of his first day at UA, Izuku doesn't know what he feels. He wakes up earlier than usual, even before his new alarm clock had sounded, but not early enough that he beats his mom to it. He can hear her humming in the kitchen, no doubt preparing a special breakfast for his first day at school. Today is the first day at UA, at a hero training course. Today is the first day on his journey to becoming a hero. Arguably, that ship may have already sailed from the moment he saved Emmy from that tree all those years ago. His feelings are a jumbled, incomprehensible mess. He gets up from the bed and tiptoes quietly out of his room, careful not to alert his mom to his presence. Izuku listens to make sure that she's still occupied with cooking, before making his way to her room. Inside the simply furnished room, he heads straight to the corner where a little shrine has been set up. As he opens the doors of the simple cabinet, the smiling portraits of his father and grandfather look at him. Of course, the pictures have not changed in all the time that they've been put up. His father's youth is preserved forever in this picture of him, his curly black hair and sea-green eyes softening his angular face as he smiles for the camera. His grandfather is smiling as well, but he's more dignified. Despite his age, his hair had still been more black than gray, his eyes the same almond shape as his son's. In fact, the only thing that had set them apart had been his grandfather's heterochromia. His right eye had been deep green, like his son's, while his left eye had been a hazel, almost amber-like color. Izuku kneels before their portraits and closes his eyes. Dad, he begins. Grandpa, you may already know this, watching over me, but I'm about to enter UA. Not for the general course, but as a student in the heroics course. He smiles softly, and yet a little bitterly. I know it seems unbelievable that I would do it. I've never had any special love for heroes, and I've never had the best opinion of the industry itself. You know, Grandpa. But despite all that, I've met so many wonderful people because I helped them. Because of my desire to help others, with or without my quirk, I was able to make friends with so many incredible people. I've actually made a difference in their lives, no matter how small. Dad, I'm sure that's part of why you became a hero. Sometimes you would even put your work above your wife and son. Why you fought that villain despite knowing you probably had no chance, just for the slim chance that you could save someone else. Izuku looks down at his hands, pausing. But I'm going to be different. I owe so much to my mother and my friends, and to everyone who's supported me. So I'll train and train until I'm strong enough that there's never any doubt that I'll always return to them. And Grandpa, here, Izuku pauses again, remembering the grandpa he'd loved so much and who'd loved him in return, taking care of him and his mother for so many years. I'll become an outstanding hero, okay? One that even you can be proud of. One that can serve as an ideal for other heroes. Your deaths will not have been in vain. I'll honor your memory and make sure of that. So please watch over me, okay? In the silence that follows, Izuku hears a brief gust of air outside. He breathes in deeply, then smiles. Thank you. I thought I might find you here. Katsuki jumps, but relaxes quickly. He turns around to see, like he'd expected, Inko, standing by the entrance to the kitchen. Why not go back there? We're still celebrating your amazing performances at the entrance exam. His expression immediately sours, which doesn't go unnoticed. Inko sighs fondly, approaching him to lightly slide his hair. Had it been anyone else, he would have told them to F off, possibly even followed it up with his quirk for good measure. But he's been practically powerless against Inko from the moment she picked him up from his cradle, still PR'd with Deku. You know that you're an amazing boy, right? Inko tells him quietly. When he doesn't reply, she continues. I have no words to express how happy I am that you and Izuku are talking again. It broke my heart when the two of you fell out of touch, but now I see that maybe you both needed time apart to grow before you became friends again. Are you really, Katsuki begins? Are you really okay with letting him become a hero? Her smile turns even fonder, if that's possible. Oh, I'm terrified, she assures him. I'm in a constant state of anxiety over his well-being. Especially ever since we lost his grandpa. It's been hard, to say the least. But I will not stand in the way of Izuku's dreams. Of his passion. Because, no matter how much he denies it, I've always known that he was meant to be a hero. You could say I felt it was inevitable, it's simply the way he is. She smiles. All I can do now is pray for his safety. And to rely on other people to make sure he come back safe. It comes out of his mouth before he can stop himself. Me too, he says. Inko looks questioningly at him. I'll make sure that Deku stays out of trouble, Katsuki says, the words almost painful to say, but he has to say it. He feels that maybe, in a way, he owes her this. He owes them both this. I'll make sure he comes home safe to you. He manages to keep eye contact with her even as tears blossom at the corners of her eyes. You have to keep safe as well, you hear me? She implores, drawing him into a quick embrace. But thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for watching, Legends. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to like, share, and subscribe for more epic What If Deku stories and fresh updates. Hit that bell so you never miss the next upload. See you in the next one.